Quest Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of The Killing Parade by T.G. Reid, narrated by Steve Worsley. Dedication. To Shaky, for keeping me on the straight and narrow. Prologue. Deborah D., or Dee Dee as her fans knew her, scraped her nails along the cold, wet road by her side. She forced her swollen eyes to open, and the rush of light exploded in searing pain behind her sockets. Reaching up, she ran her hand gently across her battered face. Her finger caught on a flap of skin torn away from her cheek. She moaned in muted agony. Her crumpled, prostrate body screamed in pain. Legs were spread out, one folded under the other, designer pajama bottoms torn and blood-splattered, and her bare feet red raw from fleeing across rough ground. Forcing her head up, she wiped at the blood again and peered into the blurry view ahead, a narrow country road, stretching towards a small humpback bridge. She pushed her hands against the road. She attempted to get up, but her head spun like an out-of-control waltzer, and she flopped back down. She tried again, heaving her legs upwards until she was on her knees. Focusing on the white line in the centre of the road stretching out ahead of her, she struggled to her feet and staggered forward, following the line towards the bridge. With each faltering step, the explosions in her head intensified. She groaned again, almost losing her balance as she cleared more blood-soaked tears from her view. When she reached the bridge, the lights of Kingsburn village twinkled in the near distance. If she could reach the first house, she could get help. Stumbling on, she gasped in fear. Footsteps followed behind. She turned, but before she could cry out, a hard thump knocked her sideways onto the low bridge wall. She tried to escape, but arms were on her, lifting her up and over, and she tumbled backwards into the shallow stream below. Still conscious, she kicked out, and scrambling back through the freezing water, she dragged herself under the arch. Squeezing up against the cold, wet wall, she held her breath and listened. Above her, the clump, clump, clump of feet pounding over the bridge. The stream gurgled as it cascaded over her battered limbs. She listened again. Nothing. Was he gone? A click by her ear made her turn. Her attacker was on top of her. "No!" she cried out, but the weight drove her back against the wall, a sudden pressure on her left side. The hooded figure leaned in and hissed, "Shh," in her ear, and a corpse-cold blade punctured her skin and slid slowly between her ribs, slicing through flesh and artery until it found its prize. And in one final, fatal twist, the blade plunged through the centre of Dee Dee's heart, and before she could take a final, desperate, agonizing gasp, she was gone. Chapter 1. Detective Chief Inspector Duncan Bone turned up the collar on his coat to fend off the biting northeasterly wind blowing into his face. "Jesus Christ, Alice, are you sure about this?" he asked, glancing ahead at the ancient wooden cruiser bobbing about haphazardly, its tiny, vulnerable hull thumping with force against the harbour wall. "It was her last wish, and it's all paid for," Alice frowned. "But it's blowing a hoolie out there. We might be accompanying her into the North Sea," Bones said, trying again. Alice looked down at the agitated vessel. "Honestly, I had no clue that she wanted to be buried at sea. I think I'd rather take my chances in your car." "Bloody madness," Bone replied. "And why Tynemouth of all places?" "She was born in Morpeth, but moved to Scotland when she was 5. "I never knew that." "She had a soft spot for Northumberland, so I suppose she wanted that to be her final resting place." A gust of wind almost blew the two of them off the side and into the tempest. Morpeth Cemetery would have been a lot easier. Bone pulled at his collar again. You should thank your lucky star she didn't want to be buried at sea in Scotland. The designated area is over 100 miles out. Oh, dear God, Bone exclaimed. I must admit, it's a pretty dramatic way to go, though, Alice said, and gazed out at the white horses galloping across Tynemouth Bay and crashing against the lighthouse at the end of the pier. There's really no need for you to come with us, you know. I love your mum, and she would want me to be here with you, I think. The minister from Alice's mother's local church appeared from a hut tucked into the high harbour wall, accompanied by the skipper of the vessel, clad in a full-body sou'wester and clutching an armful of life jackets. Doesn't exactly fill you with confidence, Bone muttered. Hello, Alice and Duncan, the ashen-faced minister said, battling with the hood of his packamack. Morning, Reverend Hollingsworth, Alice replied. Thanks for this again. There's no need for thanks. Ruth was such a lovely woman. It's an honour for me to send her off into the arms of God. Poseidon, is it? Bone joked. Alice elbowed his side. Mr. Fenwick, the skipper, has just confirmed that we're all set, the minister continued. He attempted a smile, but his upper lip twisted sideways and twitched. Are you sure it's safe out there? Alice asked the skipper. Aye, I've been out and worse. It's not like we're fishing or scuba diving, though we might be food for the fish at this rate. He let out a loud guffaw and shook his head. Once we were barely out of the harbour, and the body got blown overboard. Bloody nightmare. It took the Coast Guard 2 days to recover the bloody thing, and by then, well... Thank you, Skipper Fenwick, the minister interrupted. He took a life jacket, and with shaking hands attempted to put it on. Here, let me help you, Bones said, and pulled the jacket over the minister's inadequate packamack. I have the hymns and readings Ruth requested, and the skipper has a ghetto blaster on board to play her choice of music. A ghetto blaster? Bone asked. I haven't heard that expression in years. Says the man who has a 70s cartridge player in his car, Alice retorted. I didn't realise she'd organised a soundtrack. Oh, yes, we discussed her plans at length, you know, when she found out she... Did you not try to talk her out of this madness? Bone cut in, almost losing his balance again. I would never dream of interfering with my parishioner's funeral arrangements, Duncan, though I did suggest an ashes alternative, but Ruth was very clear that she wanted her body to be committed to the sea. We'd better be off before this weather takes a turn for the worse, the skipper said. Worse? Can it be any worse? Bones said. This is a gentle breeze, believe me, the skipper replied. They headed down the jetty, and the skipper leapt on board his boat with expert ease. Right, who's first? He asked, his hand outstretched. Bone reluctantly stepped forward, and as the boat dropped below the walkway, he jumped on, the skipper catching him before he careered across the deck and over the other side. Next, the skipper said. Alice followed Bone's example, but handled the leap a little more gracefully. Finally, the minister lined himself up. Come on, then, the skipper urged. The minister glanced back at the shore and the safety of the harbour office, and with a sigh, grabbed the skipper's hand and leapt on. But he slipped on the wet deck and fell onto the coffin, which was prepped and ready for dispatch at the rear of the cruiser. I'm so sorry. Bones scrambled to his feet and glanced at the box. Oh, I hope I didn't do that. He pointed at a puncture in the side. Ach, no, we have to drill those in the thing so that it doesn't end up on Whitley Bay Beach. Not a good look for the tourist board. Along the length of the coffin was a hand-painted image of a beautiful sandy beach, framed by low-hanging palm trees and a golden setting sun. That's so sweet, Alice said. Mum loved her Caribbean holidays. Shame she didn't want to be buried there as well, Bones said. Mad as a March hare, but very lovely indeed, eh, Ruth? Bone nodded to the coffin and smiled. That was done by my sister-in-law, Sharon, the skipper added. She's a talented lass, isn't she? Seems such a waste to send it to the bottom of the sea, Alice replied. I'm sure she'd do you another one, if you like. You're fine. Alice smiled and glanced back at Bone.
Right, let's be off. Sit yourselves down and hold on for dear life, the skipper quipped,
and disappeared into the tiny cabin. As the boat headed out of the harbour, the waves intensified and sprayed up the sides, and the boat rolled and creaked in the rising swell.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat, Bones said with a grimace.
Once they sailed past the harbour wall and lighthouse, the wind picked up. The skipper turned the boat into the oncoming assault from the North Sea, the waves pounding the hull with force and threatening to topple the craft completely.
"How long is the journey?"
the minister shouted through the howling gale, his face turning more green than grey.
"I think it's about 2 hours out, but that's in fair weather. We should go inside," Alice said.
"No," the minister cut in, his eyes as wide as saucers.
"I'm staying out. It's just that I can't swim."
"What?"
"If we go over, I'll—"
He spun round and, leaning over the side, retched into the sea.
"Nice."
Bone took Alice's arm. Together they edged along the bench and scrambled into the skipper's cabin.
"Is it likely to get any calmer?"
Bone asked.
"The minister is heaving his kidneys up out there. If we're lucky, we'll be back by the time the Force 9 hits."
"And if we're unlucky?"
"Then we're unlucky."
The skipper grinned, exposing 3 missing front teeth. Inside, the roll of the boat seemed worse, and Bone's queasiness intensified. "Here," Alice said. "Chew on this." She handed him a thin strip of ginger. "You can't say my mum did things in half measures." She smiled.
"I reckon she's laughing her head off at us up there right now," Bones said.
"She always had a mind of her own, that's for sure."
"What'll you do with the farm now?"
Bone pulled a face.
"God, this is awful,"
he said, picking a string of chewed ginger pulp from his mouth. "I've decided to move in," Alice said.
"Not sell it, then?"
"I thought about it, but I just couldn't. There's too much family in there. I'm part of that farm's DNA." "How will you juggle your work and looking after it?" A loud boom sounded as a wave struck the side, and the boat lurched sideways, sending Bone into Alice's lap.
"That was a corker!"
the skipper cried out.
"This is a nightmare."
Bone shook his head.
"Is the minister still with us?"
Alice peered out through the cabin door. The drenched minister was wiping at his face with one hand, while the other remained locked on the handhold by the bench.
"Just,"
she confirmed.
"Right," the skipper said. "I'm going to head round to the point now, so the minister needs to come in, unless he's keen to meet his paymaster."
"Jesus Christ, we're not even out at sea yet," Bone complained. "It's all right for you. If we go down, you'll be able to swim to shore and won't feel the cold."
"I think this is even beyond my wild swimming abilities," Bone said.
2 long hours later, and after multiple near capsizes, the skipper cut the engine.
"We only have a few minutes here, so you're going to have to make it quick," he said, the boat rocking and rolling in the relentless storm.
Bone and Alice clambered out onto the deck. The minister appeared to have lost about 3 stone since leaving the harbour. "Are you up to a short service?" Alice asked. "The skipper said we have to turn back soon." The minister looked up, and his eyes swelled with tears. "Yes," he replied with as much enthusiasm as a condemned man. He attempted to stand, but the movement brought on another surge of nausea, and he about turned and retched violently over the side, his body contorting in pain. "Don't worry, I'll say a few words," Alice said. The skipper appeared.
"We need to go right now."
He approached the coffin. "Okay," Alice said. "I love you, Mum, and we will all miss you very much. You have been my inspiration my whole life. I remember when I was 6, you said something to me I've held in my heart ever since. You said,
"It'll have to wait. This weather is getting worse. I'm going to have to unhook her." I don't want to die, the minister yelled into the gales. Please take us back, he pleaded, wiping the remains of his breakfast from his chin. This is God's punishment for not believing in him. Forgive me. He sank to his knees on the deck. Keep it together, man, Bone yelled at him. Your boss was a bloody fisherman. Could you give me a hand? The skipper asked Bone. They unbuckled the straps holding the coffin to the slider, and slowly they tilted the box until it was at the tipping point. Bye, Mum. I hope we'll meet again one day, Alice said. The minister stumbled to his feet, and trying to compose himself, quickly blessed the coffin and uttered, We commit the earthly remains of Ruth Galloway to the deep, looking for the resurrection in the last day, and the life of the world to come, through our Lord. He clutched his mouth and mumbled, Oh, Jesus Christ! And heaved over the side again. Bone and the skipper raised the stretcher, and the coffin slid off, dropping into the sea and instantly disappearing beneath the waves. The skipper dashed into the cabin, started up the engines, and turned the vessel back towards Tynemouth. Alice sat next to the empty rack and gazed down into the angry black water. That's her away, she said. Bone squeezed in beside her and took her hand. Home, he said. So sorry, the minister mumbled, his head bowed. I'm not a worthy servant. Don't worry, my mother wasn't religious. I'm not even sure why she wanted you to come. She told me, he swallowed again. If there is a God, then it seemed rude not to be formally introduced. Typical Mum, Alice said. Suddenly, the sounds of Rod Stewart's sailing floated over the roar of wind and the sea. The skipper stuck his head out. Sorry, I forgot about the music. Is this the right one, Vicar? Yes, that's it, the minister replied. And she requested we should all sing along. I printed the words at the back of the programme, but I think the rain has ruined them. Alice laughed. She knew how much I hated Rod Stewart. Thanks, Mum. Then, reluctantly, she followed Rod's growls. She nudged Bone in the ribs, and he joined in, then the minister, and finally the skipper's loud, discordant rendition bellowed out from the cabin. And as the wee boat battled through the waves towards land, they all belted out the song and forgot about the relentless nausea and high probability of drowning. When the boat arrived back in the harbour, the weather-ravaged passengers alighted onto the jetty like a basket of battered cod. Are you sure I can't tempt you with a dry towel and a hot drink? The skipper offered. No, we best be getting back, Alice replied. Bone shot her a withering look. With quick farewells, Bone and Alice headed to his ancient, lurid green Saab, waiting in the car park like a half-drowned, abandoned toad, and the minister returned to the office hut with the skipper. Why did you turn down a piping hot coffee? Are you insane? Bone asked. I just need to get away from this place, Alice said, and climbed into the car. Are you okay? Bone asked, sliding into the driver's seat. Just drive. Easier said than done. Bertha doesn't like the rain. Bertha? Rona christened her a few months ago. I think it's sweet. Until the rust bucket doesn't start. Alice shook her head. Bone turned on the ignition. The car spluttered and coughed to life. See, she never lets me down, Bone said triumphantly. Unlike the driver, Alice returned. Bone glanced over, but Alice wasn't smiling. He rolled the Saab out of the car park, tooted a farewell to the skipper and minister, and headed back to the motorway. Chapter 2. It was after 11 when they finally arrived back at Alice's house. You can stay if you like. You must be worn out after today, she said, turning to Bone, who loitered at the bottom of her steps. Bone smiled. I wouldn't want to impose on you. Not at all.
And Michael's at his pal's house, so he won't be back until after school tomorrow. And it's way too late to be traipsing all the way up to the loch. She smiled. Only if you're sure. Oh, for God's sake, get in. Alice went inside. Bone followed her through to the living room. I don't have any bags or stuff with me, Bone said. Some of your clothes are still in a box at the back of the wardrobe. You can help yourself in the morning, Alice said. Hungry? Would you like something to eat? If you have any bread, a cheese sandwich, anything will be fine. And a beer if you have any. Hold on, she said, and disappeared into her kitchen. Bone's mobile rang, and he fished it out of his coat pocket. Brodie? He said. Sorry to disturb you so late, sir, the desk sergeant said. We've had the dispatch team on the phone. They received a call from a woman purporting to be Deborah D. Who? Bone asked. You know, our local reality show celeb. No clue. Bone shrugged. Dee Dee? Silence. Well, she told the operator that she was being attacked and someone was trying to kill her. Did she say where she was or who was assaulting her? No, but the dispatcher thought it could be a hoax, as he could hear some laughter in the background, and when he challenged the caller, the line went dead. Was the number traced? Yes. SPOC contacted the network provider, and the coverage map they sent through identified the Kingsburn village area. A squad car was dispatched, but officers couldn't see her, or any sign of trouble. And the registered user? No trace of that. It was a pay-as-you-go. She's famous, you say? She's a pop singer, and one of those YouTubers. She's well known with young folk, so that's why you might not have heard of her, Brodie joked. In that case, it's most likely a hoax, especially if the patrol car didn't find anything up there. Should I follow up? It sounds like a waste of time. Let's see where we are in the morning. We've done all we can tonight. OK, sir, and again, sorry to bother you. Bone hung up. Who is that? Alice asked, returning to the living room with a tray full of sandwiches and 2 cans of Guinness. Nothing important, Bone replied. Was it work? I told them to do one. She handed him a can. He popped the ring pull and took a couple of swigs. Ah, he sighed. I needed that. I'm absolutely frazzled, Alice said. She looked down at the mound of food on the tray she held. I don't think I can eat any of this. I might just go to bed. It's been a very long and emotionally draining day. Bone yawned. I'm glad she's finally at rest, though, after all those months of pain. It was horrible to see her wither away like that so quickly, Bone said. Cancer is a bastard. Alice took a sip of beer. You don't mind if I plough my way through this? Bone nodded at the tray. Go ahead, that's what they're there for. Alice handed Bone the tray. If you'd rather be on your own tonight, I'm happy to crash here on the sofa, Bone said. Just come in when you're done and don't forget to switch everything off. Alice yawned again. I'll try not to wake you, Bone said. I don't mind. Alice smiled back. When she'd disappeared into the bedroom, Bone dropped the tray onto the coffee table and slumped down on the sofa. He glanced round the living room and spotted a photo frame on top of the mantelpiece, a shot of him, Alice, and their son Michael when he was about 3. The parents were arm in arm and beaming at the camera, while Michael pulled at his mouth with his fingers and stuck his tongue out. Happy times, Bone mumbled, and took a bite of a sandwich, but he was beyond food too. Dropping the remains back on the tray, he got up, turned off all the lights, and crept into the bedroom. I thought you'd never come, she said. He stripped off, climbed in beside her, and together they disappeared under the blankets. The next morning, Bone and Alice sat opposite each other at the kitchen table, sipping on their respective coffees. So, how's the renovation coming on? Alice asked, breaking the silence. Fine, aye. All done. The team that came in to do the work was really quick. It looks brand new inside, and the laird has agreed to freeze the rent until next year, so I'm very lucky. You are? I bet it's so rare to get one. I'd outstayed Rona's cousin's generosity. I felt guilty for keeping them from their caravan. Is that you settled there now? I think so, aye. I still have the flat. It's like my life raft in case I change my mind, but I'll need to do something with it. Rent? Maybe. He glanced up at his wife, who piled sugar into her coffee and stirred it manically. They both fell back into silence. Everything okay? Bowen asked. I have to get going soon, Alice replied curtly. Oh, yes, me too. I'll make myself scarce. Alice put the spoon down, and it clattered around in the saucer. So what is this? She looked straight at him. What? Bowen asked. You here? Last night? I don't know. I thought we were getting on. We are. But you have your new house in the wilds now, so how does that work? We agreed to take things slowly. Isn't that what you wanted? There's slow and there's fast approaching old age and death. For once in my life, I'm exercising caution. I just feel that you weren't exactly cautious last night, Alice interrupted. Don't you want to see more of your son, then? Jesus, of course I do. You and Michael are my entire world. A few months ago, all I wanted was to move back in with my family and be your husband and a dad again, and I still do. But Loch Gillen and the caravan, the wild swimming, all of it has saved my life. I think I finally found the peace that's been missing all these years that drove us apart. I can't risk falling off the cliff again, even if that means not being with you and Michael like we were before. You understand that? Alice drank what was left of her coffee. I don't want to fuck this up, he said. So what do I say to Michael? Every day he asks when you're coming home, Alice said. Could we tell him we have 2 houses, and we can live in both? We'll just be spreading around a wee bit more than before. I mean, aren't you going to need some help at the farm? Alice stood. Michael loves it up at the loch, and he'll adore his new bedroom, Bowen added. I really think that might work. Best of both worlds. Alice sighed. Okay, look, I understand. I honestly do. And kids adapt to anything we throw at them. He'd be over the moon with an arrangement like that. And you? It is what it is, I suppose. She shrugged, then smiled. I know what Mum would say. What? For God's sake, just get on with it. So, are we a 2-house family then? Alice leaned over, took Bowen's face in her hands, and kissed him slowly on the lips. I take it that's a yes, Bowen said, coming up for air. And before you get any ideas, we've both got to go to work. What time is it? Bowen asked. 7:20. Alice nodded at the clock above Bowen's head. Bugger, I'm late. Bowen leapt from the table. He snatched up his coat and rucksack from the back of the kitchen door and headed for the front door. Alice followed him. So, are you here tonight? At your lifesaver or life raft? I'll call you, Bowen replied, and with another quick kiss, he dashed down the steps and out of the gate. Chapter 3. As Bowen headed down the bleak concrete-walled corridor of Kilwinnock Police Station, a cacophonous racket came from the other side of the incident room door. He walked in, and the team was gathered around DC Will Harper. Happy birthday to you! Happy... They stopped when they spotted their boss. Thank God for that. I was worried my tinnitus had returned with a vengeance there for a minute, Bowen said. You're just in time.
We thought you might not be coming in today, so we started without you, D.I. Rona Walker said, her Hebridean accent softening her sarcastic intent. D.S. Sheila Baxter stood by her side, wearing what appeared to be a Burger King crown. "Seeing as you're really late," Mullins cut in with a wide grin. "Aye, I slept in, would you believe?" Bones shook his head. The team responded with disapproving whoops. Bone glanced over at Harper, who sported an undersized school cap, with "The Wayne" embroidered across the front. "So is that you 29 already, Will?" Bone asked. 30, Harper replied, rolling his eyes. "Old enough for a shandy in the lounge bar now, Will," Mullins said. Bone pointed at the cap. "And whose idea was the Angus Young get-up?" he asked. "Who do you think?" Harper said. "I've a mate who works at the print shop in town." Mullins' grin widened even further. "And we've told him he has to wear it all day." "And what's with the sponsorship deal with the burger chain?" "We had the grandkids over at the weekend, and I found this in the car." "Bloody hell. You lot know how to spoil the lad," Bones scoffed. "Right then, so we'd better finish the song." And together they resumed their torturous racket. "I'd say a wee drink at the Fells on me after work is in order," Bones said when they finished. "The usual tap water all round, is it?" Mullins asked. "Just for you. The others can have what they like." "I've also got something else to tell you," Harper said. "Your gonads have just dropped?" Mullins interrupted again. "Me and Catriona have got engaged." Harper pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Well, that's great news, Will. Congratulations," Bones said. "You get 2 drinks for that." Walker approached Harper and shook his hand, and Mullins thumped him on the back, almost knocking him over his desk. "I'm so pleased for you both," Baxter added, and gave Harper a hug. "Steady on there, Sheila. Your toy boy's already taken," Mullins said. He let out a low groan and pushed his fist into his chest. "Are you okay, Mark?" Bone asked. "Bloody kebab," Mullins said, and let out a loud belch. "For God's sake, really?" Walker grimaced. "Sorry. I foolishly stopped at the takeaway van last night. The salmonella on wheels that parks up in the Scotfresh car park. I was so bloody starving, but the minute I swallowed the first lump of gristle, I knew I'd made a mistake. Tasted like a rat's colon." "And I'm sure you'd know exactly what that's like," Baxter said. "Anyway, happy 30th again, Will." Bones steered the conversation away from Mullins' gastronomic nightmare. "I bet you're so glad you can spend the whole day with us." Harper lifted the cap from his brow, glanced over at Mullins, and pulled it back on. "Okay, where was I?" Bones said. "Good morning, everyone. Any developments or updates to report?" "All quiet, sir," Walker replied. "There was an altercation last night in Brayfells Park, between the Darrach brothers again, I believe." "Jesus, that must be, 3 times this month alone?" "4, sir," Baxter said. "One of the twins, Robert, I think, ended up in A&E with a serious head injury, and the other one, Callum, is it?" Walker asked. Baxter nodded. "He's pressing charges for assault," Walker added. "Nice family," Bones said. "Bloody waste of police time and money. I wish those two would either resolve their rivalry or just bloody kill each other and be done with it. Aside from that, not a lot else." "Have you heard anything about a hoax caller claiming to be some local celeb?" Bone asked. Walker shook her head. "What was that?" "Sergeant Brodie rang me last night about a call made by a Miss D or TG. "You mean Dee Dee?" Harper said. "Kilwinnock's very own star singer and blogger?" "That's the one," Bone confirmed. "Brodie said this person claimed someone was trying to kill her, but he thought he could hear someone giggling or messing around in the background." "Sounds like kids taking the piss," Mullins said. You know she's down as the top billing at this year's Civic Week Gala concert, Harper said. All the more reason to think it's a bunch of toe rags messing about, Bones said. The call was traced to a phone box up at Devilback Bridge, at Kingsburn Village. A couple of officers went up there, but they couldn't see anything. Would it be worth another look, or a visit to the singer's house? Walker asked. We're not exactly run off our feet here. Hold up, Bones said. Let me check in with Brodie. He wasn't at his desk when I came in. I'll go if you like, sir, Harper said. OK, Will. Bone nodded. Wearing the bonnet, of course, Mullins said. I wouldn't dream of removing it. I love it, Harper replied, and quickly escaped. In the corridor, Harper removed the cap and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. In reception, the front desk was still vacant. Harper scanned the foyer and peeked through into the back office. Brodie spoke on his phone. Harper tapped the reception screen, and Brodie turned, waved at Harper and smiled, then continued his call. Harper rattled the window again and gestured for him to come. A few moments later, Brodie appeared. Sorry about that, sir. I was just checking in with Paula. You know, my wife. She's 25 weeks, and we were trying to work out if it was wind or contractions. He looked up at Harper's confused expression. You've all this ahead of you. We're on a third, so wind it is. What can I do for you? Have you any updates on... Harper began. The reception phone rang. Sorry, Will, I have to get this, Brodie said. He picked it up and stood for a moment, punctuating the silence with an occasional grunt. OK, he said finally. He hung up and stared straight at Harper for a second or two. Who was that? That was dispatch. Some bloke's just reported he's found the body of a woman out at Devilback Bridge. The boss said you received a call from a female last night from that location. Aye, that's right. She was claiming to be the singer Dee Dee. She said someone was trying to kill her, but we thought it was a hoax. He looked at Harper. Shite. I'll go get DCI Bone, Harper said. Ring them back and find out everything you can. By the time Bone and Walker arrived at the scene, the SOC team had set up roadblocks and cordoned off the area. A milky grey film of morning mist swirled around the bridge up ahead, and the hills behind it had all but disappeared. Bone pulled the Saab into the verge in front of one of the forensic trucks, and the two detectives climbed out. Drich, Bone said, turning up the collar on his coat. A uniformed officer approached. Morning, sir, the PC said with a nod. Officer Cash is under there. He pointed to the bridge up ahead. Bone shimmied below the cordon tape, and Walker followed. A few steps in, and a forensics officer in full protective gear stopped them. DCI Bone and DI Walker, Bone said. They flashed their lanyards. The boss told me to give you these. He thrust a pile of protective clothing into Bone's arms. Thanks, Bone replied sarcastically. They quickly donned the gear and followed the officer past a loud, throbbing generator down towards the stream. Teetering on the edge of the bank, Bone leaned out and peered under the bridge. A set of bright LED lights illuminated the ancient stone arch, and alongside, 3 officers huddled together in the water. A fourth stood over them, taking photos, the intermittent flash of the camera giving Bone a momentary glimpse of a leg or arm stretched out beyond the team. Careful getting down there, the officer said. I've fallen on my arse twice already. Bone started down the bank, but the plastic cover on his shoes slithered away from him, and he tumbled backwards onto the wet, muddy ground, his legs splashing into the water at the bottom. Just like that, the officer said, trying to conceal a smile. Walker quickly scrambled down and helped Bone to his feet.
Bone wiped the mud from his backside, and they proceeded, in his case with great difficulty, along the edge of the stream to the bridge. "Well, good morning," Officer Cash said. He stepped back from the group to greet them. "Fancy meeting you here." "Indeed," Bone replied. "So, what do we have?" "Come closer, but be careful you don't trip and fall into the crime scene. These rocks under here are very slippery." "So I discovered," Bone said. The detectives trudged across the stream, and the kneeling forensics officer shifted to one side. The corpse of a young white female was lying half in the water, her legs twisted sideways, with one leaning up against the bridge wall. She was fully clothed, but her sweater was torn across the shoulder, and her skirt lay in a tangle around her waist, exposing her underwear. Her head twisted sideways at an odd angle, one side completely submerged in the stream. Her mouth, contorted into a sneering grin, made the horror before them even more grotesque. A length of bunting stretched tight around her neck, the ends trailing off and rippling like swimming fish alongside her in the water's flow. "Oh, Jesus!" Walker exclaimed. "So, this morning, 2 builders on their way to work found the deceased female under the bridge." "What were they doing under here?" Walker asked. "One went for a Jimmy Riddle, apparently." Cash turned back to the corpse. "I'd say approximately early 20s, and as you can see from the extensive cuts and facial swelling, she'd been severely assaulted prior to the death." "Sexually assaulted?" Walker asked. "Too early to determine, but an initial examination suggests not," Cash replied. He knelt and prodded the woman's exposed arm with a spatula. "You see that?" He jabbed the arm again. "The resistance indicates autolysis." He looked up. "Rigor mortis. That's why she's grinning like that." Bone rubbed his hand across his brow. "Obviously, the cold water will have slowed things down a bit, but taking that into account, and judging by the condition of the skin and other first-stage taphonomic alterations, I'd say time of death was somewhere between 6 and 10 hours ago. We'll be able to give you a more accurate estimate when we get the body back to the lab." "What's with the bunting?" Bone asked. "The lesions around the neck suggest strangulation, though it is possible she drowned while unconscious, but not likely." Walker repositioned herself closer to the corpse. "I think that's Dee Dee." "As in our local celeb singer?" Cash asked. "I'm pretty sure it is," Walker replied. The forensic photographer's camera clicked and rattled out a series of flashes, exposing more of the victim's battered features. The officer stepped around Bone, nudging him as he passed. "Sorry, sir." The officer smiled and resumed his close camera work. "Come closer. I want to show you something else." Cash gestured to the detectives. They knelt by the corpse. "Jason, can you step back a second?" Cash said to the photographer, who nodded and waded away from the body, allowing Bone to sidle up alongside the victim. "At first we thought the victim had been strangled, but see here where the sweater is punctured and the fabric is stained." Bone leaned in further. "Looks like a knife wound through the rib cage and into the heart," Cash said. "I'll be able to confirm when we get her on the examination table. And then there's this." Cash reached into the water and gently lifted the left arm. The little finger has been severed and removed. A recent and very neat amputation, probably snipped with something like a set of electrical pliers. Our initial search of the site hasn't found the missing digit, so it appears to have been taken." "What's that about?" Bone asked. "Some kind of trophy, maybe?" "Despicable," Bone said. He stood up.
Rona, can you finish off here? He waded out of the tunnel. Is he okay? Cash asked. When will you move the body? Walker asked, ignoring his question, but glancing over at her boss, who scrambled up the bank. A few hours. I'll have more for you then. Right, Walker replied, and glanced anxiously at Bone again. Cash turned back to the singer's body. Dear, oh dear. If it is Dee Dee, like you say, she was due to headline the Civic Week concert next weekend. He shook his head. You've got to be kidding. I'm afraid not. The town will be heartbroken. All that hope and future she had, and here she is, just lying in a muddy burn, all gone, like a helpless, slaughtered animal. What was she doing all the way out here? Walker attempted to divert Cash's descent into another of his existential crises. Did an officer not show you the trail of blood? No, Walker said. On your way out, ask one of the team. There are drops of blood and scuff marks all the way up the road. It appears she may have either been chased or dragged up here, where the assailant cornered and killed her. OK, I'll have a look. Keep us updated, Walker said. I'll get crime scene holiday snaps over to you ASAP. Cash nodded and turned back to his men. Walker negotiated the stream and returned to the road to look for Bone. Where is he? She mumbled, and quickly removed her protective gear. She approached the officer at the cordon. Have you seen DCI Bone? She asked. There, the PC said. He pointed at the Saab. Bone sat in the driver's seat. Ta! She handed him the bundle of gear. What's up, sir? Walker asked, climbing into the passenger seat next to him. Bone continued to stare straight ahead. Are you all right? She pressed. 6 to 10 hours ago, Bone said finally. What? Cash said she died 6 to 10 hours ago. She called 999 around then. Yes, I know. Brody phoned me last night, and I passed it off as a hoax. Some wee Wayne's having a laugh, I said. I should have ordered a response team. Officers attended the scene and found nothing, Walker said. They were probably too late. If I'd acted sooner, she might still be alive. This is not your fault, sir. Well, that's how it fucking feels. Walker sighed. The call centre has been plagued by hoaxers of late. It seems to be a trend at the moment. Wee Scally's idea of a giggle. I'm sure our response unit wouldn't have been any quicker than the 2 PCs. And it's still not confirmed it's her yet. You recognised her. Aye, okay, but this sounds to me like she was probably already dead by the time she called 999, if you know what I mean. Bones sighed. Sir, this is the nature of our job. We have to make these decisions every bloody day. We act on our professional judgments, and we are human. Whoever did this was clearly hell-bent on ending Dee Dee's life, and there's nothing you or the Force could have done about that. Wasn't good enough. Bones shook his head. In the world's eyes, we're usually not good enough. But we know we do our absolute best. You do your absolute best, and that's what really matters. Bone looked over at his colleague and smiled. You're a right bloody charmer, aren't you? I'm only gunning for a coffee. It's your round, by the way. OK, let's get back to the station. Could you call the team and fill them in? The SOC team found some blood on the road up there. Let me check it out. You want to come? Give me a minute, Bones said with a sigh. She climbed out and fished her phone out of her suit pocket, then turned back and tapped on the window. Shall I mention Dee Dee? Let's do that face to face, Bone replied. OK. She carried on towards a group of SOC officers kneeling by the roadside. Chapter 4
When Bowen and Walker got back to the station, the incident room was abuzz with activity. Even Mullins sat at his desk, pounding the keys on his computer. "All right, everyone, gather round," Bowen said. The team stopped what they were doing. "So, to confirm, at 8:48 this morning, the body of a white female, approximately early 20s, was found by two builders under the Devilback Bridge, just outside Kingsburn village. The body had been severely beaten with substantial cuts and bruises visible on limbs and face, and a length of bunting was twisted around the victim's neck, suggesting she was strangled. However, there is also a puncture wound to the lower rib cage, indicating a likely stabbing, possibly fatal, but the man in black still has to confirm. The small digit from the victim's left hand had also been amputated and appears to have been removed from the scene." "That's messed up," Mullins said. "Any ID yet?" D.S. Baxter asked. Bowen pressed the scar on his forehead. "Please bear in mind that the body hasn't been formally identified, but... Rona?" He nodded for her to continue. "I'm pretty sure the body's that of Deborah D.," Walker said. "What, the singer, Dee Dee?" Harper asked. "I'm afraid so," Walker said. "Fuck's sake!" Mullins exclaimed. "The town's going to be totally devastated. She's everyone's bloody sweetheart." "That's why we have to hold tight on this information until we have more from forensics," Bowen cut in. "Wasn't she down to sing at the Civic Week Gala?" Mullins asked. "Headline, to be precise," Harper added. Mullins sighed. "That's a bloody tragedy. She's actually not too bad. Sandra loves her." "Okay, so what do we have so far?" Bowen asked, moving things on. 999 received a call from a woman claiming to be Dee Dee on Sunday night at 11:23 p.m., Baxter said. "I spoke briefly to the duty operator who took the call, and she said the woman claimed her life was being threatened." "Did the operator say anything about hoax calls?" Bowen glanced over at Walker. "Yes," Sheila confirmed. "She said she thought she'd heard some laughter in the background, got a little suspicious, as Dee Dee was a celebrity and challenged her, but the call was then terminated. I've requested the recording, which should land in my inbox shortly. Also, the phone used was a pay-as-you-go with no registered owner on record." "Okay. So there were serious doubts about the authenticity of the call?" Walker asked. "Sounds like it, yes. But as a matter of routine, a squad car was dispatched to investigate." "And when was that?" "Hold on." Baxter returned to her desk. 12:09 a.m. 40 minutes later, Bowen said. "It was a busy night, apparently. Patrols were all dealing with various incidents." "Anything else?" "That's all I've unearthed so far," Baxter replied. "There is something," Bowen said. "I spoke to Brodie later that evening about the incident. He explained what had happened, and I ordered him to sit on it until the morning, as there wasn't a lot else we could do. In hindsight, perhaps not the wisest decision." He sighed. "Hindsight, my arse. You absolutely made the right decision, sir," Mullins said. "We'd all have done exactly the same thing. The operator thought it was a hoax, and the uniforms found nothing. End of." The team nodded in agreement. "Has anyone spoken to the duty officers yet?" Walker asked, diverting the conversation. "No, but easily done," Mullins said. "I'll get on that now if you like." "And what were the builders doing under the bridge?" Harper asked. "Taking a leak, apparently," Walker said. "I'll get on it," Harper said. "And we'll need to find out as much as we can about the probable victim," Bowen said, still brooding over the what-ifs. "I know she's a Kilwinnock lass, born and bred, and she shot to fame a couple of years ago after winning a TV talent show," Mullins said. "You seem to know quite a lot about her, Mark. Are you a big fan?" Harper said with a smile. "No me. It's that mad wife of mine. She's obsessed with all that celeb shite. But
Seeing as it was one of our own, I might have watched a wee bit of it.
I think I remember something about that when she won. Didn't the town put on some kind of celebration? Baxter asked.
Oh, aye, Mullins continued. They drove her on an open-top double-decker through the town, and she sang that winning song of hers in Burn Green Park. Thousands came out to see it.
Totally missed that, Bones said.
Well, you were probably in hospital, boss. You know, after Bonzo blew you up, Mullins replied tactlessly.
That would explain it, Bones said, rolling his eyes. Anything else? Did you know that she was due to perform at the Civic Week Gala concert this Saturday? Yes, Rona dropped that bombshell in the car. She's also a pretty famous vlogger, Harper said.
Aye, Sandra watches that guff day and bloody night.
Water? Bone asked. A video blogger. You know, where celebs talk about their daily lives and flog products. That sort of thing, Harper explained.
I mean, who in their right mind wants to know what someone's eating every minute of the bloody day?
Mullins interrupted. Sounds like something you'd be good at, Mark, Baxter said. Can you imagine? Harper said. Rather not, Bone winced. If she was recording her daily life on these things, then definitely worth checking out. Could you do that, Will? No problem. And what about Civic Week and the gala concert? That bunting is seriously worrying me, Bone continued. All I know is it's on Saturday, and Civic Week started today, Baxter said.
How could you miss it, boss? Mullins said. The town's covered in flags and banners, and there are posters on every lamppost and shop window.
I don't live here anymore, remember? Bone replied. Right, so Will and Mark, if you could interview the builders and see if there's anything the response team missed. Sheila, could you have a dig around Dee Dee's personal and professional life and see what you can find? Actually, I've had a quick scoot around the web earlier, Harper interrupted. It seems she's in a bit of a feud with her dad and lots of gossipy stuff about her relationship with her boyfriend, Tusk. Tusk? Walker asked. That's his name, apparently, and according to the tabloids, a bit of a bad boy. The whole sex, drugs and rock and roll thing. I read he's abusive, a serial cheater, and likes to powder his nose, Walker said. Yes, that's the sort of creep that tabloids like to describe as a bad boy, Harper added. Walker sighed. OK, so once we have a positive ID, which seems inevitable, we'll need to interview both of them, Bone said. Anything else? She was signed up to sing at the gala concert next Saturday, the 24th. The organisers and council were billing it as her homecoming show. Why homecoming? Where's she been? The States, trying to make it over there, apparently, Harper said. She must have a pretty hotshot manager, then. I would think so, but I've not reached that point in my rummage yet. And what about her movements that night, or in the days before? Or people she might have been with or spoken to or confided in about who might be threatening her? We're on it, sir, Baxter said. Interesting it was a pay-as-you-go, Harper cut in. Why would Dee Dee be using one of those? Privacy concerns, maybe? The perils of fame and all that? Baxter suggested. Bone turned to Walker. I'll meet you in reception in 20 minutes. OK. Where are we going? Super, Bone said. And may I remind everyone that as yet we are dealing with a mysterious death of an unidentified female. This is going to cause shockwaves through the town and around the country, so let's keep the lid on it and the sewer rats at bay a little longer, please, until we've established some facts. Boss, the team replied. Bone left. Come, Detective Superintendent Gallagher called from the other side of his office door. What's going on up at Kingsburn? I hear Cash and his death squad are there now. A body's been found under the Devilback Bridge. Oh, Christ. Just when I thought we might get away with a quiet Civic Week. Knew it was too good to be true. Does it look like a murder? I believe so, yes. Cash is still to call it, but the woman's clearly been attacked and strangled.
You'd better sit down then.
Gallagher glanced down at his desk and wiped the back of his hand purposefully across the far corner, flicking at some invisible speck of dust. Bone took the chair opposite.
So, do we have a time of death yet?
Last night, close to midnight, the woman called 999 reporting that she was being attacked. A squad car was sent to investigate, but the attending officers didn't see anything suspicious. She wasn't found until 2 builders stumbled across her this morning.
This is all we need,
Gallagher said. That's not everything, Bone interrupted. Although we are waiting for formal ID, we think the victim is the singer and local celebrity, Dee Dee.
Oh, dear God. You've got to be kidding,
Gallagher said, pushing his chair back and standing.
Our star of the Civic Week show.
Yes, Bone replied.
If this is what's her name?
Dee Dee.
This is going to upset a lot of people. A murdered woman is bad enough, but a murdered celebrity? We're talking bloody hysteria.
He puffed out his cheeks and smoothed down his over-lacquered hair. He looked up.
Isn't she supposed to be playing at the town gala concert on Saturday?
She was, yes.
Oh, Christ.
I've told the team to keep this locked up for now, Bone replied. There's something else.
Please don't tell me it gets worse.
Sergeant Brodie rang me last night, following the 999 call.
And?
A squad car was sent up there, but the duty officers found nothing, and the operator reported the call as a possible hoax. So I told him to sit on it until the morning and not bother calling in the response team.
And your problem is?
Gallagher said. My problem is I feel responsible for the death of that woman.
How do you work that out? You followed procedures and made a judgment based on the situation as it was.
He glanced over at Bone, who rubbed at the scar on his temple.
Don't be a horse's arse, Duncan.
What?
I know where you're going with this, and it's a road to hell.
Bone shrugged.
I mean it. Do not go there.
Sir.
But thank you for being straight about it.
I knew you'd find out one way or another anyway, so... Bone smiled.
I get why you're worried, but honestly, if we ulcerated our gut over every decision we make, we'd all end up like you, Gallagher joked. Wind your neck in. You did the right thing.
He went over to the window and stared down into the car park.
We'll have to work out what we say to the press when the time comes. McKinnon and his leeches will be all over this like a plague of cock boils.
Horrific, Bone replied.
Let's see where the investigation goes and keep me updated.
Will do, sir. Bone got up.
And Duncan,
Gallagher called when Bone reached the door.
Mind what I said.
He tapped the side of his head. With a nod, Bone shut the door behind him. Chapter 5. Back in reception, Walker was talking to 2 young people by the front desk. Sir, this is Jean Jarvie and Sam Muirhead. They're friends with the singer Dee Dee, is that right? She turned back to the worried-looking pair. They both nodded. They've come in because they're concerned about Miss Dee's whereabouts. She's not answering my calls, and she didn't show up for our shopping trip yesterday, the pale-faced girl said. Same thing with me, her friend added quickly. Okay, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable, Bone said. He leaned over the counter and gestured to Brodie, who was in the back room on his phone again. Sorry, sir, Brodie said and returned to the foyer. All good? Bone asked. Another false alarm, Brodie smiled. Could you take Miss Jarvie and Mr. Muirhead to the, family room? He said, stopping himself from using the word bereavement. Would you like some tea or coffee? Maybe just a glass of water, the distraught girl said, tears brimming. Brodie ushered them through the security door, and Bone turned back to Walker. "We treat this as a missing person case for now," he said. "Of course," Walker replied. Together they followed Brodie and the pair down the corridor. In the family room, the two friends sat together on a small sofa. The girl tugged nervously at the hem of her skirt. Walker and Bone pulled the two remaining armchairs in close. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bone, and this is Detective Inspector Walker," Bone said. "Perhaps if you could tell us when you began to get worried about her." "She's okay, isn't she?" the girl asked before Bone could finish, her lower lip quivering. "If you could start with that," Bone pressed. "She was supposed to come round to mine for tea on Saturday night," the young man said. "Every month, when she's home, we always watch the X Factor together, or something else like that when it's not on. But she didn't show." "Was she in a habit of doing that?" Walker asked. "Never. Yeah, she cancels stuff because her life is a bit nuts now, but she always lets me know." "So how long have you known Miss D?" Bone asked. "God, we were in the same class at primary. All our lives, really. We're best mates, all three of us." He glanced over at his friend, who wiped at her eyes. "Is that the same for you, then?" Bone asked. Miss Jarvie nodded. "She calls me Little Jeanie. You know, like the song," the girl said, and she sobbed quietly again. "It's all right," Walker said, and leaning over, handed the girl a box of tissues. "What did you do when she didn't show up?" Bone continued. "I called Jean, didn't I, and asked you if you'd heard from her." Jean nodded again and patted her eyes with a tissue. "And then?" Bone pressed. "She hadn't been in touch for over a week," Jean said. "I didn't think about it much, as I know how busy she is, but when Sam called, I got worried, but thought I'd see her on Sunday and everything would be fine." "Sunday?" Walker asked. "We were going to record another of our shopping trip videos for her show. We spoke about it when she was in America, and she told me she was desperate to come home and see her pals." Her face crumpled again. "The same for me. We all did a video chat together, remember?" Sam added. "That's right, yes," Jean confirmed. "When you say another, how often did you make these videos?" Walker asked. "We used to do them every day. I was her vlog partner on the early stuff, but when she met Tusk, everything totally changed." She blew her nose. "Why's that?" "He's a bit controlling," Sam replied. "He's more than that. He's an abusive prick," Jean retorted, and she let out a shaky sigh. "He stops us from seeing her. Thinks we're a bad influence. Arsehole," she cursed, her anger continuing to grow. "Where were you supposed to meet her for your shopping trip?" Walker asked, moving things on. "Edinburgh. I waited at Waverley for 2 hours. I was so worried I called you, didn't I?" She nudged Sam's elbow. "Aye, and that's when we decided we needed to speak to you," Sam said. "So when was the last time you saw Miss D, then?" Bone asked. "She's been in the States for 2 months, so it must have been April or May. Is that right?" Sam nodded. "We've done a couple of video calls since then, but only for a few minutes while Tusk was out," Jean continued. "And on these videos, how did she seem?" Walker asked. "On the surface, she seemed her usual happy, smiley self. But you could tell something was up." "In what way?" "She was nervy, on edge, you know. I asked her if she was okay, and she said the US tour wasn't going too well, and she was really homesick. But I reckon that bastard was making her life hell. And that manager of hers just lets it happen, encourages it even, as it keeps her in the tabloids and makes him even more money that he's screwing out of her." "Jean," Sam interrupted. "Come on, you don't know that for sure. I'm telling you, he's up to all sorts." "What do you mean?" Bone asked. "She never has a penny.
When we go out, she's always tapping off me. She looked up at the detectives. I mean, how can that be when she's selling thousands of records? Her vlog has millions of followers, and she had 2 top 10 hits last year. So in what ways was this Tusk making Miss D's life hell? Walker asked. They fight a lot, you know. Monumental Barneys. Then they make up in all sweetness and light again. He has some kind of hold on her. When you say fight, do you mean physically? I'm pretty sure of it, yes, Jean replied. Please, Jean, that's hearsay. We shouldn't be landing him in trouble like this, Sam butted in again. Look, Jean said, and opening her handbag, she retrieved her phone. Don't show them that, come on, Sam pleaded. About a month ago, a video called her and I accidentally recorded it. Sam shook his head. This is crazy. She flicked at the screen, located the file and pressed the play button, turning the phone so that the detectives could see it. It's very short. She said she was too busy to talk. The recording started, and she turned up the volume. The display lit up, and in the video a messy, empty bedroom appeared, with blankets hanging off the side of a king-size bed and clothes scattered all over the floor. Where's this? I think it's some posh hotel in New York. She's not the tidiest of people. She smiled. Hi, Debs, Miss Jarvie said from the tiny speaker. Are you there? There was a thud and clatter, and Dee Dee briefly appeared on the screen. She waved quickly and ducked out sideways. Hiya, Dee Dee replied cheerfully. Sorry I can't speak now, hun. I'm so fucking late for a meeting. My manager's going to kill me. Her disembodied voice continued. Just checking you're okay. I haven't heard from you for a wee while, Jean said. Oh, sorry, hun. You know things are crazy at the minute. She reappeared on screen. Listen, I've got to run. I'll call you in a couple of days, okay? She held her hand over one side of her face. Oh my God! What's happened? Jean said, spotting an enormous, deep crimson bruise behind her palm. This? I'm so embarrassed, Dee Dee said, dropping her hand to reveal the injury. I was so pissed I fell up the stairs and bashed my head on the step. Only I could fall up the stairs and not down. She smiled and patted the bruise that stretched from the top of her cheek to her hairline. My manager is so pissed off with me. I was supposed to be doing a photo shoot, but he's had to postpone. Did you go to the doctor? That looks awful, Jean said. Nah, I'm fine. Totally ashamed, but fine. And Al's got in a fabulous makeup artist who can hide it really well. Where's Tusk? Jean asked. Out, Dee Dee said abruptly. Listen, I really must fly. Let's speak next week, okay? Okay, take care. Love you, Jean replied. Love you back, little Jeanie. Dee Dee beamed, and then the screen went blank. I'm sure he did that to her, Jean said. She said herself she fell on the stairs, Jean, Sam cut in. You honestly believe that? Jean asked, shaking her head. Typical man. Is Tusk still in the States, or did he return with her? Walker asked. He never lets her out of his sight, so I would think he's back in Scotland, Jean said. And the manager? I would assume he's here too, as she's starting a UK tour in a few weeks, after her Civic Week gig. Where does she stay when she comes back to Kilwinnock? Her record company rents out one of those posh cottages up at Kincaid House for her. They like it because the hotel complex is private, and they keep the paparazzi away. But she hates it up there. Why? Bone asked. She's not comfortable with all that fame and fortune stuff, you know? And is Tusk likely to be there? We drove up there this morning to check if she was maybe hiding away up there or something, but the dick on reception wouldn't let us in, Jean grimaced. Does Miss D have any relatives in Kilwinnock or nearby? Only her dad.
Her mum and dad divorced a few years back, and then her mum died. When she gets fed up, she sometimes hides out at her mum's flat.
Where's that?
You know the tower block at Braeburn Lock?
That's quite rough, isn't it? Walker said.
The neighbours round there leave Debs alone, as they all knew her for years before she was famous. That's why she likes it. A bit of normality. I doubt she's there, though. I don't think Tusk or her manager would let her out of their sight.
Have you got a flat number? Bone asked.
43, 3rd floor.
And no brothers or sisters?
No. Her dad always told her she was enough of a mistake to make.
Charming.
They haven't spoken since her mum's funeral. He was the one who sold the house and pocketed all the money after the divorce. Her mum got nothing. Deb seems to be surrounded by these awful men in her life.
Hey! Sam cut in.
Except you, Sam. But we don't really think of you like that.
Thanks. I think. Sam pulled a face.
OK, thank you very much.
All of that is really helpful, Walker said.
Before you leave, could we possibly have a copy of the video you showed us? Yes, of course. I can send you it if you like. It might be easier just to quickly download while you're here. It'll only take a couple of minutes. Sure, aye, Jean agreed. The code is 4 zeros.
She handed Walker her phone.
I'll meet you up at reception in a couple of minutes, Walker said and left. You'll let us know as soon as you hear anything? Jean asked Bone.
Of course. And if you think of anything else, however small or trivial, ring me, okay? Bone said, handing her his card.
You do think she's okay, don't you? And we're just worrying for nothing, Sam said.
We'll keep you informed. Bone walked the two friends back up to the foyer. When Walker returned with the phone and the pair had gone, Bone turned to his colleague. I think we need a word with this Tusk character. What sort of name is that? Walker shrugged. Sounds like a bellend to me.
But that was some bruise, Walker added. The guy didn't seem so keen on the girl's accusations, though.
It's murky, whatever it is. As usual. Bone smiled. And speaking of bellends, the manager doesn't sound much better either. Bog off offer, Walker replied. Bone leaned over the counter and called on Brodie again. Could you ask D.S. Baxter to see what she can find out about Miss D's boyfriend, a guy called Tusk?
Tusk?
Brodie pulled a face.
What sort of name is that?
Bone glanced round at Walker.
Are we talking surname, or did his sicko parents name him after that really shite Fleetwood Mac album?
I believe it's just Tusk, Bone confirmed.
OK.
Brodie shook his head in disbelief. Could you ring through to the incident room and tell D.S. Mullins that once they're done with the builders, to head over to Braeburn Lock Flats and check out the victim's hideaway?
OK.
Brodie returned to the back room. Will has the recordings and we'll get on to the others when he gets back. OK. Kincaid House? Bone gestured to the front door. And still not a coffee bean in sight, Walker sighed. They headed to the car. Chapter 6. Kincaid House, a converted 5-star Georgian mansion, was located on the Lennox estate, just outside Campsie Fells village. As Bone turned the Saab into the long drive up through the grounds, Walker shook her head.
Who was it who bought this again? She asked.
Some hedge fund conglomerate in the US. Shocking that 3 rich jocks from New York can own a chunk of the Campsies. The house appeared over the brow of the gentle incline, the plethora of windows aglow with wealth. And there she blows, he said. The Saab drove on between a neat line of trees that directed the eye to the spectacle ahead. I wonder how much it is for a room, Walker said. Above our pay grade, I would think. Bone pulled into the gravel-covered car park and one of the reserved bays.
That says night manager on it,
Walker said, pointing out the sign out front. We're police officers. Do you really think they're going to argue the toss? Bone replied. Then anyway, it's only 11:30. The night manager will still be in bed. And the owners can go screw themselves? Walker said with a smile. Most of all, that, Bone chuckled. Stepping out, they gazed up at the brightly illuminated red stone monolith looming over them. After you, Bone said. They climbed the short flight of steps and went in. The faux Georgian foyer was almost completely silent. A tall grandfather clock by the entrance ticked gently, its giant pendulum swinging slowly inside its perfectly polished glass and mahogany case. Like a morgue in here, Bone whispered to Walker. An immaculately groomed receptionist, perched behind a solid hardwood desk the size of a Range Rover, glanced up when he heard them come in. "Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Can I help you?" he asked, his voice pruned to a perfectly enunciated banality. "We're looking for a Mr." Bone stopped and glanced over at Walker. "Tusk?" Walker finished Bone's sentence. "I beg your pardon?" the receptionist replied with an airbrushed smile. "Miss Deedee's apartment," Bone said. "I'm afraid I don't think we have anyone by that name staying here." He paused and gave the detectives the once-over. "Do you have reservations? The hotel is for residents only and—" The detectives cut him off with a flash of their lanyards. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bone, and this is Detective Inspector Walker. Could you show us through to Miss D's apartment, please?" The receptionist coughed and spluttered, as though choking on his own pomposity. "Would you like me to get you a glass of water, Andrew?" Bone asked, clocking the name tag on the lapel of his tailored black suit. The receptionist shook his head, and after a couple of deep breaths, he recovered. "I'm, terribly sorry. I didn't realize you were police officers," the receptionist replied nervously. "You caught me by surprise there. Of course, yes, let me ring her apartment, and then I'll show you the way. Perhaps you could just take us." "Certainly," the receptionist said, and sliding round his desk, he marched off through the reception into a second, equally grand lounge, dotted with upholstered and leather furniture, a massive inglenook fireplace, and a gleaming brass and dark wood bar that stretched the length of the far wall. An elderly man was asleep in one of the chairs, while a couple of silver-haired, overdressed women were propped up on stools, chatting to an animated barman who mixed a cocktail. "Old folks home for the oligarchs," Bones said, loud enough for the receptionist to hear. The women at the bar turned, frowned, and then continued to fawn over the handsome toy boy they had caught in their trap. "The apartments are at the rear of the house gardens. A bit of a walk, I'm afraid," the receptionist said, and took a right through a conservatory and out onto a manicured lawn the size of a cricket ground that was surrounded by lush, colourful borders and mature dwarf trees. They cut across the lawn past a cluster of deck chairs and out towards a neat line of Italian conifers. "Through this way." The receptionist disappeared down a path between the trees. On the other side, a row of cottages ran along the ridge of a steep slope. "Is that them?" Bone asked. "Yes. You probably think they look quite small. We have lots of guests who reach this point with disappointment in their eyes. But all is not what it seems," he said mischievously. Bone grinned at Walker. "Miss D has rented all the apartments for the duration of her stay," the receptionist said. "Wow, that must cost something," Walker said. "Her management company deals with all of that. I think Miss D likes the privacy that our apartments offer." "We just drove in. There was no one on the gate," Bone said. "We have state-of-the-art security systems that log car registrations as they arrive, and there are security cameras all over the estate. We like to keep things as discreet as possible, but any breach is dealt with within seconds." "You get what you pay for, I suppose," Walker said sarcastically. "Exactly," the receptionist replied, failing to pick up on her tone. He stopped at the first door. "I believe she is in number 1.
He tapped the polished silver knocker gently. He tried again, this time a little louder. "As I said, I don't believe she's—" A loud thump came from the other side, and the door swung open. "I've told you before, I don't need housekeeping today." The man stopped when he saw the two detectives staring back at him. "Oh!" Aside from a sleep mask dangling precariously from his ear, the man was completely naked. He looked down as the cool air hit his exposed skin. "Shit! Sorry," he said, and shut the door. "Is that Tusk?" Bone asked the receptionist. "I believe so, yes." "Tusk by name, eh?" Walker said with a smile. "I'm deeply sorry for that. I think he didn't realize." "Or maybe he doesn't care," Bone said. The door opened again, and Tusk was now in a dressing gown, with the tie pulled messily around his waist. The sleep mask was also gone. "Who are you? If this is about the noise last night, I turned it down not long after you rang, so fucking shoot me now." He threw up his arms, and his dressing gown flew open. "Shitting shit!" he cursed again. "Detective Chief Inspector Bone and Detective Inspector Walker from Kilwinnock Station. Are you Mr. Tusk?" "Jesus Christ, you called the cops, really? For a bit of loud music? I thought this was fucking 5-star. God almighty. I mean, I turned it down when you said, well, maybe an hour or so later, but I did as you asked." "We're not here about any complaints, sir. Could we have a word?" Tusk scratched at the tangle of black hair perched like a crow's nest on top of his head. "What about? I don't do cops." "I'm glad to hear it," Walker said. "We just want to ask you a few questions about your partner, Miss Deborah D." "Oh, fuck. What's she done?" "Nothing, Mr. Tusk." "Can we come in?" Bones said. "It's Tusk. Just Tusk, okay?" "Apologies, Tusk. Can we come in?" Bone repeated. "Sure, but it ain't pretty. Could you give me a minute?" The receptionist shuffled around and tried to peek beyond the door, but Tusk edged it shut. "I'm sure my place is worse." "We're fine with messes, aren't we, D.I. Walker?" Bones said with a smile. "My life is a mess now, so all good," Walker agreed. "She has a baby, so she trumps anything you can throw at us." "Literally," Walker added. "Okay." Tusk rolled his eyes and opened the door. "Thanks for your help," Bones said to the receptionist. "If you need any assistance, call reception," he said, with another forced smile. Bone and Walker followed Tusk into a modest hallway, and then down a flight of modern oak stairs into a vast, open-plan kitchen-living area, constructed almost entirely of glass and steel. There were a few crushed beer cans and dirty plates strewn on the floor, and unidentified debris piled up on a coffee table, tucked in next to a giant white leather sofa that filled the centre of the room. "Wow, look at that view," Walker said. She approached a set of towering bifold doors that straddled the width of the rear wall and looked out on a spectacular view of the estate's man-made loch, with the Campsies behind. Tusk skipped on ahead, quickly snatching a blanket from the sofa and tossing it over the coffee table. "When did they add these big ugly boxes to the cottages?" Bone asked, pulling a face. "No clue, man. I just squat here, you know." Tusk wiped the end of his nose nervously. "Is it okay if I get changed? I feel kinda undressed in this clobber." "I think that ship's already sailed, son," Bone replied. Tusk retreated through a door behind the kitchen. "You fancy a swim?" Walker asked, gazing out at the loch. "They've even got their own wee boat and jetty to go out on." But Bone was over by the blanket. "Shall I have a peek and see what he's hiding under here?" He reached down to peel back the corner. "So sorry to keep you." Tusk reappeared in torn jeans and a Take That t-shirt. Bone stepped back. "Big fan of boy bands, I see," Walker said. "What?"
Tusk asked. The T-shirt. Oh, it's Dee's. All mine are reeking. Where's Miss D? Bone asked. Tusk spun round. I have no clue. I got back last night and she wasn't there. Where were you? In London, seeing some mates. Why? He patted his jeans, as though searching for something. Hold up, he said, and scanning the room, he went over to the tooth-white kitchen island and, leaning over, retrieved a packet of Marlboros and a lighter. Do you mind? I don't, but I'm sure Kincaid House might, Bone replied. Tusk lit up anyway, and taking in a lungful of smoke, he blew a plume high into the vaulted ceiling above. So, when's the last time you spoke to Miss D? A couple of days ago, maybe 3. I can't remember. Do you often go for days without talking to each other? Walker asked. Oh, yeah. We're not joined at the hip. So, what were you doing in London? Bone asked. Tusk took another long drag of his cigarette. Is it okay if I open up these doors? Walker said, the smoke clearly annoying her. Yeah, knock yourself out. Tusk nodded. He flicked ash into the sink in the centre of the island. London? Bone pressed. As I said, I was visiting some friends and partying. Tusk clicked nervously at his lighter. Is there anyone who can verify your whereabouts? Sure, that might be a bit tricky. Why? Bone asked. I'd rather not say. Tusk slammed his lighter down on the worktop. What's this all about? Has something happened to Debs or something? He asked, the penny finally dropping. It would be very helpful if you could give us the name or names of those you were with in London, Bones said. Look, as long as Debs doesn't find out. I mean, nothing was going on, but she gets really jealous, even if I'm in the same room as certain women. Who were you with, Tusk? Walker asked. It was one of my exes. We went to a club and partied late. When was this? Wednesday. And then? And then I went back to hers, and that's where things might get a bit sticky with Debs. But we just carried on drinking and listened to a few tunes. You got back last night. That's at least 3 days. What can I say? I was having a good time, and Debs is always really busy, so I thought it was best to keep out of her hair. Right, Walker replied. And the name of this ex? Bone continued. He took another puff of his cigarette and looked up. Listen, guys, it's been great having you around and all that, but I think I need to speak to my solicitor about this. All we need is a name. Miss D doesn't have to know anything, Bone pressed. No, sorry. Unless you tell me what's going on, I'm not prepared to go any further with this. If you don't mind, I'd rather you leave now. Tusk climbed the stairs to the entrance. It would help us a great deal, Bones said. Please, Tusk interrupted, and held the door open for them. Bellend, Walker said as they returned to the reception. Yep. But is he a murdering bellend? That's the question, Bone replied. I'd bet my sab that he was hiding a wee stash of Class A under that blanket. Oh, God, aye. Maybe we should organise a wee visit from our colleagues over at SDEA. I would think it'll all be flushed by now. He stopped and glanced back at the cottages. But unless Mr. Tusk comes up with a solid alibi sharpish, he'll be seeing a lot more of us. Chapter 7. Colin McKinnon, social affairs editor for Kilwinnick's local newspaper, The Chronicle, lowered himself onto the chair at his desk and blew out his cheeks. The previous evening, he'd attended a journalism awards ceremony in Glasgow and got a little carried away with the hospitality. For the first time in his career, he'd been nominated for an award, but lost out to a rival paper. Reaching into his drawer, he fished around and removed a packet of ibuprofen, popped a couple in his mouth, and then realised he didn't have any water. With a grimace, he swallowed them dry and immediately coughed and choked.
A cub reporter appeared at his door. McKinnon gestured for him to get some water. The young man shook his head, unsure what he meant. "Water!" McKinnon wheezed. "Shit, sorry, aye," the reporter replied, and dashed over to the fountain by the window. Quickly pouring a plastic cup full, he handed it to his boss. McKinnon gulped it down and gestured for another, and the flustered junior complied. "Are you okay, Colin?" he asked. "No, I'm not fucking okay," McKinnon continued to splutter. He finally caught his breath and slowly returned to normal. "Next time you see your boss dying before your eyes, maybe use a bit of common fucking sense." "Sorry, I kind of panicked." "What do you want?" McKinnon said, rubbing at his forehead. "There's a wrecking ball in my head, and I don't need you in there with it." Oh what?" McKinnon repeated. "Shit, I've forgotten." "Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you just fuck off then?" "Wait, I've remembered. I've brought your post." "Well?" "And I was going to take your coffee order." "Where's the post?" McKinnon shook his head. The reporter looked at him blankly for a second and glanced back to the door. "There! It's there!" He pointed at a pile of mail on top of a filing cabinet. He ran over, snatched it up, and handed it over. "So sorry you didn't win last night. You were robbed." The reporter smiled nervously. "Black, 3 sugars," McKinnon said, and shooed the junior away with his hand. "2 ticks," the reporter replied, and left. "2 fucking ticks," McKinnon mumbled, shaking his head, then moaned as the wrecking ball slammed against the inside of his skull again. Dropping the bundle onto his desk, he shuffled through and stopped at an A4-sized padded envelope with his address typed neatly on the front. He turned it over and checked the back, but it was blank. There was a rusty brownish watermark in the bottom corner. He squeezed the padding and felt something hard inside. Prizing open the seal, he plucked out a thin A5 booklet. "Bloody Civic Week programme," McKinnon cursed. It was the 3rd he'd received in the post that week, from various sources, eager for his and his paper's attention. He dropped it on the desk and reached in again, but whatever was at the bottom seemed to be stuck to the padding. He flipped the envelope upside down, shook it hard, and an object flew out and landed at his feet. Pushing his chair back, he retrieved a small oblong package wrapped up in tissue paper and roughly sealed with sellotape, one end stained with the same rusty brown substance. He reached across the debris of papers and cuttings strewn across his desk. He plucked a pair of scissors from a tray, gently snipped at the taped seal, and slowly unpeeled the wrapping. As he tore away the final layer, a pink painted fingernail emerged. "Oh, Jesus!" McKinnon exclaimed in horror and tossed it across his desk. "What the fuck is that?" he gasped, staring at the nail sticking out of the end. Leaning over, he squinted again and shuddered. With shaking hands, he pulled it closer and cut away the remaining tissue to reveal a neatly severed finger, a pinky, though the skin colour was closer to greyish-blue than pink. "Is this some kind of practical joke?" he muttered, and picking up a pen, prodded the appendage with the nib to check its authenticity. The pinky rolled over to reveal its creases. "Fucking hell!" He peered inside the envelope, the end gaping open as though it were screaming at him. Easing his hand in again, he carefully plucked at the end of a card sticking out the top and placed it alongside the amputated digit. It was an A4-sized signed publicity shot of Dee Dee, her swirling autograph spiralling across the bottom half of the photograph. But the image had been doctored, and instead of her usual beaming smile, a battered and bloody head was digitally superimposed on top. He picked up the photo. On the back, printed across its centre in crimson capital letters, was the phrase, "Who will be next?" McKinnon dashed out into the newsroom, still clutching the photograph. He approached the cub reporter, who almost fell off his chair as he loomed at him. "Do you recognise who this is?" McKinnon slammed the page down on the reporter's desk. "Who?" "Yes, who?" McKinnon tapped the paper impatiently. The reporter squinted at the image for a moment. "It's difficult to make out," he said finally. "Try!" McKinnon snapped back. The reporter picked up the page and looked again. "It's not Dee Dee, is it?" "That's what I thought," McKinnon replied. "God, has she been in a fight with someone or what?" McKinnon snatched up the photo and, weaving between desks, rapped on the editor-in-chief's glass door and went in. "Hold up, Colin," the red-faced man said, clutching a phone to his ear. "Uh-huh," he mumbled. McKinnon puffed impatiently. Finally, he hung up. "Morning, Colin. What can I do for you?" The editor-in-chief slumped down behind his desk, piled high on either side with files, notes, and scraps of paper. "Have you had any reports of police activity this morning?" McKinnon asked. The phone rang. Dennis reached over to pick it up. "Just leave it for a second, Dennis," McKinnon said impatiently. The editor pulled a face at him. "Please," McKinnon added. They waited until the ringing stopped, and McKinnon asked again. "Funny you should ask," the editor replied. "We've just got word that they've cordoned off an area up at King's Burn." "Any word on why?" "Not as yet. All tight-lipped as usual." "This morning I received an unmarked envelope in the post," McKinnon began. "Busman's holiday for you, that, is it not?" This was inside. He handed Dennis the photocopy, and he turned it round a few times. "Who will be next?" "What does that mean?" "Check the other side," McKinnon said. "What is that?" He cocked his head to decipher the image. Then he stopped. "Oh, it's a woman." "Bloody hell, what's going on here?" "Who does it look like?" The editor-in-chief studied the photo for a few moments more. "Jesus Christ! It's not what's-her-face, is it?" he exclaimed. "Who?" McKinnon pushed. "Dee Dee, the local singer lass. She's performing at this year's Civic Week, isn't she?" He looked again. "What the hell has she done to her face? You don't think this is—" "There's more. It's on my desk," McKinnon said. "What?" "Come and see." "I don't like the sound of that." He got up and followed McKinnon out of his office. Chapter 8. When Mullins and Harper arrived at Dee Dee's mother's flat, 2 police officers were ahead of them, entering the close. "Hold up," Mullins called. They turned. "Morning, sir," one of the PCs said with a smile, recognising Mullins' hulking frame looming towards him. "What's going on?" Mullins asked. "We've been called to check out a possible break-in at number 43. Mullins looked round at Harper. "We'll follow you in. You know DC Harper?" "Aye, morning, sir," the PC said, the second one nodding. They set off up the close, but Mullins stopped and turned to Harper. "Could you run back to the car and grab the vests out the boot?" "No probs," Harper replied, and about turned. Mullins continued up the stairs and caught up with the PCs. On the 3rd floor, 2 worried residents hung about on the landing near the wide-open door of number 43. "Morning," the PC said, approaching the women, one still in her dressing gown and slippers. "PC's Grimshaw and Mercer. So, which one of you reported the break-in?" "We both did," the woman in the dressing gown said. "I mean, Carol knocked on my door early this morning, and we rang together." Carol, her neighbour, nodded in agreement, the single roller perched on top of her head bouncing around precariously. "We're worried because I spoke to Debs on her way into her mum's only a couple of days ago." "Looks like the door's been forced, sir," the second PC said to Mullins. He pointed at the splintered frame.
"And you found the door like this?"
Mullins wheezed, still recovering from his ascent of the high rise.
"Aye, she just wouldn't leave it like that. I mean, nobody would they? But I'm sure she must attract all sorts of weirdos and perverts now she's famous, eh, Carol?"
The neighbour nodded again, her eyes widening. Harper reappeared. "There was only one vest," he said, passing it to Mullins.
"God's sake,"
Mullins replied, with a sigh, and quickly strapped it on.
"What are your names?"
he asked.
"I'm Mrs. Patricia Daly."
"And I'm Carol McLeish," the second neighbour added.
"Right, Patricia, can my colleague go with you and your neighbour back to your flat and take a full statement?"
Mullins nodded to Harper.
"Oh, aye, of course. I hope Debs is okay,"
Patricia said.
"Let's have a look."
Mullins stepped towards the open door.
"One of you come with me, and the other watch the front in case any heed the boss try to do a runner."
"Sir," the PC said, and followed Mullins in while the other hung back in the doorway. They edged along the hallway, and at the first door Mullins gently nudged it open with his knuckle. He gestured to the PC to go in, and he carried on. At the second door, he cautiously stepped through the gap and into a living room in a state of complete chaos. Furniture upturned, sofa cushions slashed and torn to shreds, the stuffing bulging out and scattered across the carpet, along with the broken debris of smashed ornaments. On the rear wall, a side cabinet drawer hung out, with its contents lying beneath or still clinging to the sides. Mullins stepped back out into the hallway and checked where the PC was, but couldn't see her. He continued down to the third open door and cautiously peered round the frame into a double bedroom in a similar state to the living room. The mattress was off the bed and on its side, clothes yanked from a wardrobe and strewn all over the floor, a side table upturned, its wooden frame split almost in two, as though dropped with force. Further on, Mullins reached the kitchen, which at first glance seemed to be untouched by the hurricane of destruction that had blown through the other rooms. "Sir?" The PC tapped him on the shoulder. Mullins spun round.
"Jesus Christ, don't do that!"
he retorted, trying but failing to keep his bellowing baritone to a whisper. "Sorry, sir. No sign of anyone," the PC said.
"Someone's been having a hell of a party in here," Mullins said.
"The front bedroom is a total write-off. Looks to me like whoever broke in was after something," the PC said.
"You don't say."
Mullins rolled his eyes.
"OK, secure the flat until the SOC team gets here," he said, marching back out onto the landing. "Which way did my colleague go?" he asked the PC on the door.
"Next one that way," he said.
In the neighbour's front room, Harper sat on a tatty two-seater sofa, sipping tea from a bone china cup, while the two elderly women had him surrounded in their respective support chairs.
"Would you like one too, Detective? I mean a cup of tea?"
Mrs. Daly asked as he walked in.
"No thanks, not while I'm on duty."
He shot Harper a disapproving frown. Harper shrugged.
"I've just told the lovely young detective that the force has excelled itself, recruiting such a handsome thing."
She smiled at Harper, who swallowed hard.
"We're all in total awe of his dashing good looks, Mrs. Daly," Mullins replied. "So you said you saw Miss D a couple of days ago. Could you be more precise?"
Mrs. Daly thought for a moment, chewing on her gums.
"Oh, it must have been late afternoon, because I remember I'd been down to the back green to get my washing in, but not so late that it was dark. We don't like it down there when it's dark, do we, Carol?" "No, not at all."
Carol shivered.
"So you'd say around 5 or 5:30 on Friday the 16th, is that right?" Mullins asked.
"That sounds about right, yes."
"And how did Miss D seem to you? Was she relaxed or stressed, or did she seem worried or agitated?"
"Och, no, she's always so lovely. I've known her since she was a wee bairn. She was in the same primary class as my grandson, so I knew her mum quite well. Such a tragedy when she died.
So no signs of worry or agitation?
She sometimes complains to me about intrusion, with the press and all the attention. I'm not sure she enjoys it that much, really, to be honest. But not this time. She was just her usual smiley self. But then...
Then what? Mullins pressed.
He arrived. The boyfriend.
Carol shook her head. You saw him in her flat?
No, but I heard him shouting and swearing. You could hear them too, couldn't you, Carol? Aye. A right row it was.
And when was that?
It was late. I'd gone to bed and had just drifted off after a few pages of my book. Oh, dear God, I thought the wall was going to come in. I was in half a mind to ring the police there and then, as I was worried what he might be doing to her in there. A right barney it was.
Why didn't you ring?
It just stopped. She looked up. You don't think I should have, do you?
No, it's fine, don't worry. Go on.
The shouting stopped, and then the smoochy music went on, so I thought they were probably making up,
She winked at Harper, who dropped his cup onto the saucer with a clatter. Did these rows happen a lot then? Mullins continued.
He's never round that much. I think I've only ever seen him there maybe just once before, and when I said hello to him, he never gave me the time of day. I knew right away the type of man he was.
What type is that?
Nasty. Selfish. I should know. I was married to one for 20 years. Isn't that right, Carol?
She nudged her friend, who appeared to be falling asleep next to her.
What?
Carol asked, obviously trying to get her bearings again.
That husband of mine. Ach, him? Good riddance, she said. He's not back, is he? Don't be a dafty, Carol. Doogie died 11 years ago, thank Christ. Oh, aye, right enough.
Carol let out a little giggle.
You want a top-up or another wee slice of my homemade Victoria sponge, son?
Mrs. Daly asked Harper.
No, you're fine. And it was delicious, by the way.
Harper winked at his colleague. And did you see Miss D after the row? Mullins asked with a sigh.
No, I called round just to check she was all right. I don't trust him 1 inch. But there was no answer. She's awful busy these days, so I thought she probably had to go and do one of her publicity things or that internet. What do you call it?
Vlog, Harper answered.
Bless you, son, Carol said. No, Harper corrected. She records video diaries and posts them on the internet. It's called vlogging. Sounds a bit rude to me, but I'll take your word for it, Mrs. Daly replied with another leering smile at Harper.
OK, that's great. Thank you very much for your help today, Mullins said.
Not at all.
Mrs. Daly stood with a loud groan. Harper took her arm.
Thanks, son.
She grabbed his hand.
In the meantime, if you remember anything else, maybe something that might have occurred a few days or weeks even before, it's all helpful. Here's my card. Thanks, officer, Mrs. Daly said.
She glanced back down at Carol, whose head had flopped over to one side.
Carol!
She exclaimed. Her friend roused from her nap with a snort and wiped at her mouth.
Thought you were dead there for a minute,
Mrs. Daly said.
Chance would be a fine thing.
Carol sighed and attempted to climb out of the sofa chair.
No, don't get up, Carol. We're away now, so thank you for your assistance, Mullins said. Don't encourage her to stay, for God's sake, Mrs. Daly said, and grimaced at her neighbour. We'll see ourselves out, Mullins said.
Harper tried to free himself from Mrs. Daly's vice-like grip.
Well,
Mullins said, turning at the door.
Thanks again for the cake and tea,
Harper said, and with a brisk twist of the arm, he finally escaped the pensioner's clutches and made his escape.
You've got a couple of fans there, lover boy,
Mullins said, back out on the landing.
Oh, aye.
They don't call me Silver Surfer Sexy Boy for nothing, Harper replied. And if your wedding plans go to shite, then at least you now have a backup. Fuck off. They were lovely, though. They approached the PC on the door. You two stay here until the sock team arrives, Mullins said. Sir, the PC replied with a nod. Right. I think you owe me a coffee and a slice of Victoria sponge, you selfish bastard, Mullins said to Harper on the way down the stairwell. God, it was so good. Almost worth dumping my fiancée for. Harper licked his lips. There's a special place in hell for people like you, Mullins replied, and stomped back across the street to the pool car.
Chapter 9. So you received the package this morning? Bone asked, glancing down at the open envelope still lying on McKinnon's desk. Yes, it was in amongst my usual pile of crap, McKinnon replied. And you found this inside? Walker asked. She leaned over the desk for a closer look at the severed finger. No, I've just lopped off one of my junior's fingers for being a prized twat. What do you think? I understand that you might be a little wound up, but let's spare the lip. It's really not helpful, Bones said. What's all the plastic here? He pointed at the shreds of discarded tape. Gift-wrapped, McKinnon said. I cut it open with these. He picked up the scissors. It definitely appears to be the real thing, sir, Walker said. Any idea what this is about? McKinnon asked. Bones shook his head. Oh, come on. Cut us some slack here. I've done my civic duty and reported it. A couple of plods would normally attend to a call like that, not Kilwinnock's finest. I've nothing to say at this stage. We're in the dark, same as you. But thanks for calling it in. Don't give me that shite. What's with the cordon up at Devilback Bridge? As I said, I've nothing to give you at this stage. Well, whoever gave me the finger is a hell of a lot more generous than... The simultaneous pings of phones interrupted McKinnon's rant. They all looked at each other for a second, and then searched their respective pockets. Bone clicked on a text from an unknown number, and a brief message appeared on the screen that read, Who will be next? He held up his phone. Did you just get this? Walker and McKinnon nodded. With the attachment. Bone pointed at the screen. Yup, McKinnon replied. Okay, hold on a sec. I'll open mine, Bones said, and he clicked the link. The screen fluttered, and a dark image appeared. Bone turned the handset towards the window. Is that a head and shoulder shot? Bone asked Walker, who squinted over his shoulder at the screen. He turned the phone slightly again, and partial features of a face emerged and took shape. A twisted, bloodied nose, and in the centre of the shot, a swollen, crimson-coloured eyeball stared vacantly ahead. Walker was about to speak, but Bone cut her off. We're going to need your phone, Mr. McKinnon. What is that? What's going on? McKinnon replied. It would be extremely helpful if we have access to your phone. Are you having a laugh? My entire life, my contacts, my leads are all on there. I'm not interested in your dirty little secrets. We just need to run a few checks on that call. Fuck this. I'm opening the attachment, McKinnon said. Please don't do that, Bone urged. McKinnon stepped back. Tell me what the fuck is going on, and I'll give it to you. I promise you'll be the first to know, but our inquiries are preliminary at the moment, and there is simply no need. My arse! McKinnon clicked the attachment. Shit, Walker muttered. McKinnon stared at his phone for a second and pulled a face. Then, twisting the handset this way and that, he stopped and looked up. Is that Dee Dee? We're not at liberty to discuss. What the fuck has happened to her face? Has she been attacked? He glanced down at the severed finger. That's her fucking finger! As I said, she's dead, isn't she? McKinnon interrupted again. That's what's going on up at the bridge. You found her body.
It would help us greatly with our inquiries if you could hand over your mobile, Bone repeated. Jesus Christ! Dee! This is unbelievable! McKinnon stared at the image again. I mean, this is huge! His eyes widened. A total tragedy, obviously, but my God, this is a goldmine! Colin, I urge you not to publish anything right now. We're in the early stages of an inquiry, and going public with your usual gossip and speculation could harm our case and hurt those who may be affected or involved. Are you fucking serious? If Dee is dead, this is the scoop of a bloody lifetime for me. Please, I urge you to sit on this for now. Can we have your phone, please? You really are a prize dickhead, aren't you? McKinnon said, sensing he had Bone on the ropes. You expect me to ignore all of this? Hand over my phone and just what? Forget about it? He shook his head. This is my work phone. You honestly think I'd give you, of all people, access to all of that confidential information? It would be a breach of data protection and a betrayal of my journalistic oath. What, to be a total tapeworm? Bone battled to restrain himself. You're not a bloody doctor. This tapeworm is about to enjoy a career-defining moment, so fuck you. We'll be able to run a trace via your provider anyway, but it will save us valuable time that could save lives. Here we go. Don't tell me you're going to reel out the be-it-on-your-own-head trope. Even I'm not that much of a fucking ham. Look, I promise I'll give you all you need when we have more to tell you. Just hold on to this for one day, that's all we ask. Bone pleaded again. McKinnon eyeballed Bone. And I get an exclusive. Is that what you're saying? Yes, Bone nodded. You have my word. 24 hours. And then this is front page, McKinnon agreed, but then spun round and took a quick snap of the dismembered digit and envelope resting on his desk. Come on, Colin, Bone complained. That's evidence. And pretty bloody gruesome evidence at that, Walker added. Call it insurance. No call, and this goes on page 2, McKinnon sneered. Bone bit down on his lower lip, resisting the urge to lamp the hack square in the jaw. D.I. Walker, could you do the honours? Bone said. Walker fished a pair of protective gloves and a bundle of evidence bags from a hold-all and collected the items, including all the shreds and shards of sliced and hacked tape scattered on the floor. Can I take these as well? She held up the scissors by one end. I'll want them back, McKinnon replied. She slid them into a third bag. We'll be in touch, Bone said. It better be tomorrow, McKinnon warned. The detectives marched out of the office, through the newsroom, and out into the car park. Well done, boss, Walker said. I was this close. Bone stretched out his clenched fist. I was even closer, Walker grimaced. Do you think he'll keep his word? What do you think? I reckon... Bone's phone rang. It's Sheila, he said, answering. After a few nods and grunts, he hung up. The man in black has confirmed the body at the bridge is Deborah D. Shit. Well, now it's official. How did they manage that so quick? They ran a DNA check, and her profile came up on police records. Apparently she was charged and fined for shoplifting 3 years ago. He stopped at the Saab and leaned on the roof. I'll need to brief the super. He's going to be delighted with this news. Then I think we'll need to go and speak to Dee Dee's dad. Shall I alert family liaison? Walker asked. Yep, though it sounds like he couldn't care less about his daughter, so who knows how this will go. He opened the car door and sighed. What is it with this bloody town? They both climbed in, and with a brief moment of prayer, he turned the ignition and the Saab roared to life. At least someone's still alive and kicking this morning, Walker said. Shh! Don't bloody jinx it. We haven't started moving yet, Bones said, and with a torturous crunch of gears, he rolled the car slowly down to the junction and turned onto the main road. Chapter 10. Gallagher's face fell when Bone broke the news. "Jesus Christ," he said, and dropped onto his chair. "You think McKinnon will renege on his word?" "What do you think? He's about as trustworthy as a pickpocket on a packed tube train. How was it he described it? The scoop of a lifetime. The skid mark." "Okay, I think this is such grim news. I'm going to have to sort a press conference ASAP. We're about to set off a nuclear bomb here, and we need to be seen wheeling out the big guns." "We'll need to speak to her father first. That's next on our list." "Good. Though, tough gig for you." "Just another day in Happy Valley, eh?" Gallagher looked at Bone, who rubbed at the scar on his temple. "What?" he prompted. "What?" Bone glanced up in surprise. "Your smacked arse face tells me there's something else." Bone sighed. Clearly, the psycho who did this has plans for more killings. "Or at least that's what he or she wants us to think," Gallagher added. "Textbook trope so far," Bone continued. "What's worrying me, aside from the prospect of another serial killer roaming the town, is that they've murdered the headline act at our gala concert, so it could be a grudge against the event, or some fanatic looking for maximum exposure." "You think this is a planned attack on the festival?" "I think the council and the organisers need to know so they can be prepared to cancel if this spirals further." "Hold on, Duncan." Gallagher held up a hand. "That's quite a leap you've just made there." "I think we have grounds." "It started today, Duncan, though thankfully it's all low-key events for the next couple of days." "I know that, but the whole community has been planning this for an entire year. Some even longer," Gallagher interrupted. "Schools, shops, businesses, logistics, and the vast sums of public money the council's pumped into the thing. Have you any idea how much the policing alone on this thing costs?" "There could be lives at risk here, sir. It's not all about money, or at least it shouldn't be." "We both know that, but come on, Duncan. Get your head out of your arse. It's bad enough that we have to break it to the community that one of their own cherished residents has been brutally killed. Then to tell them yet another fucking serial killer is running loose. Oh, and we've pulled the plug on the biggest and most loved event in the town's calendar. We won't get out of here alive." "If we don't, then others involved in Civic Week might not be getting out of here alive either." "Any postponement or cancellation will have to come from the council and organisers. Let them take the flak if it comes to it. We'll have plenty of our own to deal with." "I will need to speak to them as part of our investigation." "That's fine, and we can advise on tightening security measures, blah-de-blah, but that's it. No more. And I'm warning you now, any angry calls from the Provost's office and you'll be on desk duties until compulsory early retirement. Comprendi?" "Claro," Bone replied sarcastically. "I'm in no mood, detective." Gallagher scowled. "Do I make myself clear?" "Sir," Bone said with an affirmative nod. Gallagher smoothed down his shiny pate with his palm. "In the meantime, get on with the investigation and catch the fucking maniac who did this." Bone nodded, and as he left, Harper came running down the corridor after him. "Sir, F.O. Cash wants to speak to you." "Is he on the phone?" "No, he's here, in the examination room. They've moved the body." "Right. I'd better do that then," Bone replied. Chapter 11. "Afternoon, Duncan," Cash said as Bone went into the examination room. "That was quick. And I see you've had the knives out already," Bone said, spotting an array of lethal-looking steel instruments lined up on a tray, gleaming under the inspection lamp. "Don't worry, I haven't sliced anything open yet. Yes, I assumed you'd want quick answers, in light of the sensitivities of the case." Torch-wielding mob, more like.
I just wanted to show you a couple of things.
Bone followed Cash over to the table and pulled back a blue cover to reveal Dee Dee's head and shoulders. Bone took a sharp breath. Her face was now a bloated mass of greyish-blue skin. Miss Dee's once beautiful features were obliterated by the slow decay of death.
I loved her singing. It was my daughter who introduced me. I know she was in that TV talent thing, but I just loved her voice. Such a terrible loss.
It is, yes, Bone replied. So have you confirmed cause of death yet? He added, trying to steer Cash away from another existential outburst.
I still need to have a look inside, but as you can see from the position of the puncture wound here between the 3rd and 4th rib, she's been stabbed with a 4-inch blade, most likely a butcher's knife. The angle of the entry wound also indicates that the blade was inserted with precision and force to penetrate the centre of the heart. He looked up. Like a matador bringing down a prize bull. Boom. Instant death.
Any signs of sexual assault?
No, nothing like that. But no evidence of assault does not necessarily equate to a non-sexually motivated act. There are some seriously fucked up people out there, as we know only too well, eh?
Indeed.
Our search of the area also found this, Cash said, and manoeuvring around the stand, he removed his gloves.
Bone followed him over to his desk in the far corner of the examination room. Opening a file, he removed 4 A4-sized images and laid them out in front of Bone.
We found this shoe print on the muddy bank near the bridge.
The first photo showed the location, an arrow pointing to an area on the riverbank close to the tunnel and the scene of the crime. The rest were close-up shots of a partial shoe print, taken from different angles, with a tape measure aligned next to the muddy marks.
There's not much of it, but there's enough to identify the print as that of a Doc Martens sole, possibly size 8 or 9.
The builder said they clambered down the bank.
It could be one of theirs. It could, indeed, and we're back to square one, but easily checked.
Did you find any more?
No, that's it, unfortunately. We're still combing the area, but nothing else so far.
Could you send over copies of those?
Of course. Take these for starters. I printed them for you, and I'll send you digital versions.
Good. Thanks, Bone said, and took the folder.
Once I dig into the victim's chest cavity and complete blood tests and so on, I'll be able to confirm cause of death with you, probably within the hour. But to be honest, it's highly unlikely to change.
Right. Okay. Bone nodded. He glanced back at Cash's array of weaponry and winced.
I heard she was making it in America. She had so much more to give. But now it's all gone, and her music will probably fade into nothing as well.
He looked up at Bone, who checked his watch.
Who was it that said it's better to burn out than fade away?
I'll leave you to the post-mortem, Andrew, Bone said, and retreated to the door.
But in the end, it all fades away, like a weather-worn gravestone.
He smiled at Bone, and slipping on his gloves again, he picked up a surgical saw from the table. Bone quickly shut the door behind him. Chapter 12. As Bone entered the incident room, the team stopped what they were doing and gathered round. Cash has informally confirmed cause of death as a lethal stab wound directly through the heart. The bastard used a butcher's knife. At least she would have died instantly, but that's no consolation.
Fucktard,
Mullins mumbled.
So now that we are dealing with the murder of Deborah D., things are going to get busy from here on in, to put it mildly, Bones said.
Such a tragedy. She was only 20, Baxter said. I still can't believe someone would want to harm her at all. The poor girl. That's why we're going to need our wits about us at all times here. The eyes of not only the town but the whole country will be on us the second this goes public, Bone replied. What about the gala concert? Do you think it'll be cancelled? Harper asked. That's a council decision. All we can do is advise. And what will we advise? Walker asked. To up safety and security of staff and performers, and of course the local forces involved will need to review their plans. Sir, based on current evidence, I'd say there's a strong possibility this lunatic will strike or try to strike again, Baxter added. Indeed. And that's why we have to pull on all our collective abilities and stop that from happening, Bones said. So, updates? Digital confirmed that the phone used to send you simultaneous texts matches the victim's final 999 call. So it's a burner? Bone asked. Looks like it, Harper confirmed. But why would Dee Dee use the killer's burner phone? Maybe she or he is teasing us? Walker asked. Odd. Bone frowned. Can you make a note of this on the incident board, Sheila? Baxter nodded. And what about the witnesses? Bone continued. We spoke briefly with them, Mullins replied. I know one of them, Derek McCluskey, an old schoolmate. They both work for Graham Smart's building firm. They were pretty shocked, to be honest. I've never known Deco to be so quiet and polite. They found her in the stream when Deco's workmate, Willie Wright, went for a leak. Don't worry, the irony isn't lost on me. It's just too obvious. There's nothing untoward there, sir. Will, can you check and see if the man in black sent through some images? Harper went back to his desk and opened his inbox. Yes, sir. Could you stick them up on the big screen? Harper tapped at his keyboard for a moment. The wall monitor flickered. He got up and adjusted the cables at the back. Loose connection, he mumbled, and a close-up of the partial boot print in the mud appeared. Forensics found this on the bank of the stream, close to the body. Cash believes it's a Doc Martin print. Could it belong to an officer's stray boot? Walker asked. Or the builder's? That's what I said, but Cash was confident the area was sealed and everyone was kitted up, including us, for once. What about the builders, Mark? I can double-check, but I would think they have to wear regulation steel toe caps for site safety rules and all that. The foreman wouldn't let them on without them. OK, so we have some evidence. At least that's a start. And did you check out Miss D's mother's property? Aye, so me and Cradle Snatch Sid here went to check that out, Mullins continued. But when we got there, a couple of uniforms had secured the property. I didn't call them in. Did you? No, it was the neighbours. They reported a break-in. We arrived behind the squad car. Anything useful? Walker asked. Plenty. The door had been kicked in and the place ransacked, Mullins replied. A burglary? Maybe, but it looked to me like somebody was looking for something, but not money. I've nothing concrete to base that on, but, you know, my nose was burning. It's ears, Harper cut in. What? Ears burn? You sniff something fishy with your nose. Though being in such proximity to the rest of your body, that must happen a lot to you. Ha, bloody ha, Mullins replied. We spoke to Will's groupies and they both confirmed seeing Dee Dee at the flat 2 days ago. Who? Walker asked. 2 elderly women who took a fancy to lover chops here. They were just being maternal, Harper cut in. If that's what you define as maternal behaviour, then you're even weirder than I could have possibly imagined, Mullins replied. Anyway, Bone blew out his cheeks. The neighbours also reported that the singer was having a row with her boyfriend. Tusk, Walker said. Aye, or maybe Fangs would be a better name for him, Mullins replied. It got so bad they said they were worried for her safety. Then things went quiet. Some music was on, and then that was that. Did they report it? Baxter asked. Don't think so. One of the neighbours... Mullins paused to search for his notebook. Mrs. Daly, Harper replied. Cougar Daly couldn't hear any movements the next morning, so she assumed Dee Dee had gone off to another of her photo shoots or some other public thing she's always doing. Right.
So this Tusk character is definitely going on the wall, Sheila, Bones said. Sir, Baxter said, and sliding round her desk, approached the blank incident board. I'll get that going. She picked up the marker from the tray beneath the board and wrote DD case along the top. When you're done with that, could you run some backgrounds on Tusk, and maybe a bit more on DD's past? It sounds like she was a troubled teenager. Also her dad, who by all accounts is something of a tosser as well, and see if there's anything sticking to him, Bones said. And her friends as well? Baxter replied. Oh, geez, I'd forgotten about them. Yes, we'll have to speak to them again as well. But indeed, have a ferret around there too. Their names are... It's okay, I've got them. And the father's name too, Baxter replied, turning back to Bone and smiling broadly at him. And here was me thinking we'd only hired you for that elegant handwriting, Bones said, nodding at her headline. And then there's the fans and trolls and all that circus, Walker said. I can have a go at that, Harper said. And go through her recent video channel recordings as well. Good, yes, Bone replied. Then I'll go and speak to the Sven Gali, DD's manager. Do we have a name and address? Mullins said. Hold up, Baxter said, returning to her desk. The nicotine ninja strikes again, Mullins said. Mr. Alan Fitz, and he's CEO of a company called Star-Studied Enterprises. Their office is... She clicked at her keyboard again. 42 Garnet Place, Glasgow. Righto, I'm... Mullins pressed at his chest with a clenched fist. Whatever you're about to do, don't. That's an order, Bones said. Mullins winced, then swallowed 2 or 3 times. Are you okay? Harper asked. Sorry, sir. It's that bloody curry. It started a peat fire in my guts. Some fresh air and a safe distance from us will do us all the world of good, Bones said. Mullins nodded, picked up his jacket, and shuffled out of the incident room, still thumping at his chest. And relax, Walker said, obviously relieved a potential gas poisoning had been averted. Are we all set? Bone asked the rest of the team. With a murmur of acknowledgement from them, Bone headed for the door. Let's go, Rona, he said. Walker followed him out. A quick brief before we talk to the father? Bone asked on the way out to the car. Thought you'd never ask, Walker replied. I'm absolutely gasping now. The usual? You mean the Lochside Cafe? Aye. It's closed for refurbishment, but I was thinking Sandino's. He started doing Cafe Shakerato for the summer, and they are the absolute nectar of the gods. She licked her lips. What? Iced coffee, Walker qualified. Iced coffee in Kilwinnock. Are they popular? Oh, aye, especially now he's running the special. What's that? Deep-fried bridie supper and a shakerato for £3. You're taking the piss, aren't you? Yes, sir, I am, Walker replied, and climbed into Bone's car. Chapter 13. All-Star Entertainment's offices were located in a row of Victorian townhouses at the very top of Garnet Hill. Mullins had to park his car at the bottom and lumber his hulking frame up the steep slope, so by the time he reached the office door, he wheezed like a decommissioned steam locomotive heading for the scrap heap. Mopping his sodden brow with his handkerchief, he scanned the buzzers and spotted the agency logo at the top. With a few deep breaths, he pressed the button. The speaker crackled, and the door clunked and swung open. Inside it was cool and gloomy. He sighed with relief and pulled at the knot of his tie. As he stepped further in, a vast crystal chandelier high above his head came to life, illuminating the entrance. Ahead, a mahogany and stone staircase spiraled up through the vaulted ceiling. He searched for a lift, but there was none to be seen. With another sigh, he started up the stairs to the 4th floor. Halfway, he stopped to catch his breath again. I need to get back in the gym, he muttered, adding, "As if that's ever going to happen." And he continued on. Finally, on the landing, he approached an open door. "All-Star Entertainment Agency?" he asked a young hipster receptionist behind a garish gold desk. The youth paused from playing with a carefully braided ponytail dangling from his chin, leaned over, and pointed at the logo and names stuck to the front in giant, glitter-covered lettering. "I'm Detective Sergeant Mullins from the Rural Crime Unit, Kilwinnock. I'm here to see Mr. Fitz." "Yes, sure," he said, his eyes wide with surprise. "I'll just check he's in." His voice was hushed and low to match his carefully manicured urban surfer dude look. Quickly closing the music magazine spread out in front of him, he snatched up the reception phone and was about to call through when a young man appeared and marched up to the desk. He clutched a guitar case, and the end battered against the logo. Mullins stepped back to avoid the incoming musical missile. "Is he in?" the young man snapped at the receptionist. "Please take a seat, Colum. I'm dealing with this gentleman first," the receptionist replied, glancing back at Mullins. "No, I want to see him now." Colum dropped the guitar with a clatter, and the strings hummed inside the case. Mullins looked on, somewhat bemused by the young man's over-assertive behaviour. "He's been fobbing me off for weeks now. He's promised to see me. Fuck this. I'm not going to explain again. Just buzz me the fuck through." "I think you need to calm down, Colum. Are you fucking serious? I'm living at my mum's with 37 pence in my pocket. I want to fucking see him now." Mullins took a couple of discreet steps forward, readying himself in case he had to intervene as the confrontation escalated. "I'm sorry, Colum, but the detective sergeant is here on urgent police business, and you are hindering his inquiries. Isn't that right, detective?" the hipster said with a frown. "Absolutely," Mullins replied with a nod. The young musician spun round and took in the full scale of the human refrigerator hovering over him. "Well, as soon as he's done, I still want to see him," the musician replied, glancing up again at Mullins. "Of course, Colum. Take a seat. If you would like a coffee or a soft drink, help yourself." The receptionist pointed at the galley trolley at the rear of the foyer. With a huff, the singer retreated to one of the chairs lining the back wall and slumped down, semi-defeated and resigned to another long wait. "Sorry about that, Inspector," the receptionist said in a hushed tone. "No bother, and thanks for promoting me. It was long overdue," Mullins replied. "Oh, what did I say?" "Doesn't matter. Does that sort of thing happen a lot?" "You have no idea. These young hopefuls think that as soon as we sign them up, they'll be overnight millionaires. Talk about entitlement." He picked up the reception phone again. "Let me try again for you." He tapped a few buttons, and the earpiece crackled to life. "Hi, Al. It's Harvey." A pregnant pause. "Harvey! On the front desk?" the receptionist repeated, glancing up at Mullins. "Yes, that's right. There's a Detective Sergeant Mullins here to speak to you." A few more indecipherable crackles, and the receptionist put the phone down. "Through there, last door on the right," he said, thumbing at the corridor adjacent to the desk. When Mullins found Al Fitz's office, the door was open. Fitz stood by an open bay window. He was a short, stout man, whose bloated, bright orange face had seen too many hours of a tanning clinic. The bleached blonde, balding crew cut seemed to only make things worse. He balanced his phone in one hand and a cigarette in the other. "Look, I keep telling you, Mr. Gobbo, or whatever your fucking name is, unless you can juggle hamsters on fire or eat your own weight in tapeworms, there's absolutely zero work for variety these days, despite what Simon fucking Cowell says." He spoke with an East London accent, not unlike Michael Caine, that added to his menacing growl. "So I suggest you get off the phone now, call your employer back, and tell him you won't be quitting after all.
Now piss off and don't call me ever again."
He hung up, took a long drag from his cigarette, and blew the smoke out of the window.
"Mr. Fitz," Mullins said, knocking on the door.
As Fitz spun round, he dropped his phone and tried to catch it, but only succeeded in spraying smouldering ash over his grey linen suit.
"Fuck's sake,"
he cursed, flicking the embers from his jacket, and then retrieving his mobile from the parquet flooring.
"I'm Detective Sergeant Mullins from Kilwinnock Station," Mullins said.
"Jesus! I nearly had kittens there," Fitz said.
"Hope they weren't on fire," Mullins replied.
"Yeah, sorry about that. You've no idea how many chances call me up every hour of every bloody day." He took another puff. "Is this about Debs?"
"Yes, that's correct."
"Do you mind if I carry on with this?" He held up his cigarette. "We're not supposed to smoke in the offices, but I've had a hell of a day, and I just can't survive without them."
"It would be better if you sat down," Mullins replied.
"Oh, no. Please don't tell me she's been arrested again, has she?" Fitz pinched the end of his cigarette, flicked it out of the window, and returned to a desk piled high with folders, files, and photos.
"Perhaps we could sit over there."
Mullins pointed to a cluster of soft chairs by a second bay window.
"I warned her that if she started with that shenanigans again, she'd be sent down this time. Jesus Christ."
He slumped down. Mullins sat adjacent.
"So, where was she picked up, and was the press present? With a bit of luck, we might be able to bury this. I'm afraid I have some bad news. The body of Miss D was found this morning."
"You mean she'd been out on the tiles? It's that boyfriend of hers.
I keep telling her he's bad news."
Wait. They've not had another bloody stand-up in full glare of the fucking paparazzi, have they? She is a living liability."
"No, Mr. Fitz. Miss D is dead."
"What do you mean?" Fitz replied with a confused smile.
"She was found dead this morning."
"Well, that's just typical. Selfish of her to go and peg it right on the brink of—" He stopped and looked back at Mullins. "Actually deceased?"
"I'm so sorry to have to tell you."
Fitz's face collapsed, and his mouth fell open. He continued to stare at Mullins in disbelief.
"But how?"
"What are you talking about? Are you sure it's Debs? I spoke to her only—"
"What?"
He shook his head.
"When was that?"
Mullins asked. Fitz continued to shake his head, dumbstruck with Mullins' news.
"Mr. Fitz, I'm sorry to have to do this, but I have to ask you a few questions."
"I don't know."
"What?"
Fitz's disorientation continued.
"It's important we do this now," Mullins pressed. "When was the last time you spoke to Miss D?"
Fitz's mouth opened and closed, as though the words just wouldn't form.
"Would you like a glass of water?"
"How did she die?" Fitz asked, ignoring Mullins' question.
"We've started an investigation."
"I can't believe this. I knew something was wrong. What a stupid fucking thing to go and do. How could she go and fucking die?" He reached into his jacket pocket, removed his pack of cigarettes, and lit one up. "Things are on the up for her. We're on the brink of breaking into the States, for fuck's sake." He took a long drag and blew the smoke straight at Mullins. "Shit! We were supposed to be having a working dinner, but she didn't show up."
"When was that?"
"Last Friday."
16th, is that correct?
"Yes."
"Where was the meeting?"
"At mine. I just thought maybe her boyfriend had got her drunk, or worse, again. It's so bad for her."
"And then?"
"And then she was booked in for a photo shoot in Edinburgh the next morning."
"And she was a no-show again?"
"That's right. And by the evening, I was so worried I was going to call the police, but—"
"Why didn't you?"
He took another drag from his cigarette. That wanker of a boyfriend has got her into recreational, you know. What types of drugs, Mr. Fitz? Mullins asked. I'm not sure if I should be... Mr. Fitz, your client is dead, and we need to establish the how and why as quickly as possible, and that means you have to tell us everything you know. I never saw her take any, but it was obvious that Headbanger was getting her deeper and deeper into substance abuse. What? Coke? Certainly coke, but I suspected she was flirting with H. She always assured me she would never touch it, but I wasn't convinced. I've had a few clients in the past who lost their way, and I was worried she was heading in the same direction, or at least that scumbag boyfriend of hers was slowly dragging her down to his own kind of hell. He stood. And that's why you didn't call the police? I suppose. But I just thought she was on a bender, and sooner or later she'd turn up. Fitz sighed. I need a fucking drink. This is too much. He got up and, at a filing cabinet by the door, removed a bottle of brandy and a couple of glasses from the bottom drawer. Placing them on top, he poured out 2 over-generous measures of spirit in each and returned. I'm on duty, Mr. Fitz, Mullins said, and it would be better if you remained sober until I conclude my interview. Interview? Fitz replied. What do you mean? Isn't that what police do with suspects? This isn't my fault, detective. We're trying to establish Miss D's movements before her death, where she went, what she did, who she interacted with. And, as her agent, you were close to her and knew her very well. That's why I need you to remember as much as you can with a clear head. Fitz set the glasses down on the coffee table, next to his chair, without taking a drink. I've known her since she walked through that door at 15, he replied. So you've been through a lot together? I built her fucking empire, brick by fucking brick. I'm like a father to her, unlike that twat who insists he's her dad, but only when there's something in it for him. You mean John D? Aye, him. Total leeching arsehole. Why do you say that? As soon as Deb started making any kind of money, he magically re-emerged from under the turd he inhabits, claiming music rights and all sorts. He's cost me an absolute fortune in legal fees, keeping him at bay and away from Deb's. So she doesn't get on with him. That's an understatement. He left her and her mum without a penny when Debs was a toddler. Never supported them in any way, and until Debs won that show, he'd wanted absolutely nothing to do with either of them. An utter lowlife. And what did Miss D think about him? She was her usual naive, generous self, and always hoped he was a better person than he was. Even after everything he'd done to her and her mother. That's who she is, and that's why everybody loves her. So when did you see her last? Mullins tried again. She was here last week. Tuesday, I think. We were finalising plans for a gala show at your Civic. Some of the colour leaked out of his orange face. Oh, dear God. She was so excited about that. To be playing back in her own town. How was she when you saw her that day? Mullins asked. How? Was she happy? Down? Preoccupied? With the thought that she was about to die? That sort of thing? Did she mention anything bad going on? Anyone trying to harm her? Threats? Mullins continued, ignoring Fitz's agitation. She didn't talk to me about the scumbag. She knew how I felt about him. I suppose she seemed a bit quiet. I just assumed she was tired or hungover after a night out or something. Maybe she was coming down after all that sherbet he'd shovelled up her snout. So, no indication of any issues or problems she might be having? Not at all. We talked about the gig and about resuming her US tour. He sighed again and rubbed at his forehead, peppered with beads of sweat. I'm sorry, detective, but... He picked up the glass and downed the measure in one. Needs must, he croaked.
How could she do this to me? Of course. We talked every day. That's why when she didn't show, alarm bells started ringing. But not enough to report her missing. I told you, Inspector. I was more worried about what bender he'd pushed her into. And when you saw her, there was no sign of any trouble, Mullins repeated. You keep asking that. But what sort of trouble do you mean? Did she complain about any fans or stalkers? That sort of thing. Did someone do this to her? I mean, kill her? We're just exploring every avenue at this stage, Mullins replied. Fucking hell. This just gets worse. He picked up the second glass meant for Mullins and downed it as well. Well? Mullins asked, his irritation with the agent growing. She's in the public eye. Loonies come with the territory, and her vlogging stuff attracts all sorts. Some comments on there were absolutely toxic, but she just shrugged it off. We coach all our clients on how to deal with fame, the media and all that. The pressure can be pretty bloody destructive if you haven't got the wherewithal to cope with it. So, on paper, Debs should have been more savvy when it comes to dealing with fans and unwanted attention, but she was a very open person. And sensitive, too, and I worried that there were weirdos out there who would prey on her naivety. I mean, don't get me wrong, most people love the bones of her. He stopped. Sorry, that's not... But there's always the odd freak who would come out of the woodwork. Were there any of these freaks in particular that come to mind? Fitz nodded. There's a group of fans who call themselves Debs Divas, a kind of informal fan club that was started way back by 3 women. In the early days, it only had a few members, but now it's huge, and it's become Deb's official fan club. The last time I looked, there were over 30,000 members. They turn up en masse at gigs. Debs was always really patient with them. She'd invite them backstage for selfies and signings. Sometimes she'd chat with them for hours. I'd have to drag her away. Was there someone in particular in the group causing her grief? Mullins pressed. There was this one fan in their group who went by the online name of Diva1, who started pestering Debs. What did he do? It was a woman, or that's what the person wanted us to believe. At first, Debs was okay with comments on the fan group chat and her vlogs, all friendly, positive stuff. But then the comments and posts got darker. What like? Oh, slagging off her appearance or her performance and how she could help Debs escape from the evil people controlling her life. Like you. He nodded. And on it went. What did the fan club admins do about her? They kicked her out, but then she just posted really nasty stuff about them and Debs on her vlog, and that's when I had enough and called in the big guns to sort her out. The big guns. Our lawyers. Once they were done, we never saw her for dust again. Debs was relieved, but even then she said she felt sorry for the woman. Said she was damaged like her. When was this? Fitz wiped at his forehead again. 6 months ago, maybe 8. So fairly recently. Yes, but we've had no bother from her since. And Miss D confirmed that with you? She did, yes, and the fan club admins were on it too, though now I'm not so sure. Do you have a name and address for this fan? No address. These creeps hide in the shadows of the internet, but we have her social media profile details. And a record of the communications she sent to Miss D. Our lawyers will have those, yes. Did you report this to the police? Are you serious? You lot aren't interested. I reported a similar issue a couple of years ago. We filed a report and it disappeared into Narnia. The vibe we got was rich and famous person equals fair game. Was that for Miss D as well? No, another client. It's a fucking feeding frenzy out there, to be honest, and the media keeps throwing meat to the sharks. Often it's a case of damage limitation and OTT legal threats. Aside from this Diva 1 fan, Do you know of anyone else who would wish to harm Miss D? Everybody loved her. But you need to interview Tusk. I'd say he has a lot to answer for. Just a couple more questions, and then I'll leave you, Mr. Fitz, Mullins said. Do you know Miss D's old school friends? He flicked back through his notepad. Miss Jean Jarvie and Mr. Sam Muirhead. Do you know them? Oh, aye, Fitz replied. Debs liked them because they knew her before she was famous. I can hear a but coming, Mullins said. They are very well-meaning, but they have no idea, and I can't tell you how many times I've had to go and pick up the pieces with Debs after they've told her to do this or that and it went wrong. Such as? Well, they've told her on numerous occasions to sack me because they think I push her too hard. And do you? This is show business, detective. It doesn't stand still. She knew what she was getting into, and I do know what I'm doing. They are very naive, and in this game, that can be distractive. So how would you describe your relationship with Miss D? What sort of question is that? Fitz fired back. As I said, I'm trying to build up a complete picture of Miss D's personal and professional life. Fitz shook his head. As I said, I felt very protective of her, like a parent. I was always looking out for her, more than any of my other clients. Why was that? I felt she needed it. There were so many nasty people out there, ready to wreck her dream. She was special, a shooting star on the verge of global success. So if you think I'd be capable of harming one hair on her head, then you can get the fuck out of my office right now. He glared at Mullins, his eyes alight with alcohol-fueled rage. Thank you, Mr. Fitz. And once again, I'm deeply sorry for your loss, Mullins replied, attempting to defuse the situation. Well, yes. It's a fucking tragedy. It is indeed, Mullins agreed, getting to his feet. I'm just very upset, you know? Fitz looked up at Mullins, his anger morphing into sadness. When she first signed to us, I made a promise to her mum that I'd take good care of her. Her mum was really ill at the time, and she never got to see her wee girl make it. He took a long, deep breath. I've let her down, just like all the other useless fucking men in her life. I'll see myself out, Mullins said. If you could send through the fans' details, along with contact details of the people who run the fan club, that would be very helpful. He handed Fitz his card. Fitz stared at it blankly for a moment, then looked up again. You'll update me, won't you? Of course, and I would strongly advise not speaking to the press at this early stage. They are the last people I want to talk to, Fitz mumbled, and snatching up the bottle, he poured himself another shot until the brandy slopped over the brim. Chapter 14. In Sandino's chippy, a tall, dark-haired, Hollywood-handsome young man leaned back against the friars, smiling broadly at two flush-faced teenage girls who leaned over the counter, giggling and laughing. As Bowen and Walker went in, Mr. Sandino appeared from the back. "Carlos!" he shouted. The matinee idol sprang to life, about-turned, and stirred at the sizzling chips behind him. "If you two aren't going to buy anything, then please bugger off!" he growled at the two girls, who swiftly retreated out the door, waving at the object of their attention as they left. Mr. Sandino glanced over at the two detectives, who gawped at the operetta unfolding in front of them. "Mr. Bowen and Miss Walker! Jesus Christ! I didn't see you there!" he said with a warm smile, his Italian accent peppered with broad West Stirlingshire brogue. He spun round to his son and slapped his arm. "Say hello to the detectives, Carlos." "Hey," Carlos said nonchalantly, and carried on stirring the chips. "Sorry about him. If chips were girls, I'd be a millionaire," he said, sidling round the counter to greet them. "What a pleasure to see you both together." He shook their hands.
I brought my boss in to sample your now legendary Cafe Shakerato, Walker said. Ah, yes, believe it or not, that was my son's idea. Nice one, Carlos, Walker called over. Carlos shot her another of his movie star smiles. You must be getting busy down at the station, gearing up for Civic Week, no? Mr. Sandino said, keeping a watchful eye on his son's efforts with the chips. You could say that, Bone replied. And how's that wee lad of yours doing? Mr. Sandino continued. Growing by the second, Bone said. Ah, yes, they do that. He nodded at his son and rolled his eyes. And your lovely wife, Alice? Fine, aye, and still lovely, Bone replied. And I hear you are a mum now, Miss Walker. I am indeed, Walker beamed. I bet you're magnifico. She is indeed, Bone replied. Just then, another 2 girls entered the chippy, heading straight for Carlos, their faces plastered with makeup and their outfits more suitable for a Malibu beach than Kilwinnock's High Street. Excuse me a sec, Mr. Sandino said, marching over to intercept them before they reached the counter. You want chips? He asked. We've come to see Carlos, one of the girls said with a defiant flick of her back-combed hair. No chips, no Carlos. What is it to be? Mr. Sandino replied, folding his arms. One girl fumbled in her handbag, produced a purse, and peered in. She glanced at her friend, who shrugged back. I've enough for one, she muttered to her co-conspirator. What have you got? I tell you, I'm totally skint. Her friend shrugged again. The girl with the purse dumped a handful of loose change on the counter. Mr. Sandino sighed. Small bag of chips for the girls, Carlos. Carlos turned round and smiled at the girls, and they both smiled back with nervous giggles. Oh, Jesus Christ, Mr. Sandino muttered, and returned to the detectives. Next thing, it'll be the pitter-patter of the little feet and bloody, what they called, the gun? Shotgun. Aye, and it'll be me that bloody shoots him, Mr. Sandino replied. OK, please, take a seat. Would you like anything to eat? Breakfast special is still on. His eyes widened. No, just the drinks will be fine. Coming right up, Mr. Sandino said, and returned to the friars. You done? He asked his son. Carlos slowly sprinkled salt on the bag of chips while the girls leered at him. He pushed his son out of the way. 2 Cafe Shakeratos for the detectives, Carlos. The annoyed teen disappeared into the back room. Mr. Sandino wrapped the chips quickly, handed the bag to the girls, and shooed them out the door. Bone and Walker sat in a booth at the rear of the cafe extension. Bone hadn't been in since the completion of the renovation work, and, glancing round the cafe, he was impressed. He's done a great job here, hasn't he? It's fabulous. You can almost think you're in Sicily. Where did he get all this old authentic furniture and fittings? I think he sourced it from an actual cafe in Italy that was being bulldozed, and his mate helped him ship it over, lock, stock. Just amazing. And he even finished it off with Rudolph Valentino serving up the chips, Bones said. What the hell has happened to young Carlos? Last time I was in, he was a chubby, spotty teen. You can take the boy out of Italy, Walker replied. Speak of the devil. Carlos arrived at their table with 2 huge glasses filled with pitch-black liquid and ice cubes bobbing around on the top, threatening to pop over the side. Oh my, that's enough caffeine to power a light aircraft, Bones said. You did say black, didn't you? Carlos said, his voice low and husky. Indeed. Thanks, Carlos, Walker replied with a smile. Carlos beamed back. How's things with you? Bone asked. Ugh, you know, the usual, Carlos replied. And what's the usual for you these days? Same as before. Really, mostly getting shouted at by my old man. I see you have a few fans now, Walker said, taking her first sip of ice-cold coffee. Oh, that's just so good.
She blew out her cheeks as the chill hit her throat. Carlos blushed.
No idea who they were.
And no plans to escape our wonderful town? Bones said.
Aye, I'm off next week, interrailing round Europe with a couple of mates.
Nice one. And a stopover in the old country?
We're staying at my nan's in Sicily for a few days, but she'll make us all too fat to be allowed back on the ferry to the mainland, and we'll be stuck there forever.
He laughed. Can I come? Walker joked.
Sure,
Carlos replied, giving her another flash of a smile. Cheers, Carlos, and have a great time, Bones said, picking up his drink. With a nod, Carlos left them to it. I think you might have an admirer there, Bones said to Walker. His hormones are on a smarm offensive, she replied, taking another sip. Oh, God, try this. Bone followed her lead and looked up in surprise as the chill raced down his gullet. Bloody hell, you're right, he replied, and took a second, bigger mouthful. So, how's Erin doing now? She must be, what? A year old next Tuesday, Walker replied. That's amazing. And how are you two coping? I tell you, babies are like master criminals, always one step ahead of you. Yes, I remember that. Their rate of development is phenomenal. Like sponges, Walker replied. Last week she was barely crawling, and if she toppled over, she'd wail like a stranded turtle until someone saved her. Then yesterday, she was on her feet at the kitchen door laughing like a banshee. Scared the living crap out of me. Walking at 1, good God. Definitely an athlete. And she started calling us both Mama. Walker smiled broadly. What a total joy. Bone beamed back. I really miss those times. Michael is a gem of a kid too, though. He is that. And how are things between you and Alice now? If it's okay to ask. No bother. We're doing all right. Still a little complicated, but moving in the right direction. Bone took a couple of swigs of coffee. It gets better with every mouthful. He licked his lips. Glad to hear it. You two belong together. You reckon? Bone asked. I know. Right, so I suppose we need to talk about this bloody awful case. We definitely have to keep a watchful eye on the boyfriend. He's bad news, Walker said. And the father. And then there's the Lord Provost we have to negotiate. Our job is just the best, isn't it? Bones said, shaking his head. But Walker was lost in thought. What? He asked. I still can't help feeling sorry for that poor young woman, surrounded by such horrific men, and controlled by them too, judging by the behaviour of Tusk. It'll be interesting to find out how Mark got on with her agent. Hopefully not another knob, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Indeed, Bone replied. He slid his drink along the table and stood. Right, I can't procrastinate any longer. I'm going to break the news to Miss D's father. Are you not going to finish your drink first? Walker asked. Maybe not the best idea to be wired to the hilt like Pacino in Scarface while delivering such devastating news. Right enough, Walker replied. But they are good, aren't they? Inexplicably brilliant, Bones said. On the way out, Mr. Sandino called after them. Hey, are you going already? Sorry, Mr. Sandino. Duty calls. But the shakerato is amazing. Cheers, Carlos. Nae bother, Carlos replied as he shovelled more raw chips from a bucket into the fryer. Your boy's an asset, Walker said to Mr. Sandino. It's his assets I'm worrying about, Mr. Sandino replied. Enjoy your holiday, Carlos, Bones said. See you later, guys, Carlos replied, saving his final smile for Walker. Mr. Sandino thumped his arm again, and he returned to his bucket. Chapter 15. On his way back to the station, Mullins called in on his dad at his care home. Good morning, Mark, the sprightly receptionist, Mrs. Govan, said as he entered the foyer. In perfect timing. Oh, God, what's he done now? Mark replied.
Your dad's still in bed and refusing to get up. We've just left him for a wee while as he was getting quite agitated. He'll be pleased to see you.
You reckon?
Ha! Well, he might not sound like he is, Mrs. Govan said. Mark continued along the corridor, weaving past a frail-looking man hobbling with a frame on wheels. When he reached his dad's room, the door was wide open. He spotted a mound under a thick layer of blankets. He approached the bed and leaned over. His dad's grey hair peeked out from the top of the covers.
Da?
Mark whispered. His father didn't move.
Da!
He tried again, but still no sign of life.
George!
He bellowed. His dad finally stirred, his head emerging from the depths of his bed covers.
Who is it?
His dad croaked, squinting up at his son.
It's me, Da, Mark replied. What's all that shouting about? I thought you'd pegged it. You weren't moving.
Aye, you'd like that, wouldn't you? George said, attempting to lift himself out from under the layers. Mark helped him up and propped some pillows behind his back. His spine pressed on his palm as he shifted him up the bed.
The nurse said you're not getting up today. What's up?
Mark looked down at his dad's drawn features.
Nothing,
George said with a sigh.
It's not like you. You're usually out there causing mayhem. What's the matter?
I'm just feeling a wee bit sad, he replied, sucking at his cheeks.
What about?
Mark asked, pulling up a chair. George shrugged.
Come on, Da. How about a wee drink, eh?
Mark asked, trying to win his dad round.
80 shilling, if you've got it.
Water, Da, Mark replied, filling a plastic cup from a jug resting on his bedside cabinet.
Where's the straws? I don't need any bloody straws. I'm no a bloody toddler, George complained. You'll spill it everywhere without one, and you can't swallow very well, Da. You have vascular dementia. Venereal disease? Aye, I should be so bloody lucky, George replied.
Mark found a pack of straws, popped one in the cup, and thrust it under his dad's chin.
Here,
he said. George sucked at the liquid, but after a couple of attempted swallows started choking.
Take it easy,
Mark said, putting the cup back down on the side table.
You need to get up, Da. You can't stay in bed all day, you'll get sores. I'm no in the mood for all that nonsense today.
George folded his arms in defiance.
What nonsense? All that fucking marching and shouting and swearing.
Mark thought for a moment, trying to locate which decade his father had landed in.
National service is over, Da. You're in your care home. Come on, boil your head. I'm too young for that, you big bloody idiot. I'm sure the doctors dropped you when you were born. Come on, Da. Let's get you up and your dressing gown on, eh?
Mark tried again.
Leave me alone. Should you be at school or something? Those days are long gone, Da.
George shook his head again and clicked at his false teeth.
Come on, Da. What's the matter?
I think she's left me, son, George said finally.
Who's left you?
Mark asked, unsure where this was going.
Your mother, who do you think? And what makes you say that?
Mark asked, holding back the truth.
She's no been home for days, and she's packed up all her stuff. There's nothing in there.
He pointed at the fitted wardrobe opposite the end of the bed.
Da,
Mark started.
I think she's finally had enough of me and run off with what's-his-face, George continued. Da, listen, Fraser McClintock, that's the wee shite's name. She's always had a thing for him, and one word from that weasel and she'd be off like a shot. Da, Fraser McClintock died 20 years ago in a road accident, and she's not seen hide nor hair of him since primary school, when they once shared an apple, I seem to recall. Hardly West Side Story. You've just woken up and you're a bit confused. Aye, I bet that's not all they shared, George interrupted. I can't blame her, though.
I'm a right miserable bastard sometimes. Mum loved you very much. To be honest, you'd have to love somebody, or be totally off the scale nuts to put up with your shenanigans for the best part of half a century. So where is she then? George asked, looking up at his son like a lost boy. Mum died 5 years ago. She had cancer. That's a load of nonsense. She made my dinner just then. The care home makes your dinner, Da. Oh, so she's not shacked up with Fraser What's-His-Face. They might be, but not on this planet. Cancer? George asked, as the electrical signals and synapses in his brain started to reconnect. Aye, but it was a brief illness, thank God, and she didn't suffer. She died in her sleep on the operating table. In her sleep? That's right, aye. Very peaceful for her in the end. Right. So who's putting the bins out? What? The bins! George exclaimed. It's bloody bins day! I'll do it, Da, don't worry, Mark sighed. Make sure you remind her. She always forgets. Tell her before you go to work, otherwise the house will be honking of rubbish. I will, Da. I promise. He pulled the covers away from his dad's legs. Come on, let's see what trouble you can get up to in the lounge bar. The lounge bar? The Fells? Correct. I'm sure there will be plenty of heed-the-baws in tonight you can pick a fight with, Mark said, deciding that playing along offered the least resistance. Now you're talking, George replied, and swung his legs over the side. Mark gently raised his dad off the bed and reached for his dressing gown. Right, hop along, let's go, he said, and he helped his dad shuffle out of his room and down the corridor to the lounge. As Mullins left, the care home manager stopped him at the door. Glad I caught you, Mark, the manager said. Everything okay? Have you got a moment? She asked, nodding towards her office beyond the reception desk. Sure, Mullins replied, already worried where this was going. Please, take a seat. They went in and Mullins sat by her desk. He's not hijacked the bus again, has he? No, nothing like that. In fact, your dad's been good as gold, the manager replied, sitting opposite. Oh, God. Then something must be wrong. Mullins smiled nervously. For the last week or so, your father has been complaining of pain in his lower abdomen. He hasn't said anything to me, Mullins replied. It comes and goes, but yesterday he passed some blood. Oh, shit. Mullins rubbed at his arm. Our doctor examined him this morning, and she would like to refer him for a colonoscopy. We're talking my da here. Is that a wise thing to do? Mullins grimaced. I think so, yes. With that and the loss of weight, we think it's advisable to have him checked out. The weight loss is his vascular dementia, though, isn't it? Yes, but the rate is a concern. Right-o, aye. Of course. When will he be going in? And what do you want me to do? We'll try to get him in on an urgent appointment, so as early as next week, and we'll need your consent. She reached into a drawer in her desk and produced a document. If you could sign here and here, that would be great, and we'll get the ball rolling. She handed Mullins a pen. Mullins took the pen and stared at the form for a second. He's okay, isn't he? Just a necessary precaution at this stage. We'll know more once we have the results from the examination. Mullins signed the papers and put the pen down. I mean, are we talking cancer here? I think we should wait. I'm sure everything's probably fine. Aye, and hopefully another of his exploding piles or something, Mullins said, his nervous thought escaping before he could stop it. That would be preferable, yes. The manager laughed. So, when the appointment comes through, we'll let you know. Do you want me to take him in? No, we'll do all that. But it would be good for him and everyone concerned if you could attend the hospital with him. The riot squad. Mullins smiled. Something like that, yes. OK, thank you. And thanks for getting on to this right away. Speed is often of the essence, the manager replied, and stood up. We'll be in touch. Try not to worry. She shook Mullins' hand, making him feel like a condemned man on death row. On the way out, he went over in his mind how he was going to break the news to his wife without her losing the plot. Chapter 16. As Bone drove over to John Dee's property, a call came in from the family liaison, informing him that Mr. D had gone fishing up at the Carron Valley Reservoir. Bone turned the Saab around and headed for the hills. 30 minutes or so later, he finally arrived at the isolated loch and parked the car up alongside a rusty Volvo estate in the tiny car park adjacent. Gazing out across the water, he spotted a greyish-black mist hovering just above the surface. Rummaging around in the glove compartment, he retrieved a bottle of insect repellent and sprayed his face. "Take that, you wee bastards," he said, and stepped out. He took the path down to the loch side and scanned the bank in either direction for any sign of the errant father. Spotting a thread of smoke at the furthest end of the narrow beach, he clambered down and headed along the water's edge, flicking the thick cloud of midges away from his eyeline. Approaching a glowing, compact campfire, he looked around for its owner, but there was no one there. Alongside it, a rucksack, a rolled-up tent, a gas stove, and some cooking equipment gathered together, ready to be used. Bone continued round a narrow point and finally spotted a figure perched on some rocks jutting into the loch. "Mr. D," he called, but the figure didn't turn. Bone carried on, and when he reached the rocks, tried again. "Mr. D!" The man turned, rested the rod he held on a stand, and sat next to it. "Shit," Bone said, and approached him. "Are you John D?" The man continued to stare at the still surface of the loch. "Mr. D, I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bone from Kilwinnock Police Station," he said, and tapped Mr. D on the shoulder. "I know who you are," John said, remaining still. "I'm afraid I have some bad news." "If it's about my daughter, save your breath. I already know." He shrugged. Bone manoeuvred around him, so he could see his face. "Your daughter was found dead this morning." "I told you, save your breath." John shook his head indignantly. "Mr. D, I'm not sure you understand the seriousness of what I'm saying. We believe your daughter may have been attacked and murdered," Bone persisted, taken aback by the father's lack of response. John shrugged again, and, picking up the rod, turned the reel manically. He was about to recast, but Bone was in the way. "Do you mind?" he said. Bone shifted onto the next rock. "Mr. D, could we return to the beach where we can talk more fully about this?" "I've nothing to say." With a quick flick of his arms, the reel spun out, and the float hit the surface with a splash, sending a ripple across the water. He sat back down. "We have initiated a murder inquiry, Mr. D," Bone said, hoping to engage the man in some way. "When was the last time you saw your daughter alive?" "I don't have a daughter," John replied. "I would appreciate your cooperation here, Mr. D. When did you last see Deborah D., your daughter?" Bone repeated. "A long time ago," John said finally. "How long is long?" John sighed. "I don't know." "You and Deborah had a falling out over money, is that right?" John shrugged. "You clearly bear some kind of grudge, or perhaps you're hiding your pain. Which is it?" Bone pushed him. "You're disturbing the fish," John replied without making eye contact. "Was this financial matter unresolved between you?" "If you think I had anything to do with this, then you're nuts. How could I murder someone who doesn't exist?" I never said that. I'm merely asking you about the feud that was running between you. Feud? Hardly, John said. What would you call it then? John ignored him, staring at the loch. Mr. D, I'm having serious problems here with your responses. Your talented young daughter, with her whole life ahead of her, has been attacked and killed. It's a tragedy for all concerned. I'm sure you were deeply upset, and maybe this is your way of showing it, but your response is quite disturbing. That's your problem, not mine, John replied. Is there anyone you're aware of who might do this to your daughter? Bone thought he'd try one last time. John ignored him, staring at the float a few yards out, bobbing up and down in the water. Mr. D? I'm not interested, he replied finally. The reel clicked once, then again, and John snatched the rod from its stand and tugged gently at the line. Fuck's sake, Bone muttered. Okay, but we are not done here. You can expect us to be speaking to you again. Enjoy your trout, he said, shaking his head. It's perch, John replied, and the reel clacked manically. Bone left Mr. D to his tug-of-war battle with whatever monster he'd snagged beneath the depths of the loch. Back at his car, he was about to call Walker and recount one of the most bizarre and disturbing interviews he'd ever conducted when she beat him to it. Sorry to disturb you, sir, Walker said. Mark has come back from his interview with Miss D's manager. He had a few more words to say about Miss D's abusive, controlling boyfriend, Tusk. I think we should get him in for another chat. Okay. It sounds like we have enough to justify a formal interview. Bone checked his watch. It's getting late. Let's interview him in the morning. Okay, will do, Walker replied. Anything else? Will's gone home to finish off going through the vlog recordings and says he'll try to be done by the morning and report back. Good, Bone replied. Right, I've had enough for one day. I'll see you back at the ranch first thing, and if anything else comes up, you know where I am. Where is that exactly? Walker asked. I'm heading for the cabin. I'm already halfway there. How did it go with the father? Sorry, that was a daft question. Horrendous, no doubt, Walker said. Horrendous, yes, but not for the obvious reason. What? I'll fill you in tomorrow, Bone replied, and hung up. He started the car, turned it off again, and instead called Alice. She picked up within 2 or 3 rings. Hi, it's me, Bone said. Listen, I've had a pretty intense day. Would it be okay if I skip coming over tonight? I'm in bad need of a swim and my brain needs some serious calm time. The line hissed, and then Alice finally replied. I promised Michael you'd be over tonight. He's really looking forward to it. I know, and I'm sorry, but I just won't be much company after the day I've had. We've all had difficult days, Duncan, Alice replied. Why? What's happened to you? It doesn't matter. I'm just saying he'll be disappointed, that's all. I'll tell you what, why don't the both of you come up to the loch this weekend, and we'll make a wee holiday of it for him. And us. To be honest, that'll give me a few days to get the cabin ready for you. It's still a bit of a pigsty. The speaker crackled again. Okay, but what will I say to your son? Tell him I'm working on getting his amazing room ready, and I have an extra special surprise for him too. What surprise? Well, it wouldn't be a surprise if I told you that, would it? Bone replied, buying some time to come up with something so special it might come close to making up for being such a useless father. Okay. Friday night then? Alice asked. Friday it is, and I look forward to welcoming you both to our brand new second home. Alice hung up. Bugger, he mumbled, and started the car. Click, click, a voice whispered in his ear. He spun round, but there was no one there. He was about to reverse out of the car park when a shadow flitted across his rear-view mirror. He turned again, Mr. Meiklejohn? But the back seat was empty. Your game playing doesn't rattle me anymore, Bones said to his PTSD nemesis. Well? What are you waiting for? He asked, but the creature wouldn't appear. With a sigh, he set off for home. Chapter 17. The log cabin was located on the outskirts of the village, in a secluded spot next to the loch, encircled by a cluster of tall pine trees. As Bone climbed out of his car, he noticed that all the debris the builders had piled up during the cabin's renovation had been removed. The hotel's manager appeared from the path through the trees. "Evening, Duncan," he said. "Hi, Gordon. Have they finally finished?" "Finito," Gordon beamed. "I just thought I'd come over to see your face when you take a look inside." Bone fished his keys out of his pocket, opened up the cabin, and went in, with Gordon following close behind. "Oh, bloody hell! I have a kitchen!" Bone exclaimed. "No more hotel food at last, I hear you cry." "Steady on, I wouldn't go that far," Bone said, looking round the immaculate living room diner. Gordon went over to the kitchen area. "Double fan oven, micro on top, inbuilt fridge freezer with an ice cube dispenser," he said, fiddling with the button. 3 cubes flew out. "Shit!" He scooped them up and dropped them in the new sink. "I might move into one myself." "Stunning," Bones said. "They even tidied and cleaned everything. The place is immaculate." "Hardly. You can thank the hotel cleaners for that. I've also been reliably informed that you now have a shower that actually works." Bone went through the back and checked out his new bathroom. "All in one day? That's amazing," Bone said, admiring his brand-new drenched shower unit. "Aye, they don't mess about, these boys, once they get going. Our fry-ups help fuel the furnaces as well, of course." Bone turned on the tap. "And it's warm." "We weren't sure whether you'd want that, seeing how much you love swimming in that bloody freezing loch, you nutcase." "Aye, right." "All the structural repairs were done, so the fitters rattled through the job in no time," Gordon said on their way back to the living room. "Oh, and we've also replaced all the mattresses, so you should sleep well tonight." "Fantastic. Thank you. That's a far cry from when I first moved in," Bones said. "Aye, it was in a right state. I looked up its history, and the former laird built it in 1922 as a base for his fishing, but apparently he was also using it as his private love shack, for having it away with his staff." "A very different kind of fishing altogether, then." "Deep sea," Gordon replied. "But when his wife got wind, that was it. He lost his balls and the place went to rack and ruin." "I name this cabin the Laird's Knocking Shop," Bone laughed. "It's funny, but what an entitled tosser. Can you imagine all the unwanted pregnancies and abandoned girls?" "Aye, I'm so glad we're now owned by a hedge fund conglomerate," Gordon replied with a smile. "Thanks again for persuading your bosses to let me rent long-term. I know they were planning to holiday let it, so I owe you. Alice and Michael are coming at the weekend, so the timing is perfect." "No bother," Gordon replied. "It'll be great to see Alice again, and that wee lad of yours. He must be at least twice your height by now." "Easily," Bone replied. "Right, I'll leave you to it. Here's the spare key. The cabin is all yours now. Enjoy." He handed Bone the keys and left. After another quick tour of the cabin, checking Michael's room and his new bed, and a second fiddle with the shower, Bone got changed into his swimming gear, grabbed a towel and his goggles, and headed out through a descending cloud of midges along a tiny jetty adjacent to the cabin that jutted out into the loch. Before the insects could devour him, he quickly dropped the towel, snapped on his goggles, and dived in. The cold water hit his system like a welcome sledgehammer. With 3 or 4 reflex breaths, he took a moment for his body and mind to adjust to the sensorial assault,
and then swum slowly away from the jetty out towards the open expanse ahead. The water lapped gently over and around his head, cooling and soothing his racing mind. Turning left, he headed towards the village harbour wall, with the hotel perched at the end. He switched from front crawl to breaststroke to take in the view of the mountains, glowing in the summer dusk light. Glancing out across the loch, the surface was as still as glass. He stopped and trod water gently for a moment, to take in the entirety of the world around and beneath him. Taking a long, deep breath, he lay back, the icy water lapping gently at his cheeks. Gazing up, he saw that the first of the night stars were appearing in the deepening blue sky. A few meditative moments later, he rolled over and continued to swim to the harbour wall, and after quickly catching his breath, he headed back towards the cabin, its lights now visible in the darkening night. Clambering up the jetty ladder, he ran inside before the bloodsuckers resumed their attack. After a long and relaxing shower in his new bathroom, he got into his pyjamas, poured himself a whisky with a splash of iron brew from his new fridge, and dropped contentedly into an armchair, feeling a little more relaxed than when he'd first arrived. Reaching over, he picked up his phone and checked in case Alice had called. There were 3 missed calls and a flurry of texts from Walker. "Just give me a minute," he said with a sigh, and stretched back in the chair. His mobile rang. "Bugger!" He picked up the handset again. It was Gallagher this time. "Sir?" Bowen said. "We've been trying to get a hold of you. Have you not seen the Chronicle's headline for tomorrow? Walker sent you the links." "Don't bloody tell me he's published the story." "Every fucking detail. Pictures of the note, photos of the police cordon up at the bridge, the boyfriend, and even the poor girl's lopped-off finger, for fuck's sake." "Oh, Jesus Christ," Bowen seethed. "That cockroach really has reached an all-time low. He fucking promised me, and I'm the idiot who, for a few gullible minutes, actually believed that this time he might keep his word." "A tad naive considering his form and your history together, wouldn't you say?" "The story's clearly too hot for his overinflated ego to sit on." "Sorry, sir. I should have preempted this." "No, I should have actioned the press conference sooner. But it's done now, so we'll have to deal with it head on," Gallagher replied. "I've already had head office, the national press and TV, and worst of all, the town's provost on the phone." "I'll come back tonight if you wish." "No, we'll do this first thing when the town's up. I've told Walker to come in for 6:30, and we'll aim for a press conference at 8. "I'll be there," Bowen replied. "And that gives me a few hours to come up with the most painful way to butcher that genital wart of a human being." Gallagher hung up, and Bowen opened up the link Walker had sent through. The Chronicle's front page appeared with the headline, "Is Our DD Dead?" plastered across the top, with a picture of the crime scene underneath. "Death by slow bleed castration is too good for him," Bowen growled, tossing his phone onto the adjacent sofa and downing his whisky in one. Chapter 18. The police station conference room was rammed to the gunnels with journalists and press crew, all jockeying for prime position as close as possible to the row of desks lined up at the front. When Gallagher emerged from a side door, dressed in his full uniform, followed by Bowen and Walker, the room erupted with a roar of questions, camera flashes, and more jostling. The 3 officers sat at the desks, Gallagher in the centre, with Bowen and Walker on either side, and stared stone-faced for a moment at the rabble in front of them. Bowen scanned the sea of heads for McKinnon, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Please take a seat," Walker said to the pack. With more shoving and jostling, the journalists all found a place to perch. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," Bowen bellowed over the noise. The room calmed down.
On Monday, 19th of June. Gallagher cleared his throat and took a sip of water. The body of a white female was discovered at the Devilback Bridge on the outskirts of Kingsburn village. Police were immediately called to the scene, with forensic officers also in attendance.
Is it Dee Dee?
A voice called out. DNA tests have now confirmed that the woman is Miss Deborah D. The room erupted again with more flashing and a barrage of garbled questions. We are treating the death as suspicious, Gallagher hollered over the cacophony.
Was she murdered?
A journalist at the back roared. Our thoughts are with the family and friends of Miss D at this tragic time, Gallagher continued, ignoring the question. A middle-aged hack directly in front of Gallagher stood. Graham Bartlett, Guardian newspaper. Do you have any leads at this stage, or have any idea how she died, or who may be involved or responsible? Detective Chief Inspector Bone and Detective Inspector Walker are leading the investigation with support from the National Crime Unit. We have prioritised resources, and every effort is being made to resolve this investigation as quickly as possible. We would urge members of the press to respect the privacy of Miss D's loved ones at this difficult time.
Yesterday, I received a package containing a severed finger, along with a horrific image of Miss D's battered face. Are we not going to talk about that?
Bone recognised McKinnon's whiny tone immediately. We are not at liberty to discuss details of the case, and I would also urge the members of the press to refrain from publishing information that may hamper or prejudice our investigation. Like the shit you've published this morning, Bone muttered.
Even when it's in the public interest, McKinnon whined.
It's in the public interest to catch the perpetrator of this crime as soon as possible, Gallagher retorted. If any members of the community have information that can help us with our inquiries, please call our hotline number 0300 990 990. All calls will be treated with confidentiality and discretion.
Isn't that the number for Tinder?
A journalist at the back of the room shouted out. The conference erupted in laughter.
That's just not funny, Walker muttered to Bone, shaking her head. Why is Miss D's father not here with you, supporting the investigation? McKinnon yelled over the laughter.
The press team settled down again.
And are you going to arrest the boyfriend? He has a track record of domestic violence, doesn't he?
Gallagher shook his head. We have nothing more to add at this stage.
Does the town have yet another serial killer stalking its streets? McKinnon sneered. Detective Superintendent Gallagher. A TV reporter stood. What about Miss D's top billing at Kilwinnock Civic Week? Is the festival now cancelled?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Gallagher said, closing the folder in front of him.
What? That's it, McKinnon replied.
The place erupted again. The three detectives filed out, leaving the sights and sounds of a baying mob behind them. It would be in the public interest to shove that prick into the Clyde wearing a pair of concrete boots, Gallagher grumbled as he marched up the corridor. He could well have fucked our investigation leaking all that information.
Let's hope not, Walker said.
I'll need regular updates on this. Anything at all to keep head office off our backs.
Will do, sir, Bone nodded.
What a fucking omnishambles, Gallagher added, and stormed past the incident room to his office.
That went well,
Walker said with a smile. It was never going to be easy, Bone sighed, especially with Ferret Face stirring the slurry pot.
You did well to contain yourself. I could see the whites of your fists under the desk.
Just 5 minutes with that pond life, that's all I ask, Bone said. They went in.
How did it go?
Baxter asked, looking up from her screen. If hemorrhoids could speak, they'd work for the Chronicle, Bone replied. I can't believe the dick had the nerve to show up, Mullins said, gloating over his scoop and looking for that elusive award. Bone went over to the coffee percolator and poured a cup.
Want one? He asked Walker. Is Pavarotti Italian?
Walker replied. I made sure that was full. As I suspected, you might need 1 or 3, Harper said. Cheers, Will, Bones said. Right, okay, so, where are we up to? The boss wants an update. Yesterday I met Dee Dee's manager, Al Fitz, at his office in Glasgow, Mullins said. How did that go? He was upset, as you would expect, but... But what? Something just didn't sit right with me. That would be the curry you had the night before that you keep warning us about, Harper interrupted. Mullins shook his head. It was all a bit textbook shock and grief. To be honest, I think he was more concerned about how her death would impact his business and reputation. Before I went in to see him, there was also a Barney at the front desk with a musician who was demanding payments and money. And when I asked Fitz about it, he laughed it off as just another delusional hopeful. So, short version, he's a prize bellend. Right, so we need to dig around in his business and his relationship with the deceased. I'm on it, sir, Baxter said. How did you get on with the vlogs, Will? Walker asked, taking a long sip of her coffee. Very interesting. So last night I went through all the recordings Miss D had posted over the last couple of months. Jesus, how long did that take? Bone asked. Thankfully she's been in the US trying to make a name, so not as many as I expected. I think I counted 15 in total, with 12 in May and only 3 in early June, each around 20 minutes or so. And most of the vlogs were just as you'd expect. Shopping trips in the US and other cities like London and one in Glasgow, a few of her rehearsals, but mostly her talking straight to the camera at home. Some with her friend Jean Jarvie in tow. But then late May, her boyfriend starts to make an appearance. I'll show you. He tapped at his keyboard for a moment, then looked up again. Bone and Walker gathered round. In this first one, keep your eye on the background. He pressed play on the recorder, and the vlog started. A head and shoulder shot of Dee Dee appeared, dishevelled and half-dressed in a pyjama top, as though she'd just got out of bed. Late one last night, she whispered, and rubbed at her forehead. This guy took me dancing, but I have no clue what or where. Is that bad? Oh God, it is, isn't it? She smiled again. Tusk appeared, walking through the shot at the back of the room. Don't put this on me, he called out. I wasn't that bothered about going. It was you who wanted to. That's not quite true, Dee Dee said, turning round. You said you had a buzz on and needed to go out. It was you that was buzzing my nut. Tusk moved nearer, tapped his forehead, and sneered into the lens. Dee Dee looked up at him and turned back to the camera. Let's ask the audience, shall we? Right, peeps. Who do you think wanted to go out more, me or John Travolta here? She grinned. Tusk dashed over. Don't do that, turn the... The camera jolted, and the screen went blank. I checked the comments, and a few concerned fans asked if she was okay, Harper said. About 5 minutes after the broadcast, she replied with this. He scrolled down the vlog and pointed at Dee Dee's final entry at the bottom. I'm fine. That's all she said, Walker asked. Seems so. Then, a few days later, on the 8th of June, 9 days before she was killed, she posted this. With a few more clicks, Harper pressed the play button again. This time she was in a hotel room, sitting at a desk by a window, with a panoramic view across a vast, sunny urban landscape. She was wearing a baseball cap pulled down over her forehead and a pair of dark shades. Another hangover? Walker asked. Listen, Harper said, and he tweaked the volume. She turned from the window to the screen. I'm so excited to be in LA for rehearsals for my upcoming tour. She leaned in closer. But Tusk is in a grump and doesn't want me to go. Says he'll be all lonesome on his own-some. She giggled. Another loud thump had her spinning round, and she quickly glanced behind her and turned back to the camera. I've promised I'll make it up to him later. Tusk flashed past.
"All right, hun," she said, and winked at the camera. The screen went dead. "There's one more I wanted to show you." Harper fiddled with the keyboard and set up the third video. "This is the last recording she made, the day before she disappeared." He tapped the keys again, and the new video started running. "Where's she now?" Bone asked. "At Mum's flat. I recognise the schizophrenic wallpaper," Mullins replied, curiosity clearly getting better of him. Dee Dee was at a table, rambling on about some recent shopping trip in London. She held up a skirt no bigger than a back pocket and a fluorescent crop top. "What do you think?" she said. "Should I wear this for my hometown gig?" "Check the live comments," Harper said, as love hearts, thumbs ups, and a flurry of compliments poured in. "Thanks, guys," Dee Dee said. "You're all so lovely." She continued to stare at the screen. Then her brow dropped. Harper hit the pause button. "See that comment there?" he said, tapping the monitor. "You were next," Bone said, reading the message. "And the one after?" "Die, bitch, die." Bone read it out again. "These are posted by someone called Diva1. That's the lowlife the manager said had been hounding Dee for weeks. She was a member of some unofficial fan club called Deb's Divas until the admins in the group got wind of what she was up to and kicked her out." "She?" Walker interrupted. "Aye, the manager thought it was a woman, but who knows who anyone is on the internet." "Why didn't you tell us this?" "I was just about to until Spielberg here stole my thunder." "See what she does now," Harper interrupted, and let the video run. "I know you," she said, and smiled directly down the lens. "Check the response." Harper scrolled down. "And now die you must." "Lovely sentiment," Bone said. "And if we keep going..." Harper hit the play button. Dee Dee stared at the screen, her mouth agape and her eyes widening as she read. "Gotta go. Catch up soon," she said quickly, with an attempt at a smile. The image juddered, and the video ended. Bone turned to Harper. "Can you search the vlogs again and find any more comments from Diva1? "Okay," Harper replied. "And while you're at it, see if you can find contacts for the admins of this unofficial fan club. I think we need to speak to them." "Done," Mullins said. "The manager's assistant sent the details over a few minutes ago." "Right, good," Bone replied with an apologetic nod. "Any more background on Dee Dee, Sheila?" "Hold on," Baxter said, and rummaged on her desk for a second. "Born in Falkirk Royal Infirmary, grew up in Kilwinnock on the Eastlands estate." "No silver spoon, then," Mullins said. "Hardly," Baxter replied. "Her mum was a part-time cleaner, and her dad worked for British Gas until he was sacked, following a serious assault on a colleague. He served 18 months for GBH, and he has a track record of violence. I also found 3 reports detailing domestic abuse claims made by Miss D's mum, but nothing was followed up as Mrs. D withdrew her statement in all cases." "What about Dee Dee's criminal record?" "The local authority issued 3 truancy warnings to her parents, and community police reports indicate that she was picked up at least a dozen times from parks and shopping centres during school hours." "Toxic home syndrome," Bone said. "Yes. When you read her record, there's a sense of an escalating crisis. At 14, she was cautioned for shoplifting, and again at 16. So when she reoffended yet again at 18 for nicking a pair of jeans from Debenhams in Glasgow, it was a case of 3 strikes and you're nicked. She was subsequently charged and given a 6-month suspended sentence." "It really was a textbook cry for help. Poor girl," Walker said. "So her fame and success must have been quite a challenge, coming from such a difficult place," Bone said. "And not exactly what you'd call a suitable cure for some deep-rooted emotional issues," Walker replied. "She was clearly extremely vulnerable."
And is it a case of history repeating itself with the boyfriend? Bones said. Do you have any more on our friend downstairs? He went to Harrow School. Mother and father live in Singapore and has no employment record, at least that I can find. He's well-heeled, privileged, very much silver spoon, and living on his monthly allowance from Daddy, no doubt. And blowing the lot on Harpic, Mullins said. Yes, and he has a criminal record to prove it. In 2016, he clocked up a 12-month suspended sentence for possession of cocaine. That's lenient, Bones said. Family, friends, and influencers in high places, obviously, Baxter replied. The door opened, and Brodie appeared. Sir, Mr. Tusk is in the interview room too. Speak of the devil, Bones said. Right then, let's go see what John Paul Getty Jr. has to say for himself. Who? Harper asked. Bone rolled his eyes. Could you move Tusk into interview room 4? He asked Brodie. Sir, the desk sergeant replied.
Chapter 19.
The broom cupboard. I see what you're up to, boss, Walker said on their way down to the interview room.
I'm thinking the claustrophobically small space will encourage the entitled, abusive prick to unravel before our very eyes, Bone replied. The officer in charge of his arrest said he had a swing at him when he told him Dee was dead. It's going to be interesting. I'll ask one of the PCs to stick around outside in case things kick off, though I'm sure nothing would give you more pleasure than snapping his arm in a hold lock. I'm saying nothing, Walker smirked. When the detectives entered the interview room, Tusk was slouching with his head in his hands behind a table squeezed into the back corner. The PC on the door nodded and stepped out. They sat opposite, a fist length away. DCI Bone and DI Walker, Bone said. Tusk's body shook, and he sobbed loudly, his face still hidden. Tusk! Bone exclaimed. The suspect finally looked up, his cheeks soaked with tears and his eyes puffed like a post-fight boxer. How could you do that to me? He choked through quick breaths. Drop an atomic bomb in my head, then lock me up for hours in a horrific cell. Tusk, did the officer explain why we arrested you? Oh, yes. He explained all right. You think I killed my Debs? My love? Another sob broke free, a string of snot emerging from his nose and dangling like a pendulum from the end. That's just fucking evil, man. Walker grimaced as the pendulum swung. She searched her suit pocket for a tissue, but he wiped at the silvery entrail before she could help. Nobody came to see me. I could have taught myself in there and nobody would have given a shit. Tusk, Bone interrupted his rant. We need you to answer a few questions. He leaned over and pressed the button on the recorder. Interview commencing, he started. Hold on! Hold up a fucking minute! Tusk cut in, agitated. I'm in bits here. I've lost my world. I shouldn't be answering any questions right now. You have no right to do this. It's an abuse of the law and totally inhumane. I have rights, you know. He briskly wiped the tears from his cheeks and eyes, the detectives mindful of his movements. Can I ask, then, why you turned the duty solicitor away last night? Bone asked. I don't need a lawyer. I just want my Debs back, he replied. His face puckered, and the waterworks returned. We strongly advise you to have a solicitor present, Mr. Tusk. Perhaps you have a family lawyer you could contact? They're the last people I'd speak to, Tusk said. How so? My father and I don't see eye to eye on much. We haven't spoken in years. Okay, then what about Miss D's manager, Mr. Fitz? Him? He wouldn't piss on me if I was on fire, Tusk replied. Another person you don't get on with? He despises my very existence. And why is that? Jealousy. He's got some flipped Oedipal father fixation going on with Debs. Really fucking creepy if you ask me. A lot of people seem to dislike you, Walker said. Yeah,
Mr. fucking Popular. Is that why you've brought me in?
Tusk sneered and wiped at his nose again. You're happy for us to proceed, then? Bone asked. Tusk nodded. Where were you on the 16th to 19th of June? Bone continued.
I told you before, I was in London. I went down on Friday and came back late Sunday night.
Friday, 16th June? Walker asked.
Correct. I stayed over with friends, partying, that sort of thing.
Tusk sighed. How did you get to London? Bone asked.
Magic carpet. I took the train, so yes, lots of witnesses and CCTV for you to slobber over.
Before you said you didn't want to share the name of the person you were staying with, Bone asked.
Not a lot of point in that now. And seeing as you think I'm the guilty party here. Her name's Asher Steele, 43 High Brick Road, Tottenham.
And you were there with her the whole time? Walker asked.
Well, you know, we were partying and clubbing. She left me for a bit, and then we caught up later that night or the next morning, whatever.
So not the entire time, then? Bone said.
That's just how parties work, Inspector,
Tusk replied sarcastically. What clubs did you go to?
Oh, 3 or 4, I don't really remember.
I suggest you try, Bone said. Tusk rubbed at his forehead and sighed.
I started in Bilbo Baggins up in Soho.
On the Friday night? Walker asked.
Yeah, 16th. God, trying to catch me out or something.
And what time was that? Walker pressed.
I don't know, around 10. I caught the 4 o'clock from Glasgow Central. I dropped my stuff at Asher's and we headed straight out.
How did you get to Central Station? Walker continued.
Taxi.
Do you have receipts or proof of travel? Bone asked.
I paid in cash. I wasn't thinking I would need an alibi when I set off.
What about Saturday? What did you do?
I slept until around 3. Then we went for some grub.
You and Asher? Bone asked.
Yeah.
Where?
Jesus, no clue. Some cafe near her flat.
Then what?
Not sure.
Tusk shrugged. This is important, Mr. Tusk. Then what? Bone persisted.
We, went back to hers again.
For how long? And what did you do?
We chatted and stuff. Had a few drinks, relaxed, and then later we went out again.
Are you having sexual relations with Asher Steele?
What? Why is that relevant to any of this?
Just answer the question.
No comment. Not because I am or not, but I don't think it's any of your business, Tusk retorted.
Please excuse my colleague for a moment while she checks out this sordid little tale of yours, Bone said.
It's neither sordid nor a tale, Tusk replied.
Walker got up and left. For the purposes of the DIR, D.I. Walker has left the interview room. Okay, so where did you go Saturday night after you'd finished chatting with Miss Steele? Bone continued.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but we drank the best part of a litre of tequila at a flat, so I just can't remember what happened. It's all really foggy, you know?
So if we were to interview Miss Steele, she would corroborate your account.
Is it really necessary to involve Ash in all of this? She's got a high-powered job in the city, and this could really fuck that up. She's an old friend, that's all.
What train did you catch on Sunday?
What?
We interviewed you on Monday morning, and you said you just got back. So what train did you catch?
Did I say train? No, I remembered I missed my train, but one of Ash's friends was driving up to Glasgow on Sunday, and they gave me a lift back.
But you told us you took the train, Mr. Tusk. Bone folded his arms.
Like I said, I thought I did, but then remembered when the fog cleared.
Who is this driver? When did you leave, and where did he or she drop you?
It was definitely a she, if you know what I mean.
Tusk attempted a smile. No, I have no clue what you mean, and your tale is really beginning to annoy me, Bone retorted.
Who, when, and where. It's not a tale, it's the truth. I was pissed and hungover. I must have passed out. The next thing I knew, we were in Campsie and she was shoving me out of the car. I don't think she liked me very much by the end of the trip. Not many people do, it seems. Bones sighed. What time? It was dark, I remember that, as I had an absolute blinder. I walked back to the hotel and, that's when I got in trouble with the music. I think I indulged in a wee hair of the dog. What car did she drive? Bone cut in. Do I look like the kind of sado who knows the make and model of cars? Bone stopped for a second and stared at the wreck of a human before him. It's not stacking up, Mr. Tusk, he said finally. It's the truth! Tusk shrugged. I was out of it most of the weekend, and I'm trying my best to piece it together. I'm going to need more than fog if you want us to release you, Bones said. Oh, Jesus. This is giving me the mother of all migraines. Tusk rubbed at his head again. If you could provide us with more names, and your driver in particular, we would be a great deal more sympathetic to the predicament you find yourself in, Mr. Tusk. It's just Tusk! He glared. Bones stared back until he caved in and dropped his gaze to the floor. It was all just drunken, random parties. Apart from Ash, I didn't know any of the people, including the girl who gave me the lift home. It's a 7-hour-plus drive. If you got back after dark, you must have left at lunchtime, Bone continued. Probably. No clue. I got up. She was there. I packed my stuff and left. Next thing I remember, I was back. Why did you go to London, Mr. Tusk? Wasn't Miss D really busy? Didn't she need your support? I just needed to get away for a couple of days. It all gets a bit too claustrophobic, you know? And Debs is very possessive and a little suffocating. I needed some air. And partying with other women and getting drunk is your idea of getting some air. I needed to let off some steam. Last time I checked, there's no law against that. It's all very convenient, isn't it, Mr. Tusk? Bones said. No, it's not. Because if I could remember names, places, and cars, then you'd leave me the fuck alone and let me go. Just a few more questions, Bones said. And then what? Tusk replied with an indignant shake of his head. Were any illegal substances consumed during these parties? Bone continued, ignoring his pleas. Ah, here we go. What do you mean, illegal? I mean coke, Class A narcotics, that kind of illegal, Bone replied. And then there's supply. That must be at least 10 to 15 years these days. No way! That's too heavy for me. I know people who died of that shit, and I'm not about to go down that road, Tusk said, pleading his innocence. So you were not, in the slightest, nervous about our drug teams with sniffer dogs going over your apartment at Kincaid House right now? What? Tusk looked up, his mouth open. I expect to hear back from them any time now, Bones said with a smile. Look. Okay, listen. A couple of people must have paid Debs a visit while I was away, and to my absolute horror, I found a small packet of what I suspected to be coke. Well, I flushed that shit down the loo as soon as. Right. So if we check our database, we won't find anything on you for possession? That was a long time ago. Jesus! I was only a kid, Tusk said, throwing up his hands. It was 6 years ago. You were hardly a toddler, Bone replied. What we need you to do, Mr. Tusk, is help us to make this as smooth and as easy an interview as possible. Otherwise, things could start to get very ugly very quickly. You understand? I'm just saying my drug past is behind me, and I was in London when Debs went missing. When you arrived at the hotel, I wasn't that long back, remember? We'll need some more details. I'm sorry, I can't remember, Tusk replied with another dismissive shrug. In that case, you will leave us no option but to arrest you on suspicion of the murder of your girlfriend. Oh, man, come on! That's shocking! I love her! The thought makes me feel physically sick.
Do you often express your love with your fists, Mr. Tusk?
Jesus Christ. Now you're saying I hit her or something?
And something, yes. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You guys are upsetting me. How could you even suggest I do that?
For the purposes of DIR, I'm going to show Mr. Tusk a video recording, evidence number 15B. Bone removed a tablet from his rucksack, turned it on, and queued up the recording. Mr. Tusk, this is a video call made by Miss Jean Jarvie to Miss Dee Dee on the 11th of May.
It's just fucking Tusk,
Tusk mumbled. Bone placed the tablet under Tusk's nose and pressed the play button. As the recording ran, Tusk shifted in his seat. When Debs finally appeared and her injured face was revealed, Bone pressed pause. How did Miss D come about such horrific facial bruises? Mr. Tusk? Bone asked, deliberately over-pronouncing his use of Tusk's unwanted title.
Oh, man. You think I did that?
Tusk said, staring at Deb's battered features.
Well, did you?
Bone asked.
Of course I didn't. I told you only an animal would hit a woman, for fuck's sake. She fell on the stairs when she was pissed.
Were you with her when this so-called accident occurred?
Yeah. We'd been out...
Don't tell me. Partying, Bone interrupted.
Yeah. It was Deb's first time in New York and she was excited, so we were a bit worse for wear after a night out.
How did it happen?
I don't know. I was ahead of her trying to get the hotel door key card out of my pocket when I heard her go down. I ran over, picked her up, and we went inside.
Then what?
Then what? What do you think?
So, with a head injury like that, you didn't think she might need to see a doctor? Bone tapped the tablet screen.
We weren't in any state to think that straight about it. We went to bed, and when she woke up the next day, that's when those marks appeared.
So you hadn't had any kind of row?
Row? The opposite, to be honest.
A number of witnesses have claimed that you and Miss D argued a lot, and your rows could escalate to violence.
Who said that?
Tusk shook his head.
Absolute lying bastards!
And you didn't have a fight with Miss D at her mother's flat early Friday evening, then?
Is that fiction too?
What?
You heard me,
Bone pressed.
Okay, you mean earlier on Friday. Yes, I did see her before I left, and she wasn't happy about it.
Why did you lie about that?
I don't want to bad-mouth her. She was very possessive, and we'd have disagreements about that.
He looked up.
Look, yeah, we had arguments, but I don't think we'd be human if we didn't. Deb's career was going ballistic, and we were both feeling the pressure. The press are total bastards, and they were hounding us, driving us both crazy. Sometimes all that frustration and emotional exhaustion would lead to a few rows, but we always made up. Always.
And these rows, did they get physical?
I really don't want to say bad things about her, Inspector. But it was her, not me.
Tusk nodded.
She'd lose it so much she'd take a swing or throw something at me. She clocked me once with a trouser press, picked it clear off the floor and lobbed it at me on the sofa.
You're now saying she was abusive to you?
No, I didn't say abusive. That's too strong. Just hot-headed, frustrated, emotionally drained. I totally understood it, and I did my very best to calm her down and pull her back from the brink. We were good for each other like that.
Miss D's old school friends and her manager, Mr. Fitz, have told us to the contrary, that you are a toxic influence and abusive to her.
Is that Jean and Sam?
I bet it is. They fucking hate me because they think I stole their mate from them.
They're absolutely consumed with jealousy. Everyone is. They all want a piece of my girl, and they just can't handle the fact that she is with me.
Was with you, Mr. Tusk, Bones said. And that's why we're here.
Fuck's sake, Tusk muttered.
Bone leaned back in his chair. You're playing with us, Mr. Tusk, but we can play this game a hell of a lot harder than you.
I'm not playing with you, man. I'm giving you everything I know. Speak to Ash if it makes you feel better.
The interview door opened and Walker stuck her head round.
A word, sir?
In the nick of time, as they say, Bones said with a smile. Interview paused at 10:31. He tapped the recorder. Make yourself at home?
Shit,
Tusk mumbled, and dropped his head into his hands again. Keep an eye on him, Bones said to the PC on the door, and he stepped out. We ran a check on the address Tusk gave us, and the owner-occupier is a Miss Asha Steele.
Bugger,
Bone replied.
We haven't been able to get a hold of her yet. Sheila's trying now, but Tusk may have an alibi after all.
I know where you're going with this, Bones said with a sigh.
He's claiming he caught trains and lifts and attended parties with multiple people,
none of whom he's named, aside from his bit on the side, and she could be unreliable.
Sorry, I just don't think a guilty person would set so many traps for themselves. We have nothing linking him directly with the murder. It's all circumstantial. I think we're going to have to let him go.
Bone took a long, deep breath. You're right. We could try for an extension until we speak to this friend Asha, but I suspect Gallagher would agree with you and block it, especially as the situation out there is so volatile. They went back in. Mr. Tusk, you are free to go for now, but please don't leave Kilwinnock for the foreseeable.
At last,
Tusk said, throwing his arms up in the air.
Thank you for one of the worst experiences of my life. I'll treasure the memory forever.
He stood. Bone leaned over and checked his footwear. Quick question. Is that your regular footwear? He asked, nodding at Tusk's scruffy red gutties.
What?
Yes, Tusk replied with a frown.
And my underwear is Calvin Klein. Anything else?
You're not a dock man like me, then? Bone held up his shoe for Tusk to see.
Wouldn't be seen dead in those. People might think I'm an undercover copper.
He smirked. Okay, Mr. Tusk. Thank you for your cooperation, but understand we will be contacting your friend in Glasgow, and if she doesn't corroborate your story, including your whereabouts in the hours leading up to Miss D's death, then we'll be seeing each other again. Walker got up and retrieved the PC from the corridor. Could you accompany Mr. Tusk out of the building, please? Ma'am, the PC replied.
Do you know what gets me?
Tusk said, returning to the desk.
How I'm always the bad guy here. I'm the scum of the earth. The press, you, Deb's friends, her manager, the whole fucking world hates me. And like you, I bet they think I did this because it's a convenient fit for your prejudiced, mob-rule minds. But I loved her.
He tapped the desk with his finger. Come on, sir. The PC stepped between Tusk and the detectives.
I was the only one who looked out for her and protected her from all these leeches and exploiters, but...
He stopped and took a sharp intake of breath.
This way, the officer repeated. I failed.
Tusk finally got the words out.
How do you think that makes me feel, eh?
He started crying again, and the PC coaxed him out the door. Interview terminated at 10:58 a.m. Bone hit the button.
Well, he's either genuinely upset, or that was a pretty decent display of top-drawer lying from a seasoned serial abuser and killer, Walker said.
Let's see what this Asher has to say and try to pin some of his story down.
Or not, Walker replied. And then, the moment we've all been waiting for, Bones said.
What's that?
An audience with our Lord Provost. And may God have mercy on our souls, he replied, marching up the corridor.
Chapter 20. Harper looked over again at Mullins, who stared stone-faced at his computer screen. Harper leaned over his desk to try for the second time to engage his colleague in conversation. "What the hell is eating you, Mark? You've had a face on you like a smacked lemon all morning."
"Nothing. I'm fine," Mullins replied sullenly.
"Look, you haven't insulted me for the best part of an hour. I can tell something's not right."
"Just feeling a bit out of sorts."
Mullins turned back to his monitor. "Right, I'm not having this. I'm taking you to lunch. Get your jacket."
"You're all right, Will. I'm not ready for eats yet."
"Okay, two things. First, you're supposed to call me Moth Wallet Man or some other abusive term. And second, you must be really ill if you're refusing a free lunch." "Well, I'm going to eat, and you can at least join me for a coffee. Come on." Mullins looked up at Harper and back at his screen, then picked up his jacket.
"Come on then, Moth Wallet Man," he sniggered. "The fells are doing a pie and chips lunch special, if you're interested. I have it in good authority that they've just added vegan pie to their menu."
"That's more like it," Harper replied, and followed Mullins out. The fells was unusually quiet for mid-lunchtime. A couple of old croakers propped up the bar, and in the far corner, old Sandy, the widower, played darts on his own.
"Where are all your diners today, Andy?" Mullins asked. "The vegan pie frightened them off."
"Is that poor wee lassie dying? Everybody's in shock," Andy replied, yanking the ends of his mullet out from under the collar of a faded, moth-eaten Scottish rugby top, circa 1985. "How's the investigation going?"
"It's terrible right enough," Mullins replied, dodging an answer.
"Do you have a couple of menus?" Harper cut in. Andy plucked 2 cards out of the stand at the end of the bar and handed them to the detectives.
"Take your pick of the seats." "Have you reopened the courtyard yet?" Mullins asked.
"Aye, the drains are all clear now. The smell's gone, and it's clean as a whistle." Harper winced. "Are you sure you don't want to sit in here, Mark?"
"I'm just feeling a bit overheated."
He pulled at his collar. "Okay," Harper said, and he followed Mullins through the bar. "Give me a shout when you're ready to order," Andy said. They went outside. The courtyard was a little less unpleasant than Harper had imagined. Andy had planted borders running down either side, with strings of fairy lights decorating the high brick walls. The former rotting picnic tables had been replaced with brand-new bistro-style metal dining sets, each with colourful umbrellas. And at the rear, a water feature trickled gently over a mock rockery, giving the whole courtyard a mildly, if not surreal, Mediterranean feel.
"Jesus Christ, I should have brought my shades," Mullins said, averting his eyes from the Technicolor overload.
They picked a table and sat. Will glanced through the menu, then set it aside. "Okay, spill the beans," he said.
"It's nothing. I'm absolutely fine," Mullins replied, attempting a reassuring smile.
"Now," Harper insisted. Mullins rubbed his mouth.
"All right. I'm worried about my old man."
"You're always worried about George. What's he done now?"
"Nothing. For once he's been all sweetness and light."
"So what is it? Is his dementia getting worse?"
"That's a given. No, he's going in for a colonoscopy. The doctors think there could be something up with his bowels, other than what's usually up with them, I mean."
"What? Cancer?" Mullins nodded. "Shit."
"I know he's got to peg it sometime, but I just don't want him to go through any pain. His job is to inflict that on the rest of us."
Mullins shrugged. "Nobody wants that," Harper replied. "So sorry, Mark." Mullins shrugged again.
"It is what it is, I suppose."
"When's he going in for the procedure?"
"A few days. I can't imagine what he'll be like when they stick that hose up his arse."
"They'll sedate him up to the hilt, I'm sure."
"They'll need elephant darts."
"If they don't have a diagnosis yet, it could be a false alarm."
"I know that.
But it's kind of hit me, the thought of the grumpy old bastard not being around anymore. I suppose I've been avoiding thinking about it.
It's what we do.
How did you get on when your mum died? Mullins asked. What would you like? Andy interrupted, approaching their table.
What? Harper said. Oh, yes. He scanned the menu. Could I have a chicken pie and mash, please?
Is that vegan chicken? Mullins said.
I've lapsed. Harper smiled.
What do you fancy today, Mark? Andy asked. You know what? I'm not really that hungry. Are you doing toasties or anything like that?
What? Andy looked at him and then at Harper, unable to quite believe what he was hearing.
I could make you up some toast and cheese if you like. That'll be fine, ta. I think I must be in some parallel universe, Andy said. It certainly looks that way, Mullins replied. It's like Rio Carnival out here.
You can never get enough maracas in my book, Andy laughed.
I have to say, you've totally thrown me. A toasty. No double portions or extra chips. Just a toasty.
Aye, ta, Mullins said. With a confused shrug, Andy returned to the bar. Seriously, though, it is a little disconcerting you not wanting to eat much, Harper said.
I'm still struggling with that dodgy curry I had a couple of nights ago.
Is it the worry about your dad as well?
I don't know, maybe. It's certainly playing in my mind a lot.
You were asking me about how it was when my mum died.
Aye. I remember it was just before you landed with us from the Dark Star or whatever corner of a galaxy far, far away you came from.
University, Harper replied. It was strange because part of me felt completely lost. Both my parents died in quick succession, so a bit of a deep end with the lost thing. But I also felt relieved that she'd passed away and the pain she was suffering had finally stopped. He looked up. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
No bother,
Mullins replied. But I think our brains are programmed to process the grief in our own time and ways, and things just move forward. I still miss them both terribly and think about them often, but not every day like I used to. That hardcore grieving sucker punch isn't there anymore. Andy reappeared, clutching an enormous pie fit for desperate Dan, accompanied by a Matterhorn-sized mountain of mash, smothered in thick chicken gravy. Good God, that's enough to feed the entire station, Harper said, his eyes widening.
Well, your friend here, when he's on his toasty-free days, Andy said. I'll be out with yours in a minute, Mark.
Mullins nodded and grimaced at Harper's mammoth feast. Anyhow, so I'm sure your dad's probably okay, you know? From what you say about him, he sounds like he's made of reinforced concrete. Harper took a mouthful of mash.
Oh my, this is good, he mumbled.
Aye, right enough, Mark replied, averting his eyes from the food.
He'll probably outlive us all. Just him and Keith Richards, midgy-raking for eternity. Can you imagine those two together?
Richard who? Harper asked, wiping pie crumbs from his face.
Just fuck right off, Mullins replied.
Chapter 21. The cramped foyer of the Lord Provost's office was abuzz with activity, with staff running around, up and down stairs, clutching mobiles and flapping papers. A flush-faced young receptionist guided Bone and Walker through the chaos, and at the end of a narrow corridor, he knocked on his boss's door and went in. A grey-haired, thick-set woman in a trouser suit was over by a large metal filing cabinet, wrestling with a thick gold chain around her neck. "The police are here to see you, ma'am," the receptionist said. "This bloody thing," the provost grumbled as one of the links snagged on her perm as she lifted the chain over. "Could you help me here?" she said with a sigh. The receptionist rushed over and disentangled the link, depositing the contraption in the top drawer of the filing cabinet. "Thank you," she said. The young man left. "I'm all bloody thumbs today." Provost Rennie, Bone started. I'm DCI. I know who you are, Inspector Bone, and I assume you are Detective Walker, she replied, her broad Falkirk twang making her question sound like a line from a song. Walker nodded. What in God's name has happened? The Provost asked, approaching the pair. I'm afraid the body of Miss D was found yesterday at Devilback Bridge. And I had to find out via report in Scotland, the Provost interrupted. Yes, I'm so sorry about that. An irresponsible reporter at the Chronicle released the story prematurely. And you have no powers to stop them? She asked, shaking her head. That article and those pictures were truly shocking. Seeing that poor girl's battered face and those pictures of a severed finger. I mean, it's just so utterly disgusting and sensationalist. If I had my way, I'd have the whole bloody paper shut down. I'm with you on that, ma'am, Bone replied. I can't begin to imagine how Miss D's family would feel seeing that horror story all over the front pages, the Provost continued. As I say, they published the story without her knowledge. What happened to her? She went over to her desk and invited the detectives to sit opposite. Our investigations are ongoing, Bone replied. Was she murdered, as those despicable reports are claiming? She shuddered, still hovering over them. I'm afraid so, yes, Bone replied. Oh, dear God. She slumped down on her chair. How could this happen? It's probably best if we spare you the details. I'm not a shrinking violet, Inspector, the Provost replied. Walker concealed a smile. The whole world has been phoning and knocking on my door, looking for answers, and I have absolutely nothing whatsoever I can tell them, the Provost continued, her anger escalating. I saw in the news that you have a suspect in custody. Is that correct? Miss D's boyfriend? I'm afraid we have no evidence as yet to charge him, and Mr. Tusk has been released. So you have nothing? To date, no. But we are working day and night to catch the person who did this. I hope you bloody are. Isn't that your job? The Provost retorted. I've just come from an emergency council meeting to try to work out what to do next. But as I've had no help or guidance from you lot, it proved a very emotional and heated waste of everyone's time. As the elected leader, people are looking to me for answers, for some words of reassurance, anything. I need to understand what happened to her, so that I can do everything I can in my power to look after our community. You understand that, don't you, Inspector? Yes, of course, Bone replied. And that's why it's vital we build up a detailed picture of her movements before she died. And what about this threat of more to come that the Chronicle published? I hope you're not here to tell me to cancel Civic Week, as I can tell you right now, I will fight that with all my powers. No, of course not. But we are taking this threat very seriously. This morning, my boss confirmed resources will be assigned to the week's events, and we will be contacting your office again in due course to discuss tightened security arrangements. Good. The last thing this town needs now is more hysterical, knee-jerk reactions from any of us. She rubbed her hand across her brow and pushed at her perm with her palm. I'm sorry, but this is very difficult. She was our very own special girl. It's utterly horrific. No need to apologise. You were under tremendous pressure, and we are aware of that. You know she was our headline act at the gala concert on Saturday. Bone inclined his head. Did you meet with Miss D to arrange the homecoming concert? Briefly, yes, and with her manager, Mr. Fitz. When was that? Not that long ago. Hold on. She picked up her mobile and flicked at the screen. I'll just check my calendar, she said, and continued flicking. She put the phone down. A week ago, Tuesday the 13th. Oh, dear God! She raised her hand to her mouth. What did you talk about? Walker said. The Provost pressed her eyes to suppress her tears. Mostly about Civic Week and the concert. She was so excited to be coming back to sing and told me how proud she was of Kilwinnock. She was so lovely. She asked me about my ceremonial chain and how much it was worth. She said I looked like a granny rapper, and we laughed. She was always laughing. Anything else? Bone asked. She told me that when she was a wee girl, she'd taken part in the Civic Week parade. She showed me a picture of herself dressed as a bumblebee on one of the floats. She stopped and dabbed at her eyes again. Then she autographed a programme. And what about Mr. Fitz, her agent? Walker asked. The provost thought for a moment. He didn't say much. He seemed a bit glum. He mentioned America a few times and how Debs was in the middle of a tour there or something. So he didn't seem pleased about Miss D's return, Bone asked. I can't remember, to be honest. I was a little starstruck. You were a member of our fan club, Deb's Divas, is that correct? Walker said. I was, yes. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a huge fan. And not just because she's one of us, but I loved her voice. She broke off and bowed her head. But you cancelled your membership. Why did you do that? Walker continued. I didn't want to, but when I was appointed provost and then helped book her for the gala concert, I thought some might construe my membership of the fan club as some sort of conflict of interest, or maybe too flippant for my role. She reached over her desk, plucked a tissue from a box, and wiped the moisture from her cheeks. Bloody makeup ruined. I see, Walker replied. So aside from booking her in for the concert and dealing with her agent, did you meet or communicate with Miss D at any point before that? No. I mean, I may have left a few comments on her fan page about her new single or complimented her on her success, but I thought it would be more appropriate to get behind our local star in a more formal way, hence the gala concert. As I say, I stopped all that when I became provost. OK, thanks, Walker said. What do I tell the community and the press, Inspector? I'll have to say something soon. Detective Superintendent Gallagher will be contacting you very soon with instructions on how best to proceed. I would therefore sit tight for now. The provost huffed. When I spoke to him a couple of hours ago, that's what he said. But I'm still waiting. The town is expecting me to say something. They need reassurances we are on top of this. Of course, Bone replied. The phone rang again. Bone stood up. That's probably him now. Thanks for your assistance. Please, keep me updated, the provost said. We will, Bone said. The provost snatched up the phone. Detective Superintendent Gallagher, she said, nodding at the detectives. As they left the provost's office, another phone rang. Are you happy about allowing Civic Week to run as normal? Walker asked on their way back to the car. That threat could be genuine. Of course not. But thankfully that decision is above our pay grade. All we can do is advise. And what are we going to advise? That Gallagher should make the call, Bone replied with a smile. On the way back to the station, Bone took a detour down the length of the high street. The centre was almost completely deserted, with only 1 or 2 pensioners and a few teenagers hanging about the shops. The lines of multicoloured bunting and banners hanging on lampposts and over shop doors and windows somehow looked out of place with no one there to enjoy them. Hardly the community celebration of the year, is it? Walker said. It's absolutely tragic, Bone replied with a sigh. We need to catch this bastard soon. At the bottom of the hill, he stopped at the junction. You okay, sir? Walker asked when Bone didn't pull away. Look at that, he said, pointing ahead at a temporary billboard propped up in the centre of the roundabout, advertising the festival. The header had been vandalised and now read Death Week, spray-painted in bold crimson lettering. Fuck's sake, he said, and jumping out of the car, he clambered over the barrier and yanked the posts out of the ground. Walker joined him, and together they carried the board back to the car and deposited it in the boot. This crap is why we need to catch the bastard soon, before Dee's murder completely breaks this town, Bone said, slamming the boot shut. If it's not already broken, Walker replied. Chapter 22
If there was ever a competition to find the world's most ironic address name, California Heights Falkirk would win hands down, Mullins said, as the detectives drove up to a single 60s high-rise, located in the centre of near-derelict waste ground. Jesus, I remember when there were loads of trees and well-kept gardens here. You'd never believe it, but this was once considered the height of luxury if the council allocated you one of the flats. My dad used to call the folks who lived here the high and mighties. Christ, not anymore.
He stopped the pool car by the entrance, and they both climbed out.
What number is Mrs. Boland's flat again?
102, Harper replied. 12th floor.
Aye, it would be,
Mullins sighed, staring up at the concrete carbuncle looming over them. They entered the lobby, which to Mullins' surprise was clean and tidy, and instead of the expected stench of human waste, there was a gentle whiff of cleaning product.
Well, I wasn't expecting that,
Mullins said. At the lift, he pressed the call button. The lift clunked, the doors opened, and they stepped in.
No cock and balls spray-painted on the walls. I feel like I'm in some parallel universe, Mullins said.
He pressed the button for the 12th floor, but the lift didn't budge.
Spoke too soon, he added, and tried again.
Mark, Harper said, pointing to the out-of-order sign pinned to the wall behind them.
Mount Everest it is, then,
Mullins moaned. They started up the stairs. On the penultimate floor, Mullins stopped on the landing to catch his breath. You okay? Harper asked, the climb seeming to barely register in his lungs.
Don't want to humiliate you by going too fast,
Mullins wheezed. They carried on. When they finally reached Mrs. Boland's floor, Mullins wiped the sweat from his brow. At the end of the corridor, they stopped at number 102, and Mullins rapped the knocker. Moments later, a short, grey-haired woman in her 60s answered.
Mrs. Boland?
About bloody time, she said. Have you any idea how many times I've had to call you?
Sorry, ma'am. We didn't know you'd been trying to reach us, Mullins replied.
Are you having a bloody laugh? I've spoken to God knows how many of you clowns, and you all say the same thing. We'll be round today, or tomorrow first thing, we promise. Meanwhile, I'm having to lumber my shopping up 12 flights of stairs, and you'll know what that's like now you've had to do it, albeit without 2 armfuls of Scot-fresh bloody messages.
I get you. Sorry, Mrs. Bolton,
Mullins cut in. But the irate pensioner continued her rant. There are elderly people in here who've not left their flat for days, and some need to get to the doctors. I've been helping them with their messages as best I can, but I'm no spring chicken myself.
Sorry, we're not the council, Mrs. Bolton,
Mullins tried again. That's what they all say. Fair to me now, are you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Mullins, and this is my colleague, Detective Constable Harper, from Kilwinnock Station.
They produced their lanyards.
Oh, right. Oh, aye, sorry. This is about Deb, isn't it?
Yes, Mullins replied.
You'd better come in.
They followed Mrs. Bolton down the hallway into an immaculately tidy living room. That's stunning, Harper said, approaching a full-width window with panoramic views of the hills.
Aye, but you try heating this room in the winter, Mrs. Bolton replied. You can't eat scenery, son.
I have to say, this is the tidiest tower block I've ever been in. How have you kept it all so immaculate?
Mullins said.
We have a very active residents' association. A lot of pains in the neck like me giving the council a permanent hard time.
Whatever you're doing, it's working. So hats off to you, Mrs. Bolton, Mullins replied.
Please sit down, officers.
Mrs. Bolton offered them the sofa. Harper removed a notebook from his suit.
Would you like a cup of tea?
No, you're fine, Mullins replied.
Mrs. Bolton sat adjacent in an upright recliner.
I'm just...
Mrs. Bolton's eyes welled with tears.
To be frank, I'm still in total shock. I mean, who could do such an evil thing to our own wee girl? It's absolutely heartbreaking, so it is. She pushed her fist against her mouth. She was so young, so beautiful and talented. A complete bloody tragedy. And not just for our loved ones and all our fans like us, but for the town and the entire country. She gave us all so much hope, you ken? She shook her head. You run Miss D's fan club, is that correct? Mullins asked, trying to keep the interview moving. Aye, Mrs. Bolton replied with a deep, anxious sigh. It's not an official fan club or anything. I set it up with a couple of friends because she didn't have one, and we thought that was ridiculous. Who would that be? Sarah Gilbert and Martha McLean. We've been best friends since primary, but sadly Martha's been ill for some time now, so she hasn't been able to help much, and Sarah's now retired and moved to Spain, so I've been running the thing more or less on my own for some months. And how many members are there? Mullins asked. Oh, last time I checked, I think we were just over 12,000. And what sort of things do you do? Mrs. Bolton paused. Sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional. That's okay. Take your time. We chat and organise nights out, early bird deals on tickets and things. We arranged that through her management company. But Debs was so good she would often chat with us all and invite some of us backstage. She really cared about her fans, you know. She was never a diva, even though that's what I called the group. When did you last talk to her? Mullins continued. Oh, it must have been before she went off to America. Me and a few members attended her gig in Manchester, and we saw her after the show in her dressing room. When was that? Let me think. She put her hand to her mouth. It was a Saturday. She thought for another moment. March the 4th. I remember as there was a train strike the day before, so we hired a minibus and went down together to see her. How was she back then? Oh, so sweet. She must have thanked us 1,000 times for our support, and she gave me this. She got up and went over to a sideboard by a large-screen TV. She returned with a signed, framed photo of Dee Dee. Look what she wrote, she said, handing it to Mullins. I'm your #1 fan, Mullins said, reading it. That's very nice. He handed it back. That's her all over. Any other communication since then? She joined in on our group chat a couple of times and sent us a few pictures from her gigs in the recording studio, things like that. She liked to keep us up to date. When was that? I'd have to look those up, but definitely when she was in America because she sent us a lovely picture of her in Times Square. Do you have copies of those? And records of all the group chats? Of course, aye. I only delete things that go against our group rules. Which are? People being rude to or about Debs or any of our members, or posting anything weird or offensive. The rules are simple, really. Be kind and polite, and that's it. And what about Diva 1? Ah, you know about her, do you? What did Diva 1 do? What didn't she do? Mrs. Bolton replied. In the 2 years since we started Deb's Divas, I've only had to step in twice, maybe 3 times at the most, to warn someone about rude comments or behaviour. But that Diva 1 character was another level altogether. In what ways? I think from almost the moment I let her in, she started causing trouble. Odd comments at first about Deb's appearance or a gig she didn't like. Sometimes she'd have a dig at a fellow member's post. You know when someone's trying to be funny but misses the mark? It was like that for a few days. But then things turned very nasty. She claimed she was Deb's only true fan, and we all deserved to rot in hell, as well as some really horrible remarks about Deb's lack of talent and how she was sleeping her way to the top. Nasty videos of wailing cats, that sort of thing. It didn't take long to realise we had a troll in our midst, and I deleted her membership right away. And when did this take place? Mullins asked. A couple of months ago. She was a member for about 10 days. You keep saying she. How do you know it was a woman? She signed off a couple of early comments as Miss Diva 1. What name did she use when she signed up for the group? And do applicants have to submit email addresses or any other personal info? Harper asked. No, the membership is very simple, and no email is required. She applied using the Diva 1 screen name. And did you hear from Diva 1 after you deleted her account? Mullins asked. No, thank God. But there was something else. What was that? This character went on and on about being Deb's #1 fan, but there was just no sign of that in any of the posts or comments she made. Well, clearly, Mullins said. No, what I mean is, she didn't seem to know even the most basic of facts about Dee. Such as? She got the name of the talent show wrong. That was one that sticks in my mind. And her big hit, Love the Love. That set my alarm bells ringing, even before she started her nonsense. She stopped and looked up at Mullins. You don't think this vicious wee cow has got something to do with Deb's death, do you? Our investigations are ongoing, Mrs. Bolton, Mullins replied. Do you have copies of Diva 1's activities, comments and so on? I'm afraid I deleted them as soon as they appeared, Mrs. Bolton replied. We might be able to retrieve them, Harper interrupted. Would you be willing to allow us access? Of course. Anything I can do to help catch this monster. Just a couple more questions, Mrs. Bolton, Mullins continued. You mentioned Miss D's management company. What was your relationship like with them, and with Miss D's agent, Mr. Al Fitz? They were always very patient with us, even though I'm sure they probably thought we were mad grannies. But they could see we all loved Debs and would do anything for her, including doing some free marketing. So they tolerated you. Is that what you're saying? Mullins asked. Oh, I'd go a wee bit further than that and say they helped us so that we could help them. You scratch my back. And Mr. Fitz? Now, he's a different kettle of cold fish. Personally, I've never liked him. Why's that? He's always too busy and passes me on to one of his minions to sort out. I get the impression he was looking down his nose at us, so I tend to avoid speaking to him. And what about Miss D's boyfriend, Tusk? Did you have any dealings with him? Oh, him. Mrs. Bolton shook her head. You don't like him? I don't know him, but I saw him behave despicably with Debs when me and Sarah went to meet her off the plane on our way back from the States a couple of weeks ago. When Debs saw us, she waved, but he grabbed her arm and shoved her on past, and when he walked by, he quietly told me to, go away. That's not very nice. Thoroughly unpleasant, like the man himself. He deliberately mumbled it to me so that the press who were surrounding us wouldn't pick up on it. I've heard so many rumours about how he mistreats Deb, and even hearing his name makes my blood boil. Apart from that incident, did you ever see Tusk harm Miss D, either physically or verbally? No, but people like him are very good at covering their guilt, you ken? Thank you, Mrs. Bolton. You have been very helpful. I don't feel helpful. Quite the opposite, in fact. I feel guilty that I couldn't stop this nightmare from happening. You were a massive support to Miss D, and clearly she had a lot of time and respect for you, Mullins said. You and your group showed her a lot of kindness. But now she's gone, and my heart is in bits. The detective stood. Again, thank you for your time. If you think of anything else, however small or trivial, you can reach me on the number here. He handed her his card. And if you could give me the login details of your website, I'll pass those on to our digital team, Harper said. Digital may also wish to examine your computer in more detail. Would that be okay? Of course, no problem at all. My laptop is in the spare room, this way.
The detectives followed her back into the hallway. "I'll be outside," Mullins said to Harper, and he stepped out onto the landing. Once out the door, Mullins leaned on the balcony balustrade and looked out across the waste ground below. Perhaps it was the worrying news about his father, but for the first time in a long while, he felt weary of all the relentless human carnage he had to deal with day in and day out. He pushed back against the railing to straighten up, but an invisible weight on his shoulders pushed him back down. He took 2 or 3 deep breaths to try to stem the sensation of slowly sinking beneath the concrete floor. "Are you all right?" Harper's question caught him by surprise, and he spun round, almost knocking his colleague over. "Jesus, Mark," Harper said. "Sorry, mate. You caught me off guard there. I was miles away." "So I gathered. Are you feeling all right?" "Just all this crap sometimes, you know." "Yeah, it's a tough case, and people are very upset about it," Harper replied. "Right then, onward!" Mullins forced himself upright and marched down the stairs, with Harper almost running to catch up. Chapter 23. Tommy Torley spooned out a dollop of mashed potato, and with his knife began to work around the mound, sculpting it into a mini mountain on his plate. Turning the blade, he sliced the top off the mountain and looked up. His wife and 2 girls stared across the kitchen table at him. "What?" he asked. "It's Close Encounters." "God's sake, just go," Tommy's long-suffering wife said. "Honestly, love, I'm fine, really," Tommy replied. "Are you serious? I'd rather you go than watch you sit there behaving like a raving lunatic." "Dad, it's okay," Carol, the youngest of Tommy's teenage daughters, said. "Are you sure? I mean, we're only a few days away, and it's the 10th year. I'm feeling it a wee bit, you know." "You don't have to explain. You have our approval," Tommy's wife said. "But I say this every year." She looked round at the girls. "It's not the winning, it's the losing that always counts," they all said in unison. "Aye, I know I shouldn't take it so seriously, but I think I have a really good shot at winning this year." They all shook their heads, and the girls resumed eating their mince and tatty dinner. Tommy jumped up. "I won't be long, just need to make a few last-minute adjustments." On the doorstep, his wife pulled him back into the house. "An hour and no more, okay? Yesterday you woke me up and I couldn't get back to sleep." "Okay, love, I promise. It's done, really. I just need to steady my nerves." His wife kissed him on the cheek, and he dashed down the garden path. At the warehouse, he fiddled with the lock, but the key wouldn't turn. "Bloody thing," he said. While he was very grateful for the free use of the old disused store his sponsor, Belshaw Engineering, had granted him, the place was absolutely hanging, and for months he'd worried about break-ins or worse, some rival espionage. Glancing up and down the alleyway, he yanked at the bolt mechanism, and the whole unit detached from the frame. He pulled at the double doors, and they swung open with a loud, rusty scream. "There you are," he said with a beaming smile, and hit the light switch. A long row of fluorescent tubes flickered to life to reveal the full splendor of his pride and joy, a 3-ton flatbed trailer, transformed into a spectacular parade float. On top, and looming over him as though about to topple, stood an enormous sculpture made out of a tangle of bike frames, wheels and handlebars, and shaped into an impressive multicolored steel horse rearing up on its hind legs. Along the side of the float, more bikes of all shapes and sizes, with multicolored glittery streamers attached to the handlebars and seats. He nodded in appreciation of all the months of sweat and toil he'd put in to get to this point. While Belshaw and a few of his regular team had helped him construct the sculpture, this year, the whole concept and design was entirely his, and he was confident that his eco-themed creation would go down favourably with the judges, and he would at last win the coveted Best Float prize, a trophy that had eluded him for 10 years. "Right then," he said, and clambering up onto the float, he pulled and pushed at one of the 2 thick metal flagpoles attached at the front, straddling the horse's upturned head. Kneeling, he stretched his arm between the tangle of metal and slid his toolbox out. Removing an adjustable spanner and testing the pole again, he tightened the bolts until the post steadied. He then shifted over to the second. A noise outside stopped him. "Hello?" he called out, but the only sound was the wind rattling the doors. When he was satisfied the poles were thoroughly secure, he jumped back down and edged round the side of the float to the back of the storeroom and a decorator's table where he draped the final piece of his creation, an 8-foot-wide tapestry, painted by his kids and their classmates from Kilwinnock Academy. He beamed as he studied their work. A beautiful street scene, with figures on bikes and horses, and clusters of families walking, picnicking, and playing in green fields and meadows under vividly coloured green trees. Along the top of the banner, the kids had written the headline, "Recycled Horsepower," in bold, rainbow-coloured lettering. He gently touched a corner of the artwork. It was dry. "Fabulous," he muttered. Shifting over to a workbench, he opened a drawer and, rummaging around, removed a box of bolts and fished one out. It slipped out of his fingers, bounced off his foot, and rolled under the back of the float. "Shite," he said, and bending over, he peered under the trailer but couldn't see a thing. He was about to dig out a replacement from the box, but changed his mind. "No, waste not." Dropping to the floor and lying nearly flat to avoid colliding with the bike wheels dangling beneath the chassis, he slid under, running his hand across the surface of the floor, trying to locate the errant bolt. "Where are you, you wee bastard?" he moaned. But another loud thud had him jolting up and cracking his head on the wheel axle. "Ouch!" he groaned. The trailer shuddered, and then came another thump. "Who's there?" he said, trying to reverse out. The wheel to his immediate right creaked. "Wait a minute, I'm under here!" he shouted in alarm, but the wheel continued to slowly roll. Panicked, he pushed backwards, but his foot caught on the dangling bike frame behind him. The wheel edged closer, the whole trailer now groaning to life. "I'm stuck! Stop this thing from rolling on me!" he cried out again. The tyre crackled and crunched on the concrete floor and rubbed against his trapped leg. "Stop it, please!" Tommy pleaded, but the tyre continued, squeezing and crushing the skin on his thigh. He screamed as the weight bore down on his femur, grinding it against the concrete. With a dull thud, the bones snapped. Tommy wailed in agony. "Please!" he hollered, but the trailer continued to roll, and now the right wheel rubbed at his chest. Pausing for a second as Tommy's bulk offered some resistance, but the warehouse's gentle slope, designed to send oil and water into drains at the rear, was sufficient to maintain the trailer's deadly journey. Within seconds, the tyre was on top of him, crushing the air from his lungs and pinging every rib bone in his chest one by one. With his final breath, he tried to cry out again for help, but blood spewed from his squeezed windpipe, and when the wheel reached his heart, the weight squeezed the organ until it exploded inside his chest, killing him instantly and setting him free from the final throes of unbearable agony. Chapter 24. When Bone finally got back to the cabin, the sun was just visible on the loch's horizon, still peaking above Craigfillin Point. Dropping his bag by the door, he opened up the veranda's bifolds and stepped out onto the decking to take in the full splendour of his new view.
Within seconds, a thick black cloud of midges assaulted him, gnawing at his skin. "Shit!" he said, and dashing back to the car, found his bottle of insect repellent and sprayed all exposed areas of skin until the attack receded. Returning to the living room, he plugged in his dance set and plucked an album out of the pile propped up beside it. "Good evening, ma'am. Am I pleased to see you?" he said, smiling at the classic shot of Billie Holiday in full swing on the cover. He removed the LP, set it up on the turntable, and pressed the play lever. The LP dropped, the arm swung, and the small pair of speakers on the front crackled to life as the needle started its route to the first song. The sound of a gentle trumpet filled the room, quickly followed by Holiday's soft, gentle croon. Bones sighed, and at a side table poured himself a glass of Macallan from a near-empty bottle and topped it up with the leftovers of a can of iron brew. Turning up the volume, he returned to the jetty, sat on the edge, and dangled his feet over the side. A fish splashed the water beneath him, and he caught a flash of silver as it sped off into deeper water. He sighed again and took a long swig of whiskey, letting Holiday's voice sail over him and out across the stillness of the loch. He closed his eyes and, focusing on the now, his racing thoughts finally slowed. "Peek-a-boo!" a shrill voice cried in his ear, jolting him from his near-meditative state. He spun round. His son, Michael, stood beside him, beaming at him. "Michael, what are you doing here?" Bones said, his mind still foggy. "Is your mum—" he started. "Here," Alice said, appearing from the living room. Bones stood. "Jesus, sorry, I didn't expect that." "I got you," Michael said, still beaming. "You most certainly did, you wee toe rag," Bones said, picking up his son and tickling him until he squirmed out of his grip and dropped back down to the decking, giggling and blowing raspberries at his dad. Then his arms flailed around, and he let out loud yelps. "Midgie attack," Bones said, and snatched up the bottle of repellent from the deck. "Close your eyes and put your arms down." "It's itchy," the boy yelped. Bone covered his son in a cloud. "It stinks," Michael complained. "Midges think it's even stinkier," Bone replied, and continued to apply the repellent on Michael's bare arms and legs. "I'm not sure you should be using that on him," Alice said, approaching the pair, but then she scratched at her blonde locks. "It's non-chemical, but works a treat. The hotel manager makes it," Bone said, and turned the spray on his wife. "Jesus, are you sure? It's strong." She coughed and spluttered. "Just watch. They'll all be gone in 2 shakes." A few moments later, Alice and her son stopped fidgeting about. "See, I told you," Bones said with a smile. "Unfortunately, even this perfect Eden has its own nasty wee snappy serpents." Alice stopped scratching. "You're early," Bone continued. "We'll go back home if you'd prefer," Alice replied. "God, no, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, thanks for coming early. It's so good to see you both. Especially you, squirthead." Bone mock-punched his son. Michael fell onto the decking in mock pain. "This is some place. Quite a difference from the caravan." Alice walked to the end of the jetty and stared out across the loch. "I told you it was special," Bones said, joining her. "Sorry to land unannounced, but Michael and I got chatting and decided we'd surprise you." "I'm glad you did. It's a magnificent surprise. The very best." "You mean that?" Alice looked round at him. "It's been a tough day, and all I wanted more than anything was to see you both. I'm sorry I put you off before." "The place looks finished." "It is, yesterday. So, perfect timing," Bones said. Alice inched closer and put her arm around his waist. He looked down at her hand resting on his hip, then slung his arm around her shoulders and took her hand. "The 2 homes thing
Suddenly seems like one of your better ideas. She smiled. Michael pushed and squeezed his way between them, and they all hugged each other for a moment. Oh, this was sticking out of the letterbox. She handed him a folded leaf of paper. Bone opened it out, and a hand-scribbled note read, "Delivered, round the back." Bone studied the paper for a moment, and then smiled. "What is it?" Alice asked. "Hey, Michael, I've got a wee prezzy for you," Bone said. "Yay! What? Michael jumped up and down with excitement. "Follow me, young man," Bone continued, winking at Alice. He took Michael through the cabin, out the front door, and round the side of the shack. Resting along the side was a tarpaulin-covered shape. "Give us a hand, Alice," Bone said. "What is it?" Michael asked. With Bone at one end and Alice at the other, together they unpeeled the tarp to reveal the object underneath, a gleaming hardwood canoe, complete with paddles and life jackets. "Wow!" Michael said, jumping up and down again. "Is it mine?" "Check the side," Bone said. Together they knelt by the front of the boat. Painted along the hull was the name Michael in bright gold lettering. "Yup, all yours. But you're going to need a crew, of course. Who do you think you might like?" You, Michael replied. "And your mum, too," Bone said. "You bought this?" Alice asked, running her hand along the smooth, varnished side. "The manager knows the guy who makes them. It was surprisingly good value, considering how much the daft inflatable things are." "Still, that's quite a gift," Alice replied. "I just thought if you're going to be up here a lot, we're going to need a pirate ship out there. Isn't that right, Michael?" But Michael was attempting to climb in. "Hold on. She needs to be afloat before you can board her." Bone grabbed his son and pulled him back out. "Can we take it out now?" Michael pleaded, clasping his hands in prayer. "Well, I don't see why not," Bone replied. "It's getting dark, Duncan. I think it's too late to be messing about with a new boat out there now." Bone pulled a face and shook his head at Michael. "Your mum's right. The sun's going down, and cabin boys are all in their quarters getting ready for bed now." "Oh, Dad, please!" Michael tried again. "I'll tell you what we'll do. Tonight, we'll make a pirate flag and a map and plot where we'll bury the treasure this weekend. How does that sound?" "The weekend is ages away," Michael complained, folding his arms in dispute. "All the best pirates plan carefully, Michael. A well-known fact," Bone said. "Come on, son. Let's go see your new room and get some dinner," Alice said. "Ah, dinner," Bone said. "What? Don't tell me you've nothing in." "Something like that. But the hotel has a great chef. Better still, they do takeaway fish and chips. How does that sound?" "Yeah!" Michael cried out, having recovered from his huff. "Army hearties, to the poop deck for some rum, lash and chips," Bone growled. "Poop!" Michael clutched his face, giggling. Bone tickled him again. After supper, followed by a session of flag and map drawing, Michael finally calmed down and collapsed into bed. Bone and Alice sat for a while on the decking and watched the night slowly consume the loch and surrounding hills, and finally, both exhausted, they too called it a night. Some hours later, Bone woke with a sudden start and found himself sitting upright in bed. A shadow shifted in the darkest corner of the room, and the familiar cloaked shape of his ghostly companion emerged from the blackness. Bone tried to get up or speak, but his body was paralyzed, his limbs numb and lifeless. The creature leaned forward, partly revealing its charred, rotting skull, with burnt, blackened flesh hanging down from exposed yellow bone. It raised a skeletal finger to its grinning, blackened teeth. Click, click. The sound seemed to come from inside Bone's head. Click, click.
It sounded again. The creature lunged, and Bone, now freed from the invisible arms pinning him down, snatched at the bedside lamp, knocking it to the floor, and in the same instant his phone rang. "What's going on?" Alice mumbled. Bone leaned out of bed, searching frantically for his screaming mobile. Recovering it, he quickly hit the call end button and got out of bed. "Jesus!" Alice complained again, rolling onto her back. "Sorry, love. Go back to sleep. It's nothing," Bone whispered, stroking Alice's head until she resumed her gentle snore. In the bathroom, he soaked his face with cold water and rubbed at his pounding head. It had been months since he'd had an encounter that close, and it had rattled him. He pushed at the scar on his temple, and the pain receded. In the living room, he opened the decking doors, closed them behind him, and called Walker back. "Rona? Sorry to disturb you, boss. There's been another death." "Jesus. What time is it?" He squinted at the clock on his phone, but couldn't make out the digits. 20 to 5. Bone looked up. The first light created silhouettes of the mountains. "Okay, where are you?" Bone asked, returning inside. "I'm leaving now." On his way out, he scribbled a note to let Alice know where he'd gone, and that the village shop opened at 8 for provisions to fill his empty fridge. He signed off with yet another apology, and was about to write "love," but changed his mind, thinking it might only annoy her further. Chapter 25. "Here we are again, Duncan," the chief forensics officer said as the two detectives, dressed in scene suits, approached the open door of the warehouse. "This is becoming a habit. I'm beginning to think you're after my job." "No fears, thank you very much," Bone replied. He squinted beyond Cash's matte black scene suit into the battery of bright lights illuminating the interior. "Come on down," Cash said with a wry smile. The detectives followed him in. "That's quite something," Walker said, gazing up at the tower of tangled bikes teetering over them. "The victim, a Mr. Tommy Torley, was discovered by his wife, who came looking for him when he didn't return last night." "So Mrs. Torley knew where he was?" "I believe so, yes. But you'll need to confirm that with the first response officers and perhaps the woman herself, though I'd assume she'll be in no fit state right now, especially after finding her loved one looking like this," Cash said, stopping by the rear of the trailer that was rammed up against the concrete wall behind it. Two forensic officers knelt by the wheel, one taking multiple shots, the flash competing with the LEDs positioned above and on the other side. "Excuse me a sec," Cash said to the photographer. The officer took one more shot, then stepped back. Bone and Walker knelt by the wheel. "Oh, Christ," Bone said, as he caught sight of Torley's bloated purple face, his eyes open wide and bulging almost completely out of their sockets. "That's what happens when 5 tons of reinforced steel rolls over you," Cash said. "Crushed chest, abdomen, and heart. By the look on his face, it looks like it was a slow death." "Horrific," Walker said. "Indeed," Cash said. "It's likely his heart would have either split or even exploded with the pressure, filling the chest cavity with blood. He may even have suffered a brain hemorrhage, but we'll know more when I slice him open." "Couldn't this just be some kind of freak accident? Brake failure or something, and the man got caught?" "Silly me, how could I forget?" Cash replied. He reached under the chassis and lifted Torley's arm. "The finger fetish continues." He turned Torley's hand to reveal a missing pinky. "And if you follow me—" He walked back along the side of the trailer to the tractor hooked up to the front. "When we arrived, there was the distinct smell of diesel fumes.
The tractor's gear stick was in the reverse position, so unless Mr. Torley has very long legs, there's no way that tractor would run backwards on its own without stalling. The trailer was also turned slightly. I assume the killer wanted to make sure he'd done his level best, or worst, to annihilate his victim. I'd venture that someone deliberately drove over him. He smiled. So, in answer to your question, definitely not a freak accident. Bones sighed and glanced back at the crime scene. The forensics photographer was back at the corpse, taking more shots and measurements. Any prints? We've just started. We might get lucky, you never know. Bones and Walker's phones pinged simultaneously. Here we go, Walker said, shaking her head. The detective stepped out into the alleyway. Walker unzipped her scene suit and, retrieving her phone, opened the anonymous text that had just landed. Who will be next? She said, holding up the screen for Bone to read. There's also an attachment. Shall I open it? No, let Digital and Harper do that, Bone said, rummaging around inside his suit for his mobile. Bloody things, he moaned. I'll have the same, I'm sure. So now we have a serial killer on our hands, Walker said. Again, Bone replied, turning his phone. Just when we thought things couldn't possibly get any worse. McKinnon's probably got this as well, so I'd give it 10 minutes before he's here. I suggest we clear out now, otherwise I'm likely to drive that float over him. Chapter 26. Once past the mob of journalists camped outside the station, Walker went straight to the incident room, and Bone went to meet with Gallagher. He'd been alerted earlier, and looked as though he'd leapt straight from his bed to his office, his usually over-lacquered hair in a state of disrepair. "What's happened now?" the super asked when Bone entered. "One of the parade participants has been killed, run over by his own float." "Well, that's just bloody great," Gallagher cursed. "It's not a pleasant sight." "And I assume you're going to tell me it's no accident, but the work of the same nut job," Gallagher replied, fumbling with his coffee machine. "Rona and I received text messages while we were at the crime scene, with attachments, I assume, showing the bastard's handiwork. I also got a call from McKinnon on the way here, so I would expect more sensationalist fireworks shortly." "Christ!" Gallagher thumped the top of the machine with his palm. "What's wrong with this bloody thing?" "Let me, sir," Bones said. Gallagher returned to his desk. "This is spiralling," he said, leaning back in his chair with a deep sigh. He ran his hand across his brow, pushing errant strands of hair back into place. "It was switched off," Bones said, and the machine rumbled. "So where are you now with this?" Gallagher asked. "About a few feet further than the last time you asked me, sir. We had our sights on Miss D's boyfriend, but he's claiming he has multiple alibis to cover the night Dee died, and we are working on those. There's no question in my mind the prick physically and mentally abused Dee, but I'm just not convinced he's got the wherewithal to kill her and set up this scenario." "But if he's been thumping her, could this game with the text be some kind of bluff, including this latest murder?" "I just don't think he's smart enough. And why would he kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? It doesn't make sense." Bone handed Gallagher a cup of coffee. "He's just an overprivileged, misogynistic arsehole. But I have been wrong before, so we won't remove him from the evidence board just yet. To be honest, we're still searching for a breakthrough. This is clearly someone after attention, a high-drama merchant. Egos like that make mistakes, and it's only a matter of time." "That's exactly what we don't have." Gallagher took a sip of coffee. "Jesus, that's strong," he winced. "You look like you need it." Bones smiled. "This development is catastrophic for the fair. I'll need to speak to Ferguson and the specialist search team, but I suspect they'll recommend pulling the plug." "But Civic Week has already started." "I know, but with this psychopathic lunatic on the loose, I can't see any other option."
The provost seemed pretty adamant she wasn't for cancelling, and she has the town behind her, Bone replied. It might not be up to her. Security risk is clearly off the scale now. Unless we catch the bastard. And then there's the press to deal with again, Gallagher groaned. What is it with this bloody town? That's what Walker said this morning, Bones smiled. I'll ask Sheila to send you everything we have so far. Would you like me and Walker to attend the press briefing with you again? Not this time. I need you to find this breakthrough before Kilwinnock disappears down a sinkhole of bloody despair for good. Sir. Bone nodded and left. Chapter 27. In the incident room, the team had already assembled. Thanks for coming in early, Bones said. He scanned the room. Where's Mark? On his way, I presume, Harper replied. Okay, I'm sure, Rona. Bone was interrupted by Mullins lumbering through the door. Sorry I'm late, sir, he said, and sheepishly sidled into the group gathered round Bone. You okay, Mark? Bone asked, staring at Mullins' unusually pale face. Mullins nodded. As I was saying, Bone continued, I take it Rona has filled you in on our killer's determination to take a wrecking ball to the Civic Week celebrations. Bastard, Mullins mumbled. What's wrong, Mark? Bone asked again. I used to play golf with Tommy Torley. So sorry, mate, Harper said. What a total sicko thing to do to someone. Mullins shook his head. He's got 2 kids, you know. Yes, just awful for them, Bones said. Do you know anything about his participation in the parade? He's been taking part for years. A bit of an obsession with him, Mullins said. I think all the float folk are like that. You'd have to be. They prepare all year. Any rivalry or anything like that? Oh, aye, there's shitloads of that. All good-natured as far as I could see, but I suppose it might be worth checking. It is possible, I suppose, things might have got out of hand. But killing someone in that manner is seriously nuts. I can't imagine any of the folk who take part doing something as psychotic as that. Could you check it, though? Bone asked. Aye, of course. So we are now dealing with a rapidly escalating crisis, Bone said, addressing the team again. By now, I'm sure our friend at the Chronicle will have posted the text we received this morning. And the pictures, Harper nodded at his screen. Oh, Christ, no, Bones said, and joined Harper with Walker at his desk. The screen showed a partially pixelated image of Torley's bloated, boggle-eyed face. At least he's had the decency to obscure the detail, Harper said. I've seen the original, and it's horrific. That would be his editor, not him, Bones said. You've seen it too, then? I handed my phone into digital, Rona said, and asked him to send copies of the image to Will when they opened it. That was quick. Any news from them yet? I checked in a few minutes ago, and they're still working on it, Harper said. They'll need a few hours, but I can run my own checks on both images and see if I can pick up anything. I also spoke to the engineering company that owns the warehouse, but they have no CCTV on the lane, so unfortunately that's a dead end. Bugger, Bone exclaimed, then returned to the team. Okay, what else do we have? We interviewed Miss D's fan club president, or whatever her title is, Mullins replied. And? A lovely lady, mid-60s, which surprised us. I thought she might be younger. She was a bit emotional, to say the least, but said that D's fans were very loyal, and they vetted their members very carefully. They'd had the odd troll or people getting a bit lardy on comments, but they were vigilant and weeded out anyone causing trouble pretty sharpish. She said this Diva 1 character was by far the worst, posting some nasty stuff. Did she keep any records? Unfortunately, she deleted everything almost as quickly as it went up. Any way to retrieve those, Will? Possibly, Harper said. It depends on the server and the website they use. I can look into that as well.
The other thing she said, more than once, was she didn't think Diva 1 was actually a fan of Dee's, Mullins continued.
Well, clearly not, Walker said.
No, I mean, Diva 1 claimed she was Dee's #1 fan, but she knew very little about her, and even made some basic mistakes that any real fan wouldn't make. That's how she put it, wasn't it, Will?
Correct, Harper confirmed. Interesting. Anything from you, Sheila? I ran searches on Miss D's management company and found a long list of lawsuits against them, Baxter replied. Apparently, several artists aren't happy with the way they've been treated by Mr. Fitz & Co., alleging financial irregularities around royalty payments. Basically, it looks like he's not paying his artists what they're owed.
Nice guy, Walker said.
And did that include Miss D? I couldn't find anything, but Fitz signed off on a new life insurance policy for Miss D 4 weeks before her death.
Did he now? Bone raised his brow.
Sir, with due respect, I'm lost, Mullins said. If you're saying that Fitz might have bumped D for insurance purposes, maybe because he's in financial dire straits or something, then what the hell has that got to do with my old schoolmate getting steamrolled by his own trailer?
Panic? Coincidence? Maybe Fitz has gone completely off the rails, or Torley was somehow involved in shady dealings with Fitz. There's any number of possible scenarios, but we have to pursue every possible lead here, no matter how inexplicable it might seem. We all know how the implausible can lead to conviction. I think we need another chat with him. Bone turned back to Baxter. Anything more on the boyfriend? Nothing yet, sir. OK, then in the meantime, Mullins, could you and Will pay Mr. Tusk a visit and check his movements last night? Bone asked.
I thought he was off the most wanted list, Mullins quizzed.
Not yet, Bone replied. And I'd use the back door, unless you want your mugs on the front pages tomorrow.
What, now?
Mullins asked. No time like the present. The detectives grabbed their gear. Sheila, can you ask Sergeant Brodie to send a couple of officers to collect Mr. Fitz? You can ask him yourself, Baxter said, gesturing to the door.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, Brodie said, and entered the incident room. D.I. Moen from Campsie Fell Station is here to see you.
The detective poked his head round the door and smiled.
Well, now there's a sight for sore eyes, Bones said.
His colleagues nodded and waved at the detective.
Good morning, Sanjit. To what do we owe the pleasure?
I was going to ring you, but thought it would be better face-to-face, Moen said, stepping into the room. There's some scrum going on out there. I don't think I've seen so many journalists in my life.
Aye, now's our chance to send in the armed response unit, Mullins said.
Nightmare, Bone replied.
That's what I've come over for, Moen continued.
Oh, go on.
Wait, would you like a coffee first? I think for once in a very blue moon there might just be some in the pot. No, you're fine. I just wanted to run something past you, Moen said. I was reading up on your case and a wee bell started ringing in my head. Certain details seemed familiar to me, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. It's been bugging me for days now, and then yesterday it came to me.
OK, carry on, Bones said.
When I was a kid, we lived in Peterhead for a few years. My dad was one of the prison doctors.
Tough gig, Bones said.
For all of us, believe me, Moen added. Anyhow, that's another story. During that time, there was a notorious murder, and the victim was a local celeb, a well-loved young singer who was due to appear in our town's annual carnival.
Peterhead has a carnival? Walker asked.
No, not Peterhead. We lived in Dalhuish, about 8 miles out. The killer sent the police and the local papers photos of the victims.
Bone leaned back on the nearest desk.
Are you suggesting a copycat killer? There's more. I ran a search on what was reported on the case at that time and found that the killer signed with the phrase, "Who will be next?"
Shit, Bone muttered.
When was this? Bone asked. The summer of 2006, Moen replied.
I didn't realize you were so young, Bone said.
Cheers, Moen rolled his eyes. No, I mean, as you've come such a long way. Stop, sir, Walker interrupted. The hole you're digging is getting deeper. Were there any more victims? Bone asked. I don't think so, no. But the most disturbing thing is that the killer was never caught, and from what I could find, the case remains unsolved to this day. Bloody hell, Bone said. So maybe not a copycat, but the same killer. It's a long time to wait for another go at it, Walker said. Maybe the similarities with Miss D, her public profile and her appearance at the gala concert acted as some kind of trigger, Bone suggested. It's obvious with all that melodrama with the texts and photos that this is someone who wants attention and the limelight. It's like they're throwing down a gauntlet and challenging us to catch them. Bone turned back to Moen. You might have just unlocked this case. Thank you. It's weird, though, how there was only one murder when the killer threatened more, Moen said. Maybe they got scared, or the urge diminished after the first, or the circumstances didn't fit the psychosis, Walker replied. Or a crisis of conscience, Harper suggested. Right. We'll need to get our hands on every bit of detail surrounding this Dalhuish case, Bone said, turning to Baxter. Sheila? I'll get on to the Northeast Division, but we may need a formal file share request via the super. Right. I'll alert Gallagher and get it rolling, Bone said. Get them to forward all records directly to you. Bone looked at his team. Mark, don't you and Will have some place to be? Right, Mullins said. Yes, sir, Harper agreed. If you need anything else from me, you know what I am, Moen said as the two men left. How would you feel if I requested for you to stay and help us here? I think we're going to need as many talented hands on this as we can beg, borrow or steal. He's just trying to backfill in that hole he dug earlier, Sanjit, Walker said. Moen nodded enthusiastically. I'd be happy to help you again. Great, okay. Let me update the boss, and Sheila, could you contact Dr. Widowson and ask him to look over our case to date? The clinical psychologist? Walker asked. He might be able to shed more light on the personality we're dealing with here and answer your question. Which one? Exactly, Bone replied. In the meantime, let's carry on with our current lines of inquiry. The boyfriend and dodgy manager are not off the hook just yet. Sir, Baxter said, would it be worth entertaining the possibility that these two delightful gentlemen are in cahoots, or that Fitz hired Tusk for the task? The boyfriend's already handy with his fists. He has the moral centre of a military dictator, and with all that money sloshing about, could Fitz have tempted him? They hate each other's guts. It's very hard to fake that level of bile. Hard, but not impossible. What do you make of Sheila's theory, Rona? Bone turned, but she was over by the evidence board. Chapter 28. When officers called at Fitz's office to collect him for further questioning, his solicitor intervened and refused their request. Instead, he agreed to meet Bone and Walker at his home, a 5-bed luxury villa located in the well-heeled Bells Hill area, just outside Glasgow. Bone pulled the Saab up to the entrance gate and yanked the handbrake with force. Arrogant arse, he grumbled, making us come all the way out here. He got out and marched to the gate, with Walker in pursuit, and pressed the entrance buzzer 4 or 5 times in anger. The gate clicked open, and they continued up an expansive gravel drive to the pillared front door. Bone rapped the ornate brass knocker, and moments later, Fitz's assistant answered. "Hello again," he said. "Where's your boss?" Bone snapped. "Follow me." The assistant took the detectives through a grand hallway with gleaming checkerboard marble flooring, vast abstract paintings in ostentatious frames, and white sculpted cupids straddling the bottom of a hardwood staircase that disappeared into the ceiling. They carried on down a connecting glass passage to the rear of the house. The assistant stopped at a door, tapped it with his knuckle, and went in. "Police are here, Mr. Fitz." Fitz,
perched like an overweight mantis behind an enormous desk entirely made of glass, with a well-groomed man sitting alongside. The room reeked of expensive aftershave and hair lacquer. "Links?" Walker muttered to Bone as they went in. The detective sat opposite on sculpted glass chairs. Bone almost slid off and just managed to stop himself from tumbling onto the parquet flooring. "Good morning, Mr. Fitz," Bone began. "I take it this is your legal representative?" "Nigel Barrington, senior solicitor, Barrington Court Solicitors," the middle-aged lawyer replied. He folded his hands on the table as though in preparation for a game of chess. "My client has instructed me to respond to all questions on his behalf." "Okay, Mr. Fitz. Before we begin, Inspector, could you enlighten me on a simple question?" Barrington interrupted, his clipped public school accent instantly irritating Bone. "Which is?" Bone asked with a sigh, already mentally predicting where Barrington was about to go. "On what grounds did your officer so rudely interrupt my client's busy day at work, proceed to humiliate him in front of his staff, and treat him like a common criminal without any explanation?" "We would like you to answer a few questions, Mr. Fitz," Bone continued, ignoring the lawyer. "This is a charade, Inspector, and you know it," Barrington added. Fitz nodded in agreement. "That's a legal term I'm not familiar with," Bone said. He turned back to Fitz. 3 months ago, you purchased a life insurance policy for your deceased client, Miss D. Is that correct?" "My client's business affairs are none of your business, Inspector." "I'm afraid it is our business when your client, you know, the ones you recently insured for— How much was it again?" Bone asked, turning to Walker. £5 million, Walker replied. £5 million. Quite a sum. Bone nodded. "Is brutally murdered shortly afterwards. I would think such a sum would come in very handy for paying off all the debtors and lawsuits piling up around you. Isn't that correct, Mr. Fitz?" Fitz squirmed and was about to speak when Barrington held up his hand. "It is perfectly prudent and common business practice for talent management companies to hold life insurance policies for their clients." "Prudent?" Bone asked. "Mr. Fitz invests thousands of pounds, resources, days, weeks, months, and years of his time and expertise, establishing and building his clients' careers, including Miss D's. Therefore, yes, Inspector, it is extremely prudent to mitigate potential losses." "Is that how you see the death of a talented young singer with her whole life ahead of her? As a mitigated loss?" Fitz squirmed again. "As I said, Inspector, this is an unreasonable question and pure conjecture on your part. And to be frank, your insinuation that my client would murder his top talent in order to pay so-called debts is an outrageous slur against his name." "That's your conjecture, not mine, Mr. Barrington. I'm merely pointing out facts." Bone turned to Fitz. "Come on, Mr. Fitz. Let's make this as pain-free and quick as possible. Or would you prefer to let your legal eagle here drag this out?" "I suggest we end this farce now, Inspector, before my client considers legal action for harassment and defamation of character," Mr. Barrington said. "A number of your clients are suing you for unpaid or underpaid royalties. Isn't that correct?" Walker stepped in. "Don't answer that," Barrington said. "No comment," he replied. "And again, I warn you to be very careful with your unfounded accusations." "Again, I remind you we are dealing with facts. And these are facts, isn't that right, Mr. Fitz?" Bone tried again, noting that Fitz looked as though he was about to explode with rage. "I see that bastard scumbag Tusk is spreading lies about me again," Fitz snarled, finally giving in to the pressure. "Mr. Fitz, I urge you to remain silent and let me handle this," Barrington intervened. "Will they sit here and accuse me of killing my girl? No way," Fitz snarled. Mr. Barrington took a deep breath. "That is your prerogative," the lawyer conceded with a shake of his head. Fitz leaned across the desk. "I tell you right now, I did not murder Dee Dee. She was like a daughter to me. I cherished the girl and would have done anything for her, and it breaks my bloody heart that she's gone." He rubbed at a bead of sweat that dropped into his eye. "So why the insurance policy and the dispute?" Bone pressed. "Yes, I took out life insurance, and yes, we have a small minority of difficult clients on our roster, but that is completely normal in our industry. I've told you this repeatedly." "Had Miss D initiated legal proceedings?" "No," Fitz barked back. "That's a complete lie spun by that nasty, out-for-himself boyfriend. He filled her head with paranoid bullshit." "Why would he do that?" "You tell me. Maybe it's because he's an abusive, misogynistic psychopath? Or a gold digger, out to make as much as he can to fuel his multitude of habits and low-life lifestyle?" "Habits?" Bone asked. "You name it, the guy is a narcotic sweet shop, but also sex parties, gambling, casinos, expensive fuck buddies. The list is endless, and it all costs money. So if anyone was bleeding Debs dry, it was that pariah." "Where were you from early Sunday evening, the 18th of June, until Monday morning of the 19th? Bone asked. "My client doesn't have to answer that." Barrington tried to intervene again. Fitz raised his hand. No, Nigel. I'm not afraid of clearing my name. I was in the office until around 10:30 that night, and then I returned to my flat." "On a Sunday?" "Yes. Some of us have businesses to run, Inspector." "And can anyone corroborate that?" "My PA left around 9, and I stayed to make an urgent call at LA, and I had to wait until it was morning over there." "Does your PA often work weekends with you?" "We have an arrangement, and he takes time in lieu, okay? I treat my staff with respect, contrary to what you're insinuating." "You were alone in your office?" "Yes, but I'm sure you could check my mobile records or something." "And was anyone with you back at your flat?" "No, unless you wish to interview my spaniel, Cedric. He'd confirm I finally fed him. I did take him for a walk between 11:30 and 12 to do his business." "Where was that?" "There's a green area at the end of the street, and before you have me arrested for dog littering, all the dog owners take their dogs there." "Did you see anyone when you were out?" "Not that I can remember." "Inspector Bone, my client has cooperated fully with you. There is simply no case to answer here, and it is deeply troubling that you would subject a grieving and emotionally vulnerable person to such an ordeal. I demand you cease this tirade of pointless and, quite frankly, upsetting line of questioning and leave." "This is quite a substantial property, Mr. Fitz," Walker cut in. "And I earned every brick of it, Detective Inspector." "I assume you have plenty of security?" "Yes. Why? Are you going to give me some advice or a pamphlet?" He sneered. "Perhaps you have CCTV covering your driveway that recorded the toilet trip with your dog." "I do have CCTV at the entrance, but it refreshes every 24 hours. "I see," Walker said, and scribbled notes in the pad she clutched. Fitz sighed. "And when you returned home with your dog, what did you do?" Bone asked. "I went to bed and slept all night." He stopped and looked up. "But at some point I sent a message to my assistant. I'll show you." He fumbled for his mobile and, scrolling down through his messages, found the entry and passed his phone to Bone. "You sent this at 1:57 a.m. "Yes," Fitz replied. "In the middle of the night?" "I told you it's how we work. I send him reminders of things we have to do the next day. Is that an offence as well now?" "What is your relationship with Dee's boyfriend, Tusk?" "I don't have a relationship with him. He is a toxic sewage stain on the world, and the monster who probably killed Debs." "You have no financial arrangements of any kind with him, then?" "Are you serious? I would rather entrust my money with Donald Trump." He stopped. "Wait a minute.
Are you suggesting I paid him to kill Deb? Like I took out a contract?
Your words, not mine, Mr. Fitz.
Jesus Christ. This gets worse. You honestly think if I was going to have my number one client killed, I'd hire him to do it? Fitz spat, his face glowing with fury like an overripe beetroot. Did you?
DCI Bone, my client has cooperated, Barrington started.
Do you own and wear Doc Martens shoes or boots, Mr. Fitz? Walker cut in, peering at the manager's immaculately clean brogues visible behind the glass table front. What? We're on choice of footwear now? Fitz shook his head in a confused fury. Simple question, Walker said. No, I do not own or wear fucking Doc Martens. But if you're that interested, I could ask my assistant to provide you with the name of the shoemaker in Italy where all my shoes are handmade. He puffed out his cheeks. DCI Bone, this has gone way beyond far enough. Barrington stepped in again. Unless you are going to arrest my client, I insist you leave now. Do you want us to leave, Mr. Fitz? Bone asked. Fitz nodded and folded his arms. Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. The detectives stood to go. Unbelievable, Fitz growled. You Toy Town amateurs should be out there hunting down that headbanger instead of wasting time harassing me. I warn you, DCI Bone, the solicitor interjected. Desist from this madness, or there will be serious consequences. I'm sure there will, Mr. Barrington, Bone said. They left. Toy Town amateurs, Walker sniggered as they walked back to the car. That's our pub quiz team name right there. Do we have enough to arrest him, though? Bone asked. I don't think so. He has at least one alibi, possibly two. We could route around CCTV street cams for signs of him and his dog, or put out an appeal, but my bet is he's telling the truth. She stopped. Although... What? He was sweating rather profusely and did seem very uncomfortable with her questions. Sign of something to hide? Or, as his lawyer says, he's very distressed, and to be fair, his little speech seemed pretty genuine. OK, we hold for now, and keep Judge Judy happy. But he's definitely still on our Christmas card list. Oh, aye, for sure. Damn it, Bone muttered. I'll ask Will to find any street cam footage from that night, Walker said. But it feels like another one is slipping away. OK. Right, let's get out of here. The stench of money is making me feel sick. As Bone opened the car door, his phone rang. Baxter? Bone said. Moments later, he hung up. I've been summoned to see a man about a serial killer. Chapter 29. To Bone's surprise, Dr. Widowson's office, located in the furthest top corner of the station's main building, was in a state of complete disarray. It was as though the criminal psychologist had emptied the entire contents of his various filing cabinets and drawers onto the floor. As Bone negotiated the mess, Widowson appeared from behind teetering towers of papers, books, and ring binders piled on his desk. Good afternoon, Duncan. Welcome to... He surveyed the mess before him. Organised chaos. I like what you've done with the place. Bone slid on a bundle of Polly Pockets scattered at his feet, almost tumbling onto the doctor. Sorry about that, Widowson said, and cleared papers from a chair by his desk, and inviting Bone to sit before he broke a limb. One of the downsides of living in your head most of the time, I'm afraid. Believe it or not, there is method in my madness. He looked up. Not the best of phrases for a criminal psychologist to use, granted. Please, take a seat. Thank you for seeing me at short notice. Have you had a chance to cast your expert eye over the case files? Bone asked, flicking at a dried corner of crust clinging to the chair's arm. Indeed, I have. Such a tragic case, but they often are, aren't they? And the aftershocks are utterly devastating for family and friends. And communities, too.
Absolutely. So I had a quick read-through of most of what your colleagues sent over, and I would say that my initial prognosis, based on the limited information I have, is that the perpetrator of these crimes is demonstrating a highly dangerous combination of histrionic and narcissistic personality disorders. What? Histrionic personality disorder, or HPD, is characterized by a pattern of excessive attention-seeking, manipulative behaviors, and an extreme desire for approval. When it's combined with symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder, such as exaggerated feelings of self-importance and diminished or a complete absence of empathy for others, that can lead to a potentially lethal cocktail of traits. But the excessively violent nature of the crimes, the brutal assault, along with the severed finger and so on, also point to a severe trauma of some kind that the killer has experienced in their life, most likely during their childhood. But I can't stress enough, this is an extremely damaged and dangerous individual, and you are right to be very concerned. And could this person stop themselves from killing for 13 years? Interesting question. Widowson leaned back. If there were psychological intervention, perhaps, or if they got scared off in some way, but these types of disorders are usually lifelong, and while symptoms can be reduced with therapy and counselling, even drugs, they will, in essence, remain part of the patient's makeup. So in answer to your question, yes, it is possible, and then perhaps the killer experienced a series of triggers or changes in circumstances that caused a deterioration in his condition, and a return to these extreme and lethal symptoms. But, and this is a big but, the childhood trauma may have been so severe that the killer's overriding motive is revenge against those who caused it, either imaginary or real. In that case, for someone harbouring such anger and hatred of humanity, combined with narcissistic personality traits, would make cessation of violence very difficult indeed, if not impossible. That's very helpful, thank you. In my professional judgment, one kill is never enough to stop the compulsion, but instead simply fuels the rage. Not good, Bones said. Not good at all, Widowson shook his head. And how do we stop him? Catch him, he smiled. If you need any more advice, I can delve a little deeper if you wish. Thanks, Bones smiled. Hopefully we won't need it. For everyone's sake, I hope not too. Widowson stood. I'd show you out, but I don't think there's sufficient floor space for both of us. No problem. Thanks again. Bone weaved and hopped across the debris. And we must go for that drink that we always promised to arrange, Widowson called over before Bone left. My round, I believe. I'll hold you to that.
Chapter 30. Any news on the Dalhuish files, Sheila? Bone asked when he returned to the incident room.
I was just about to come and find you. They landed in my inbox just after I rang you, and they make for a very interesting, if rather disturbing read.
That was quick, Bone said.
I stressed the urgency of our request, and I have a former colleague who works in archives. She helped smooth the route to my inbox.
She smiled, picked up a notepad from her desk, and approached the two detectives.
So, the Carnival Queen murder, as it was known at the time, took place on the 23rd of June, 2006. An 18-year-old female was found beaten and strangled in a ditch on the outskirts of Dalhuish, just outside Peterhead. The young woman, Ms. Adele Blake, had been chosen as the gala queen for the town's annual carnival that takes place every June in the town. She was 2 days away from the showcase parade.
Bloody hell, Bones said.
There's more, Baxter continued. The killer sliced off a finger and sent it to the lead detective investigating the murder, along with pictures to a journalist at the local paper. And, of course, just like here, the news story caused similar levels of anger and panic in the town and around the region. During the investigation, the killer continued to taunt the investigating team with emails threatening more killings. Who will be next? Exactly.
But for some reason, there were no more deaths, or at least none reported.
So why break their promise? Walker asked. If this is the same person, then they're already one up on their previous spree. I was going to say, perhaps conscience or cold feet. But if Widowson's profile is correct, then this person may be beyond conscience. He believed the killer may be a highly disturbed egomaniac who's harbouring a deep trauma experienced in childhood that has turned them against the world. Something of a cliché, then, Walker said dismissively. They all are in the end, Bones shrugged. What if something spooked them and they backed off or did a runner? Baxter said. Or someone, Bone added. Who was the detective in charge? Baxter checked her notes again. A Detective Chief Inspector Crozier. The killer was never caught. Crozier went off sick, then took early retirement a few months later, and he never returned to the force. This is so bizarre. Bone ran his finger along the scar on his forehead. And very odd, too, Walker said. What do you mean? The two cases are so close. If you were the killer, wouldn't you be worried that you're raising your head above the parapet and opening yourself up to getting caught? Maybe that's what they want. Maybe they're getting off on the thrill of the chase or think they're invincible and above capture. That would fit Dr. Widowson's alarming profile of a highly dangerous narcissist who believes they have some kind of divine right or authority to kill as they please. But is it the same killer or copycat? Walker asked. That is the million-dollar question. For my 10 pence worth, I think there are too many similarities, and this Dalhouish case is so old it begs the question, why would a copycat pick that one particular crime over thousands to emulate? Baxter said. What about suspects and evidence gathered in the course of the investigation? Walker asked. And anything about why they didn't catch the killer? Bone added. 2 men were interviewed, the carnival organizer and the victim's father, but both were released without charge. Recorded evidence is very thin on the ground. The killer clearly covered his or her tracks well. Another similarity, Walker said. Though one still shot was recovered from a faulty CCTV camera, taken in the vicinity and around the time of the murder. Baxter returned to her desk. Hold on, she said, and tapped at her keyboard. Bloody hell, she moaned. I'm trying to get it up on the wall monitor, but the bloody thing... Where's Will when you need him? She tried again, then shook her head. Perhaps if you gather round, I'll put it up on here. The detectives went over. Baxter punched a few more keys, and a grainy black-and-white image appeared on the screen. Baxter adjusted the brightness to enhance the shot. This person was caught on a resident's garage camera in an alleyway close to the crime scene. The detectives leaned in. Is that a hoodie or a parka? Walker asked. Hoodie, I'd say, Bone replied. And whoever they are, they're in a hurry. Annoying that they're turned away from the camera. Walker squinted sideways to try to decipher more of the grain. So this was a video recording, you said? Yes, but the resident's camera was broken, and that was all the digital team could retrieve at the time. The image was released to the public and an appeal went out. But it really could be anyone, so that went nowhere as well. Technology's moved on a bit since 2006, Walker said. We could ask our team to have a go at it. Or better still, get Will on it, Bones said. There could definitely be something we're not seeing here. He turned back to Baxter. Is that all they had to work with? I'm afraid so. And after 5 months of intense investigation work, the case ran aground and, with no fresh evidence, the investigation was suspended and remains unsolved, Baxter confirmed. We need to speak to DCI Crozier. Get his take on all of this. Well, I thought you might say that, Baxter replied. So I rang the Northeast Division to request a contact number, but they said that DCI Crozier is now living abroad and had cut off all communication with the force. Basically, they had no forwarding address, phone number or email, and no idea where he is now. She rolled her eyes. What about the other detectives on his team? Could we talk to any of them? I also asked about that, and they said they would contact his second, a Detective Inspector Lampeter, and ask her to give me a call. Hopefully she'll ring back today, but if not, I'll press northeast again. Outstanding work, Sheila, Bones said. I think I need a cigarette now. Baxter blew out her cheeks. I never thought I'd say this, but you deserve one for all that. Baxter grabbed her handbag and shuffled out of the incident room. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Walker asked. What do you think I'm thinking? What you're... Forget it. What? A guilt-ridden DCI? Clinically obsessed with the case he couldn't crack and cost him his job, marriage and sanity, finally flips his nut and goes on a copycat rampage. Wow, you're in the wrong game, Rona. You should have a word with the Chronicle. I reckon McKinnon would bite his own hand off to have you working for him. Probably your worst insult ever, but I'll overlook it, Walker replied. It's just a theory. We've been here before, remember? What, me? Bone asked, pulling a face. No, of course not you. Though now you mention it. She smiled. No, I mean Peekaboo's infatuated follower, the internal investigator. You mean Rambo? Not how I would describe her, but yes. Similar profile, perhaps. Come on. I might expect something that far-fetched from Mark, maybe, but not you. The picture Widdowson painted of this lunatic was too off the scale for this character to be able to climb the ranks and hold down a senior detective role for so long without coming undone. You think? Well, I know we have our egos and our foibles, but in our game you have to be able to lead teams, delegate, deal with arsehole superiors without murdering them, not to mention counsel colleagues, and have sufficient emotional intelligence to break it to a victim's loved ones that their beloved has been brutally murdered. Someone with the personality disorders Widdowson described would crack before the first Monday morning coffee. You mean you have to be even crazier than this nuthead to survive our job? You nailed it in one, Bone laughed. Although I do think it would be worth checking more details around the case to see if anything that was kept from the public back then has materialized in this reboot. That might point to a suspect with inside knowledge. When Sheila gets back from kippering her lungs, I'll ask her to go through the files again. So I could be right. You have a wide-open mind, Rona. That's what makes you so bloody smart. Bone shook his head. Also, have her check through Kilwinnock Council registers for all new residents from the time of the first case. That's a huge job. Sheila is going to love you, Walker said. She'll probably need help with that. Don't look at me. Don't worry, I was thinking Luke Skywalker. That's what detective constables are for, isn't it? Poor Will, Walker smiled. Chapter 31. When Mullins and Harper climbed out of the pool car, Tusk appeared in the hotel entrance. Mr. Tusk, Mullins called out. But when Tusk saw the two detectives approaching, he dashed round the side of the building. What's he doing? Mullins said. Running away, Harper replied. They gave chase, spotting him sprinting across the gravel drive towards a line of cedar trees. He was surprisingly fast. Where's he gone? Mullins shouted at Harper, who was now ahead of his boss. There! Harper called back, pointing at their target veering across a manicured lawn beyond the trees. Harper reached the lawn and continued his pursuit down a gravel path, heading towards the hotel's man-made lake. Tusk ran along a narrow gravel beach, skirting the edge of the lake. Stop! Harper called to him, but Tusk careened on. Harper closed on him. He glanced back, but Mullins had stopped at the top of the path, clutching his chest. He quickened his pace, and with a few more strides was within grabbing distance of Tusk's black hoodie. But Tusk pushed harder, widening the gap again, and clambered up onto a jetty that stretched out across the lake. Stop right now! Harper repeated, knowing Tusk would have to very soon, or they'd both end up in the water. Tusk ran towards the end, fumbled in his hoodie pocket, and tossed an object into the water, accompanied by a plume of white powder.
They careered on towards the jetty's edge. Harper lunged at him, and they both crashed down with a loud crack as the wooden boards took the impact. Tusk tried to wriggle free, but Harper pressed his knee in full weight into Tusk's spine and forced one of Tusk's arms and then the other into a locked position, twisting them just enough for it to hurt. "Ah!" Tusk yelped, fighting back, but Harper increased the pressure, and he finally stopped resisting. "What are you doing?" Harper panted. "Get off me!" Tusk complained. "I have him, sir," Harper called back to Mullins, but there was no reply. He shifted slightly. Mullins was lying face down at the bottom of the path. "Shit," Harper said. "Right, you run again, and I'll taser you. You understand?" "Just get off me!" Harper released him and ran over to his colleague lying spread-eagle on the gravel. "Mark, are you okay?" he asked when he reached him. Mullins didn't move. "Mark!" Harper nudged his lifeless bulk. "Give me a hand here," he called back to Tusk, who was now on his feet, wiping the remains of the dust cloud from his clothes. "Now, for fuck's sake!" Tusk ran over. "What's up with him?" "I think he's having a heart attack," Harper replied. "We need to get him over. Help me." Together, they slowly rolled Mullins over onto his back. His face was ashen, and his left arm was locked against his chest. "Mark!" Harper tried again, but there was no response. "Call an ambulance," Harper ordered. "I don't have my phone with me." "In my jacket pocket there," Harper replied, and leaning in, he checked for breathing, then Mullins' pulse. "Christ, quickly!" Tusk fumbled Harper's phone out of his pocket and dialed 999. "Tell them it's a police emergency and a detective is down with a suspected heart attack." Tusk rang through and ranted to the call centre operator. "Is the patient conscious?" he asked Harper. "No. How long?" "What?" Tusk asked. "A fucking ambulance!" Harper bellowed at him. "On its way, 6 or 7 minutes. They say stay on the line." "Put the phone on speaker and run up to reception and bring back their mobile defibrillator." "What if they don't have one?" Tusk asked. "Do it!" Harper ordered, and began CPR, pumping at Mullins' chest in rhythmic, intense succession. 2 minutes later, Tusk returned with a member of staff who grappled with the defib. "I'm a trained first aider," the young doorman said, and placed the machine next to Mullins. Harper tore at the buttons on Mullins' shirt, and the doorman turned on the AED and placed the electrode pads on either side of Mullins' ribcage. Harper resumed CPR. The machine bleeped. "Analysis says shock now," the doorman said. "Do it," Harper ordered. The two men leaned back, and the doorman pressed the button. The machine whined, and Mullins' frame jolted up and down. Harper checked for a pulse again, then carried on CPR. "What is the monitor saying?" "Nothing," the doorman said. "Fuck!" Harper continued to pump at Mullins' chest. "Now?" he asked a few seconds later. "Still nothing." "Charge it up again," Harper said. Moments later, they shocked Mullins again. "We have him," the doorman called out. "Irregular heartbeat." Harper looked up at the doorman and back at Mullins, whose shoulder twitched, and he shifted slightly sideways. 2 ambulance crew appeared at the top of the path and ran down to join them. "We've just defibbed twice. His heart has restarted, but his pulse is very weak," Harper said. "Okay, we've got it now," the paramedic said, gently nudging Harper out of the way. "How long has he been out?" 5 or 6 minutes. "He just went down without any warning," Harper replied, picking up his phone. With a quick confirmation of the crew's arrival, he ended the call. The paramedics quickly unpacked their plethora of wires, tubes, needles and machines and began working on Mullins. Harper stood and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Is he still alive?" he asked the female paramedic attaching a cannula to Mullins' arm. "Just. We need to get him stable as we can before we attempt to move him.
Harper blew out his cheeks, then turned to the young doorman who was also sweating profusely.
Thanks, he said.
The doorman shrugged. Harper called the station and requested a squad car to collect Tusk.
What? You're arresting me?
Tusk complained.
After I helped save your boss's life?
You resisted, Tusk. You have questions to answer.
Just do as I fucking say.
Christ, Tusk moaned, and slumped down, defeated, on a bench by the side of the path.
I want to go with him to the hospital,
Harper said, but the paramedics were too busy to reply. Returning to his phone, he found Bone's number in his contacts, and with a deep breath, pressed the call button. Chapter 32.
Will, what happened?
Bone asked Harper, who paced in the A&E reception.
He just went down like a sack of coal. We had to defib him to get his heart back up, but he was gone for 5 or 6 minutes.
Good God. Mullen's wife Sandra came running in.
Where is he?
She cried out as she approached them.
Sandra, I'm so sorry,
Bones said.
Where is Mark?
She repeated, frantically searching the waiting area.
The paramedics rushed him through. I think he's had a heart attack,
Harper replied.
Is he alive? Dead or what?
Sandra snapped back. Hold on, Bones said, and went over to the desk where a stone-faced receptionist typed numbers into a long spreadsheet on her screen.
Detective Chief Inspector Bone, one of my officers has just come in, he said, and held up his lanyard.
Name? The receptionist asked, continuing to tap digits into a long column of numerical gobbledygook.
Bone sighed. Detective Sergeant Mark Mullins, and I would appreciate your assistance.
He scowled. The receptionist glanced up, turned to a logbook lying open in front of her, and ran her finger down the left-hand side of the page.
Mark Mullins, you said?
Correct.
He was registered at 2:34 this afternoon. Does it say what's wrong with him? I believe an ambulance crew brought him in.
The receptionist checked the logbook again.
He's been admitted to the cardiac unit, she said. A heart attack. Sorry, I don't have that information. Please take a seat and I'll see if I can find someone who can help you, the receptionist said, apparently feeling a little more sympathetic to the anxious detective in front of her, rubbing at the scar on his forehead. She picked up the phone and gestured for him to sit back down.
He's been taken to the cardiac unit, Bones said, and returned to Mullen's distraught wife.
But I need to see him,
she exclaimed. We have to wait here. A doctor is on their way to speak to us. Bone tried to take her arm.
Fuck that! Where's the cardiac unit?
She looked frantically this way and that. I think it's probably best if we... But before he could say any more, Sandra was off down the corridor.
Shit.
You wait here in case a doctor appears, Bone told Harper and dashed after her.
Come on, Sandra,
Bone said when he caught up with her. Once in the main building, they cut through the central atrium and followed a warren of austere, faded, fleshy pink corridors, crossed a lawn between buildings, and finally arrived at the cardio unit. The double doors were locked, and Bone rang the buzzer. The speaker hissed.
Detective Chief Inspector Bone, we're here to see DS Mark Mullins. He was admitted this afternoon.
The speaker hissed again. The door clicked, and they went in. As they approached the ward's front desk, a nurse jumped up and stopped them.
Where do you think you're going?
The nurse asked.
I want to see my husband, Sandra pleaded. I'm afraid you can't go any further. This is an infection-controlled area. Did you say Mark Mullins?
Yes, Bone and Sandra replied in unison. The nurse returned to her desk, and after a moment at the screen looked up.
Wait here, please.
She disappeared through a set of thick plastic curtains.
You don't think he's dead, do you?
Sandra asked Bone, her eyes filled with tears.
I tell you, if he is, I'll never fucking forgive him.
She blew out her cheeks.
Mark is the strongest person I know, and it would take a lot more than a... The reappearance of the nurse, flanked by a middle-aged woman in a grey suit, interrupted Bones' reassurances. "Mrs. Mullins?" the woman said, approaching the pair. "Aye, that's right. Is Mark okay?" Sandra asked, her voice shaking so much the words barely formed correctly. "And you are?" the woman asked Bone. "Mark's boss, DCI Bone from Kilwinnock Police Station." "So not a close relative?" "As good as," Bone said. "For God's sake, I'm his wife. Just tell us how he is." "I'm Dr. Middleton, Senior Registrar. Your husband has suffered a major heart attack and is in theatre." "Oh, Jesus." "Will he be all right?" Sandra asked. "I'm not going to lie, Mrs. Mullins. His condition is extremely serious, but the surgeons are doing the very best they can." Sandra's legs gave way, and she slid sideways. Bone caught her before she hit the floor. With the doctor's help, they carried Sandra over to the nearest chair and lowered her into it. "Would you like a glass of water, Mrs. Mullins?" Sandra tried to speak, but she was still breathless. The nurse appeared with a cup of water for Sandra. The registrar sat next to her. "Mark is undergoing the very best state-of-the-art surgery. We have every hope he'll pull through, Mrs. Mullins." "I can't believe it." Sandra shook her head. "I just want to see him." "You were expecting him in recovery within the next hour or so." She turned to Bone. "The paramedic said your colleague and a member of the hotel staff saved his life." "DC Harper?" Bone asked. "I believe so, yes." She checked her watch. "I'm afraid I have to go, but myself or my colleague will keep you updated, and the consultant surgeon will be able to give you a more detailed assessment when your husband's out of theatre." The doctor held Sandra's arm for a second, then got up and left. Bone and Sandra sat in silence for a second, staring at the bare, pale pink ward wall. "I told him off so many times about all that garbage he shovels into that great gannet gut face of his," Sandra said. "He's in the best place. The surgeons will fix him." But Sandra was back staring at the wall, clearly trying to stop herself from thinking the unthinkable. Chapter 33. When Bone finally left Sandra, collected Harper, and briefed Walker and the team on Mullen's condition, the light outside the hospital was fading. He found the car, he climbed in and called Alice. "Jesus, is he going to be all right?" she asked anxiously. "He's still under the knife. No news is good news for now. Listen, I'm sorry, but I'm going to stay at my flat tonight, in case there are any developments at the hospital." "You can stay here tonight if you like." "Sorry, Alice. What I mean is, I don't think I can make it up there. I might fall asleep at the wheel." "No, Michael and I have come back to the farm. I left you a note. My neighbour rang me." The receiver clacked. "Hello?" Bone asked. "The foxes have been at the hens again," Alice whispered. "I don't want Michael to hear. It was horrific." "Would that be okay? I don't want to impose on you like that. We're a two-house family now, remember? Come back here. You sound like you need some sleep." "Not sure sleep's on the cards, but thank you." He hung up, and with a glance back at the cardiac ward, he turned the Saab out of the car park. After Michael reluctantly went to bed, Bone and Alice chatted for a short while, but Bone's mind was 1,000 other places. "I'm going to bed," Alice said finally, and started clearing up the dirty dinner plates from the kitchen table. "Leave those, I'll do that," Bone said. "Sorry I'm not much company." "It's fine. We're just happy you're here." She smiled warmly. "Don't stay up too late. You're worn out, Duncan." "I'll be through soon, I promise," he replied, and collected up the dishes. At the sink, he ran his hands and wrists under the warm tap to try and slow his galloping thoughts, but the mental plates wouldn't stop spinning. With a sigh, he opened the back door, sat on the doorstep, and took in the sights,
sounds and smells of the pitch-black farmyard beyond. Back in the kitchen, his phone rang. "Shit," he said, and dashed in to answer. It was Baxter. "Sorry, Sheila, I don't have any more news," he said wearily. Alice reappeared in the doorway, and Bone gave her a reassuring nod. "No, sir, I'm not calling about that, though I am worried sick about him. I've been doing more digging around this cold case." "It's nearly midnight," Bone whispered. "You shouldn't still be working." "I couldn't sleep. I needed to distract my mind." "Join the queue," Bone replied. "What have you found?" "I've been trying to locate the current whereabouts of DCI Crozier. I found a number of newspaper articles from the time reporting that he'd gone off the rails, with the usual intrusive shots of him coming out of supermarkets looking about as dishevelled as I do most Saturday mornings. I've emailed the links and screenshots over to you, along with the most pertinent case notes and a few of my own. Just a wee crib sheet for you." "Crib sheet? I hope you're not going to test me in the morning." "I mean a summary of the key case points," Baxter clarified. "I know. Ignore my weary attempt at humour. Thank you." "That's not all. I found a third story where another paper had traced Crozier to Spain, again with more pictures of him shuffling about on the seafront." "Jesus, leave the guy alone." "Indeed. But I was surprised to see he'd moved to Gata de Mar in Costa Blanca." "Why?" "My sister, Claire, has had a place there for 30 years. It's a lovely, unspoilt town on the coast. It also has a small but active expat community." "I take it you've called your sister, then?" "Of course," Baxter said, sounding surprised Bone would even have to ask. "She said she knew him. She met Crozier when he and his then-wife moved over there about 10 years ago, though she wasn't sure about the date. They'd moved into a villa in the same urbanisation, and she'd had them round a few times for drinks and meals." "What did she make of them?" "She said he was pleasant enough, but very quiet. She knew his wife, Karen Crozier, more. They played bridge together at the local expat bridge club." "Does she still see them?" "Not much at all. When Mrs. Crozier stopped attending the bridge club, the pair of them just disappeared and stopped showing up at parties and functions. She said she sometimes bumps into Mrs. Crozier in the supermarket, but she's always on her own and reluctant to stop and chat." "So, where's the detective gone?" "She doesn't know." "Does your sister have a contact number or address?" "She gave me a landline number, but said it was very old, and they might have changed or stopped using it. Would you like me to try it?" "No, text it to me, and go home for God's sake." "I am home. I'm hiding up here in my study so as not to wake John, though I can hear him snoring from here." "Well, put the phone down now and go to bed." "I'm fine, sir. That's an order." "OK, I'll see you tomorrow," Baxter said. Bone hung up and went to find Alice. "Sorry about that," he whispered. "Just work stuff." "Are you coming to bed?" she asked, already under the covers. "Soon. Can I borrow your laptop for a sec?" Alice sighed. "The code's 2424, she mumbled. "Thanks. I won't be long." He returned to the kitchen and shifted the laptop to the kitchen table, booted it up, and worked through Baxter's string of emails. The first contained a series of document attachments. He opened a couple, and images of a young girl's battered, lifeless face appeared on his screen, with nearly identical injuries to those suffered by Miss D. He clicked a couple more, and they showed the victim's semi-naked body sprawled across a ditch, her legs and arms splattered with mud and grime. "Jesus," he said, and closed the file. The second attachment contained screenshots of newspaper headlines, again with similar sensationalist, attention-grabbing language describing the killing of another town's young carnival queen, and half-pixelated shots of the victim. At the bottom of the page, a head-and-shoulders shot of a middle-aged, balding man in a suit and tie. Bone zoomed in on the image. DCI Crozier stared back, poker-faced at Bone. He opened the last attachment, a collection of inflammatory headlines lambasting Crozier and his team for their lack of progress on the case, with some highly derogatory and personal attacks about the detective himself, a character assassination Bone was all too familiar with. The final attachment, a blurry shot of an older and more dishevelled Crozier on a beach, with the sea behind him, his hand raised to the camera as though trying to shield his identity. The headline underneath the image read, "Disgraced DCI living it up on the Costas." Bone stabbed at the keyboard, closed down the file, and slammed the lid shut. "What is wrong with these people?" he said, and with a weary yawn, retreated to bed. Chapter 34. After a restless night, Bone quietly slipped out of bed at first light, careful not to wake Alice. In the living room, he gently closed the door and called the hospital, but even after persistent pleading, the ward nurse wouldn't give him any information over the phone. He sighed anxiously and searched through Baxter's text messages and called the Spanish number she'd sent to him. The line clicked and went dead. He tried again, manually typing in the numbers, including the full country code. The earpiece clacked again, and after a silent pause, it connected and rang. "Hello?" a faint voice answered moments later. "Mrs. Crozier?" Bone said. "Yes? Who's calling?" "Sorry to ring you so early, Mrs. Crozier. This is DCI Bone from Kilwinnock, Scotland." "Oh my God! What's happened?" No, I'm calling with regards to an ongoing investigation that I'm leading. The death of the singer, Dee Dee. You may have seen it on the news." "I thought you were going to say you'd found him." "Who? Mr. Crozier?" "Who did you say you were?" Mrs. Crozier quizzed. "Detective Chief Inspector Bone from the Rural Crime Unit, Kilwinnock. I was calling to speak to your husband, but he's clearly not there with you." "I'm tired of this rubbish," Mrs. Crozier snapped back. "Sorry, what?" "You low-life hacks impersonating police officers, hoping you'll get some salacious wee bit of gossip out of me. Well, I can tell you right now, I'm no fool, and I'll be reporting you to the authorities again. Can't you just leave us alone? Haven't you done enough to destroy our lives?" "Mrs. Crozier, let me assure you—" The line went dead. "Bugger," Bone said, and called again. It rang and rang, until finally Mrs. Crozier answered again. "This is harassment," she snarled in Bone's ear. "Mrs. Crozier, I am DCI Bone, and the reason I wish to speak to your husband is because there are similarities between my case and the one your husband led in 2006. If you wish, I'll give you the number of the station and you can check my identity." There was a long pause. "Mrs. Crozier?" "I'm sorry, Inspector. I've just had it up to here with the press, and when I saw Dee Dee's murder on the news, it took me back to those awful times. I read some of the press coverage of the case your husband led, and it was awful." There was another pause. "I'm not in any position to help you. My husband and I separated 2 years ago. I'm sorry if this is upsetting you, but I hope you can see why it's important I speak to your husband." "Good luck with that. That case destroyed everything. Our marriage, our new life here in Spain. The kind, caring man I married turned into a drunken, abusive monster. In the end, I just couldn't take it anymore, and I kicked him out. Or I should say the Guardia Civil kicked him out." "Do you know where he is now?" "The last time I heard he'd gone back to his childhood home." "Where's that?" "Falkirk." "Not Peterhead, then?" "No, he couldn't stand it up there. Neither of us could. Such a bloody cold, God-forsaken place." "And you haven't spoken to him since your separation?" "A couple of times early on. He'd ring me up, usually late at night, drunken rants. But then it stopped. I'm always waiting for that phone to ring with news that the booze is finally—" "Sorry to be dragging all this up," Bones said. "He told me he was staying in one of the shelters in Falkirk. But that was over a year ago." "Can you remember the name?"
Chapel Cross, something like that. Thanks. It's so sad. When that evil bastard killed that poor girl, he's as good as killed my husband as well. Do you think the same vile creature murdered Dee Dee? That's what we're trying to work out. I don't think you'll get much sense out of John, even if you do find him. Did he talk to you about the case? At the time, no. He was always the consummate professional. That's the tragedy. He was an exceptional police officer, commended for bravery 3 times in his career. Until that case, he was heading for promotion, and potentially the very top. What about when he retired? Did he talk about it then? He didn't retire. I know you've probably read that in his notes or something, but he was pushed out, ordered to go. He was turning up for work drunk, and they reported his drunken antics in the papers. He was an embarrassment to the force. They gave him an ultimatum: leave with a pension or resist and we sack you. Brutal, Bones said. Everything about those final days was brutal, Inspector, as you put it. It was a nightmare. And did he say anything about the case after he left the force? Bone asked. He talked about it all the time. It consumed him, and the drinking was his attempt to stop the wheels and the what-ifs churning over and over in his mind. It was like he was haunted by the ghost of the girl who was killed, and the killer who was never caught, which made things infinitely worse. Did he ever talk to you about suspects or persons of interest? Later on, when he was at his worst, he talked a lot about how the person seemed to have inside knowledge of their investigation. He'd rant about it all the time. He knows, he used to say over and over, like a demented mantra. She stopped again. I'm really sorry, Inspector. I can't talk about this any longer. It's so upsetting. My apologies. If you find him, I'd be grateful if you'd let me know if he's being looked after. It's so hard to just give up on the person you once loved and shared your life with for more than 20 years, you know? I do know, Mrs. Crozier. Of course, I'll call you. And for your sake, I hope you catch the person who killed that poor girl. That's our goal. Thank you, Bone replied, and hung up. The parallels and similarities of the 2 cases ran deeper than just the details of the murder, and Mrs. Crozier's description of her husband's descent into mental illness rang a cathedral of bells in Bone's head. He took a series of long, deep breaths and focused on steadying the floor beneath his feet. When the world settled around him and his heart slowed, he returned to the bedroom and got dressed. Chapter 35. On his way to work, Bone called Royal General Hospital, hoping a face-to-face approach might skewer an update from the tight-lipped ward. Mark Mullins, you say? The young nurse on reception asked, and glanced down at the papers in front of her. That's correct. He was in surgery yesterday for a heart bypass. And you are? She asked. Detective Chief Inspector Bone, Detective Sergeant Mullins Sr., Bone replied, holding up his lanyard. I've just started my shift. Hold on, she said, and disappeared through a set of double doors behind the desk. They shut with an ominous clunk. A deadly silence surrounded him, punctuated by the loud tick of an austere cream-faced clock hanging on the wall by the desk. Come on. He stared at the doors, willing them to open, while hoping they never would. Moments later, the nurse re-emerged. I've just checked with the registrar, and Mr. Mullins' operation was successful. He's been taken down to the ICU, she said with a smile. Thank God. Oh, that's such a relief, Bone replied, and took a deep breath. Can I see him? No, I'm afraid he's still very poorly. It'll be a little while yet before ICU allows visitors other than his partner, who I believe is with him now. Bone peered through the window beyond the reception desk, into the gloomy ward beyond. I'll check back again later, she said. Thank you very much. That's great news, Bone nodded. Please tell Sandra, his wife, we're all here for her, if she needs anything at all. I'm sure she knows that, but I will, yes.
and I'll let her know you were here." "Thanks," Bone repeated, and with a glance back into the ward, he left. On the way out, he called the station to let them know Mullins had survived the night. Bone drove round the back of the station to avoid the press. He was halfway down the corridor when Gallagher emerged from his office and came marching towards him.
"How is he?"
he asked anxiously.
"You know, then. I had to find out from Charge Sergeant Brodie, but yes."
"Sorry, sir. I've been up at the hospital most of the night."
"Well, spit it out, man,"
Gallagher pressed. He survived the op, double bypass, and is now in intensive care. Doc said he suffered catastrophic heart failure, and if it wasn't for Will's quick actions, he'd be a goner.
DC Harper saved his life.
He did, along with a cool-headed member of the hotel staff.
"Are you on your way to the incident room?"
"Yes, to brief the team."
"I'll walk with you."
The two men continued down the corridor.
"What a bloody mess," Gallagher said. "Right in the middle of a multiple murder inquiry, on the eve of the Civic Week Gala parade, Mullins decides to keel over. You couldn't write this shite down."
"I'm sure he didn't plan it, sir."
"No, but for God's sake, it's the last thing we all need."
"Last thing he needs," Bone qualified. Gallagher stopped.
"I know. Not very charitable. Of course, I'm extremely worried about Mark. Probably why I'm ranting, if truth be told. But we're up against it here, and now we're a senior officer down in the investigation."
D.I. Moen from Campsie Station is helping us."
"Ah, yes. I forgot he'd been seconded to help you. But if you need additional assistance, I can put in a request with head office."
"We're fine for now."
"So what happens next with Mark?"
"If all goes well, they'll move him onto a ward."
"Is there anyone with him?"
"Sandra is there, but the intensive care nurses won't let anyone else visit, to minimise the risk of infection. They kicked me out."
"Well, all we can do is wait and hope he's okay."
"That's right," Bone agreed. Gallagher shook his head again.
"That big balloon of a man will do anything to skive off work."
"I'm not sure even Mark would push it that far, but you never know with him." Bone smiled. "He's probably dreaming about the hospital custard as we speak."
"What a sorry state of affairs."
"Right, keep me updated," Gallagher said, and set off down the corridor. At the stairwell, he stopped.
"On everything," he added,
and disappeared. "It's such a relief that Mark made it out of surgery," Harper said. "Aye, he's a fighter," Bone replied. "The nurse said it'll be some time yet, but all the signs are looking positive." "He survived the night, so that's got to be good," Walker said. "Unlike the rest of us," Baxter added. "I really thought he was gone. One sec he was there, the next he was down like a sack of potatoes," Harper interrupted. "Ironic when you think about how many crisps he ploughs through every day." He laughed nervously, then stopped abruptly. "Sorry, I'm anxious." He fidgeted with his glasses, pushing them up and down the bridge of his nose. Bone went over and put his hand on his shoulder. "I spoke to the doctor, and she said you saved his life." "That would be the surgeon, not me," Harper said. "And the hotel employee. He was the defib expert." "Shut up, Will. That's an order," Bone interrupted. "You did damn good. And when Mullins gets back, you'll have that on him forever." He smiled. "Shouldn't one of us be there? Maybe take shifts or something?" Harper asked. "His wife is with him now. There's nothing we can do except wait and hope. In the meantime, we have a case to solve and work to do, and Mullins wouldn't want any kind of fuss made." "Are you kidding? He'd want us to sweat bullets over him and spoil him rotten when he's out the other side," Walker said. "The hospital will keep us informed, and I'll go back later today." Bone turned to Baxter. "I need you to run more checks for me." "Sir?" Baxter said. "Compile a list of all staff who were employed at Peterhead Station around the time of the Carnival Queen murder in 2006, and I mean everyone, from the super to the cooks and cleaners." Baxter nodded. "Is there anything in particular I'm looking for?"
This morning I rang the wife of the DCI who oversaw the investigation at that time, and aside from informing me they separated after DCI Crozier went off the rails, she also mentioned he was obsessed with the theory that the killer was known to the police, or even one of them. He could never prove it, of course, but as we know, the killer is still out there. Or here, Walker interrupted. So, transfers and promotions, Baxter said. In one, Bone said. Also, go through council voting registers and so on to see if you can find the names of people who moved to Kilwinnock between 2013 and now, and then cross-reference with the Peterhead area. That's a huge job, sir, Baxter said. Hopefully it won't be necessary if we catch the killer first. Will, can you help Sheila with that? Yes, sir, Harper nodded. Any joy with the image salvaged from the faulty CCTV camera in the Dalhouish case? Digital had a go, then I had another go, but the image is so corrupted I don't think we made much, if any, improvement. I can show you on the monitor, and I also pinned a printout up on the board. The detectives went over. See what I mean? It's still pretty awful, Harper said. I disagree, Walker replied after scrutinizing the image for a few moments. See the runner's front foot there? Bone and Moen leaned in. Am I imagining things? Or is that a boot, and those tiny white dots eyelets? Walker tapped the screen. Bone turned his head and squinted. I think you could be right. This might give you a better look, Harper interrupted. He nodded at the wall monitor. You see it now, Walker said, approaching the screen, now filled with the same image. Yes, Moen replied. But is it a DM? The same DM? Bone added. Sir, what about Tusk? He's been downstairs since yesterday afternoon when Mark collapsed, Harper said. I was coming to that. He did a runner when you and Mark approached him, is that right? Yes, but to be honest, that might have been more to do with the white substance he dumped in the hotel lake before I could get to him. Rona, could you and Sanjit go and interview the waste of space? We can't rule out the possibility he's involved, even if it's as an accomplice. Would that be okay, Sanjit, as we are a man down? Temporarily, Walker added. Of course, Moen said. Crozier's ex-wife gave me the name of a homeless shelter in Falkirk, where her husband was last staying. I'll go and see if I can track him down. Are we still exploring the theory that Crozier himself might have something to do with this latest murder? Walker asked. She described him as turning into a drunken, violent monster. So yes, that theory is very much still on the table. Right, let's get on with it. At the door, Bones stopped. And please remember, Mark is in the best place, and there's absolutely nothing we can do but wait for good news. Sir, the team responded, and busied themselves with activity. Bone, on his way to his car, stopped as Sergeant Brodie ran across the car park. Has something happened to Mark? Bone asked anxiously. No, sir, sorry. No news from the hospital. Someone just called the station reporting a positive ID on a person they saw leaving the warehouse lockup around the time of Mr. Torley's murder. Can you follow up? Already have. I've dispatched officers to the witness's home and also to the named individual's address, a Mr. Ross Stevenson. OK. Can you tell the officers to take a statement from the witness and bring Mr. Stevenson in for questioning? Will do, sir, Brodie nodded and went back inside. Chapter 36. Tusk thumped on the desk in front of him. This is the second time you've locked me up for no reason. Fuck's sake! I helped save the life of your fucking colleague. Mind your language, Walker interrupted. Well, is it any wonder I'm angry? Those cells are an utter hellhole. Why did you run, Tusk? It's a very simple question. Walker continued to stare him down. I just didn't want you to send me back in there. I'm afraid running from a police officer when they order you to stop is a surefire shortcut to those very cells, Mr. Tusk. I got spooked and I'm sorry, but there is absolutely no justification for holding me.
Our colleague, D.C. Harper, witnessed you emptying your pockets whilst trying to escape. I wasn't trying to escape. I told you I got spooked. Spooked because you had a significant amount of cocaine in your possession. No, I was simply clearing out my pockets of rubbish. If my jacket has traces of coke, it's because I was at a party the night before where some very bad people were using, and I must have put it down on top of their coats or something. And as for these bags in the loo or whatever, that must have been previous guess, because I've no clue. Drug enforcement officer searched your hotel room, Walker interrupted. What? How? You had no right, Tusk complained. The hotel granted permission to search, and guess what? Tusk shook his head in anticipation of what was to come. A jiffy bag was found, concealed behind the toilet cistern. A jiffy bag? Tusk attempted a confused expression. Not a very original place to hide something, but hey-ho, Walker continued. Inside the jiffy bag were a number of smaller packets containing a mysterious white powder. I have no idea what this is, Tusk interrupted. We didn't either, so we sent it over to our labs for analysis. D.I. Moen, do you have the results? I certainly do, D.I. Walker. Moan smiled at Tusk. Let's see what we have here. He pulled a slip of paper from a plain brown envelope and studied the contents for a second. Tut, tut. He shook his head theatrically. The results were found to be benzoyl methyleconine. Oh, pray tell, what is that chemical substance? Sherbet lemons, perhaps? Walker asked. 5 bags in total, weighing in at 25 grams, Moen added. Oh dear, that's quite a lot of cocaine, isn't it, Mr. Tusk? I'm telling you, I don't know where that's come from, Tusk protested. Walker leaned in. You do know that possession of a Class A narcotic comes with a hefty prison term, and intent to supply. Well, you're looking at how long, D.I. Moen? Up to 15 years. Come on, I'm telling the truth. I don't use coke. Maybe, but you sell it, don't you? Walker pressed. That's just bullshit. Tusk jumped up, his fists clenched. Don't be a silly arse, Mr. Tusk. Sit down. Walker shook her head, unfazed by Tusk's sudden movement. For the DIR, Mr. Tusk threatened the interviewing officer and attempted to leave. Fucking please! I wasn't going to attack anyone! Look, I'm sitting down! Tusk retreated. All you have to do is cooperate, and those charges and forthcoming lengthy prison term will shrink before your eyes. I am cooperating! Not from where we're sitting. What do you want me to say? Tell us why you assaulted and killed Dee Dee. That would be a good starting point. I told you over and over I didn't do it, and it makes me sick to my stomach that you think I could. But was she sick to her stomach of you, Tusk? Perhaps she threatened to tell the authorities about your little side business. Was that it? Don't be ridiculous. We loved each other, and anyway, I'm not a dealer. So the physical and verbal abuse, Miss D's bruises, visible on our podcasts, all of that, that's love, is it? Our relationship was fiery. She gave as good as she got. I was a victim of her abuse. Oh, poor you. She was what, almost half your size and weight? And she got the better of you, did she? She'd lash out. I was only defending myself. And what about Al Fitz? What about him? Did you ever work for him in any capacity? Walker asked. Work for him? I'd rather eat my own vomit. He didn't pay you for any services. What are you going on about? I can't stand the guy. He's been ripping Debs off for years and he needs to pay back every penny. Did you know he'd taken out life insurance on Miss D to the sum of £5 million? No, I fucking didn't. Well, there's your killer right there. What are you waiting for? He sat back and threw up his arms in disgust. He didn't offer you a cut. Why? Once you'd killed Miss D.
Tusk stared at Walker for a second, then laughed.
Utterly ludicrous, he choked out. You really are scraping the barrel for leads, aren't you?
A tidy packet for your habits, Tusk, Walker persisted.
I told you, I don't have any habits.
So bored with this, Walker muttered. Where were you on the night of the 21st of June, between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m.? She asked with a sigh.
Oh, for God's sake! 1 minute I'm a contract killer, the next a rampaging serial killer.
Just answer the question.
No, that's it. I've had enough of this shit. I want to make a phone call.
You have that right, but you could clear this up with one simple response to my question.
Wednesday 21st. Correct. Ha!
Tusk suddenly exclaimed.
I was at the Checkers Casino in Glasgow all fucking night. And if you want evidence, they'll probably have 1,000 fucking CCTV cameras for you to check.
How long were you there?
From around 8 until early hours of the morning. 4 or 5. I sat at the blackjack table the whole time. The dealer was called Marcus. He knows me. Ring them now. Go on. What are you waiting for?
D.I. Moen, would you do the honours?
Walker said.
Certainly. He got up and left the interview room. For the DIR, Detective Inspector Moen has stepped out of the room. Walker stared at Tusk in silence.
I want my call now,
Tusk said. Of course. She continued to stare.
Well?
Tusk repeated. Walker checked her watch and held on a couple of minutes longer.
I have rights, you know,
Tusk moaned again. Yes, I'm very aware. She checked through her notes, glanced back at the door, and put her hand on the DIR.
Interview.
Moen reappeared with an officer following behind. He shook his head at Walker, sat back down, and handed her a slip of paper. It would appear you attended the Checkers Casino on the 21st of June, from approximately 8 p.m., playing blackjack until closing time at 4:30, Walker said, placing Moen's note down on the table.
See, I told you I'm telling the truth,
Tusk said in triumph.
Can I go?
Walker sighed again. Mr. Tusk, I am arresting you for possession of a Class A controlled drug with intent to supply.
What?
Tusk replied in horror. Do you wish to make your phone call now?
I'm a fucking hero, and this is how you treat me? That bag wasn't mine. I don't use or supply any drugs. Please don't do this.
His voice broke.
I can't go down. I just...
He began to cry. Officer Tandy, please accompany Mr. Tusk to the public telephone. Sir? The PC invited Tusk to stand, but he'd slumped down onto the table, his head bobbing up and down as he sobbed uncontrollably. Interview terminated at 13:05, Walker said, and switched off the DIR. You might want to give Mr. Tusk a minute to compose himself, Walker told the PC with a smirk. Ma'am? Chapter 37. The Chapel Bells Shelter was a converted church located adjacent to Falkirk's main cemetery. When Bone arrived, a volunteer had just opened the doors, and a queue of sorry-looking down-and-outs slowly filed in like refugees from the graves beyond the wall, barely able to make it to their first and possibly only meal of the day. Bone joined the back of the line, and an elderly man in front, whose face was almost completely lost behind a massive matted grey beard, turned to give Bone the once-over. "Where did you get that?" he asked, prodding Bone's lapel with a filthy finger. "Jumble sale," Bone replied. "Smart," he nodded. "No seen you here before." "Just visiting." "Lucky you," the old man said, and coughed so hard Bone thought he'd bring up a lung. When they reached the door, the young volunteer let Bone pass, then raised his hand. "Sorry, that's us full. You'll have to come back tomorrow." "I'm here to—" "Jesus Christ!"
the old man interrupted. That's 3 days on the trot. It's no my fault I'm too slow. I'm really sorry, but we only have a limited number of places per day. Surely you can take one more. Afraid not. Try Comiston Shelter. They're normally not as busy. That's fucking miles away. Bone looked back at the old man again, who seemed to have shrunk even further into the pavement. My friend here needs a good meal inside him, Bone said. I'll tell you what, I'll give up my place. How about that? He needs a meal more than me. I really can't allow queue jumping, the volunteer said. Come on, Bone urged. Okay, in you go, the volunteer relented. The old man shuffled round Bone and down the corridor. You try Comiston Shelter, the volunteer said, returning his attention to Bone. I'm DCI Bone from Kilwinnock Police Station. What? The confused young helper replied. I'm looking for one of your, clients, Bone added. You mean you're not homeless? Do I look homeless? Wait, don't answer that. You tricked me, the volunteer said, the penny dropping with a loud, embarrassing clatter. I did indeed. Now, I'm trying to track down a man by the name of John Crozier. He's a former police detective. Have you heard of him? My manager will have words with me for allowing queue jumping. It sets a precedent, and the next thing, we'll have anarchy on the doorstep. We're past that now, though, aren't we? Bones smiled. John Crozier, around 60 years old, with severe alcohol issues, possibly aggressive or violent. That narrows it down a bit. The volunteer pulled a face. You'll need to speak to my boss. You know, the guy who's going to sack me shortly. Bone followed the volunteer into the building, through a small church hall, converted to a cramped dining space, with a line of homeless men and women now queued for food, being dished out by 3 cooks through a serving hatch window. Hey, Clooney! The old man called out when Bone walked past. Smart, he said with a knowing nod, his near-toothless smile appearing between the forest of facial hair. The volunteer took Bone through the busy kitchen and out the back into a courtyard area where more volunteers unloaded boxes and bags from a van. Joe, this is DCI Bone from Kilwinnock. He wants a word, the volunteer said to a man in shorts and a t-shirt, lumbering a box out the back of the van. He stopped for a second, then put the box down. Inspector Bone, what can we do for you? He asked, brushing his hand on his shorts. Are you the manager? Duty manager, yes. Joe Hartnell. I'm trying to track down a man called John Crozier. I believe he may have stayed here a few times. You'd better come through to the office. I'll check our files. He turned to the young volunteer. Could you carry on, Zach? Zach nodded. Some clothes donations have just arrived from one of the big chains. That's generous of them, Bones said. To be honest, most of it's unsuitable for our guests, but we have a couple of shops and we sell it on through them. In the office, the manager opened up the top drawer of a filing cabinet tucked behind the door. We try our best to keep a tally of names and numbers of people sleeping rough in and around the town, partly because it can help win grants from the council, and we use the stats to raise awareness of the growing problem. He pulled out a couple of files and placed them on his desk by the window. But, as you can imagine, not everyone is that keen to give us their name. Sometimes, if there's an incident or medical help is required, then we might be able to pick up some personal details, but we never press. Let's have a look. He opened the first file. What was the name again? John Crozier. The manager flicked a few pages forward and ran his finger down a spreadsheet table. He stopped. Hold on, I know him, he said. He was trouble. That's how I remember him. We had to call the police a few times when he was involved in altercations with staff. We are used to that sort of thing, but he thumped a helper and broke her nose. Not good. Was he arrested and charged? I think he got off with a fine.
Our lovely volunteer refused to press charges. So, not a pleasant guy then. Very troubled. He had a severe alcohol problem, and that was probably the primary cause of his violence. But when he was sober, he was good as gold. Grumpy, maybe, but no more than me on a Monday morning. Did he stay here? Yes, a few times, I believe. But he was such hard work, we had to stop allowing him in, for the safety of our staff and fellow guests. Very sad. When was that? Oh, now you're testing me. Let me see if I can find an entry. He started on the file again, then stopped. Wait a minute. There's a quicker way to do this. He sat at his desk. One of our volunteers is a bit of a computer whiz, and they managed to transfer the bulk of our records onto spreadsheets. I'm a hopeless Luddite and always forget she did it. But to be honest, it's way more efficient, especially when you folks or missing persons come round looking for someone. He fired up the PC and, with 2 fingers, found the required folders and opened them up. Now, if I run a name search at the top here, he said, almost to himself. He clacked at the keys again and sat back. Wheel turning. He pointed at the screen and puffed out his cheeks. A swanky new filing system on an ancient old PC. Sorry about this. Moments later, he threw his arms up in the air. Eureka! He exclaimed as the search results finally appeared. Here he is. John Crozier, 7th of January 2021, 8th March 21, and then... He paused again. That's your lot. So that was the last time you gave him a bed for the night? Yes. The record here states an assault took place on the 8th of March last year, and he was banned after that. And you haven't seen him since or heard where he might be? Sorry, no. You could try the Comiston shelter. It's a little bigger than here, and they're better resourced to deal with his temperament. There are also a number of soup kitchens and food banks you could try. But hey, he might even have got his life together and is happy in his own home now, with a job and his life back on track. Though, sadly, I doubt it. Thanks for your help. I've been completely unhelpful and useless, so please don't thank me. I just wish I could help you more. No worries, Bones said, and got up to leave. If I hear of his whereabouts, I'll let you know right away. Thanks. You can reach me here on my direct line. Bone handed him his card. I'll show you out, the manager said. No need, you carry on. You're very busy, Bone said. Thanks for your time. He weaved his way back through the church hall, where the diners were now seated and eating hungrily, including his friend who was busy trying to talk to his neighbour while ramming a whole roll into the hole in his beard. At his car, Bone was about to climb in when the manager came running out after him. One of my colleagues just said your man was at our soup stand last night. Oh? Bone said in surprise. Yes, I just mentioned it, and he remembered right away. As I said, Mr. Crozier is not one to forget easily. Was he causing trouble? Ach, no, just a bit of lip, no doubt. Where can I find the soup stand? It's over at Denny Park, on the north side of the town. You with me? I'll find it. We normally start setting up around 6 p.m, but there's a homeless community which camps out in the woods between the park and the canal. That's great. Thank you. Pleasure. And good luck. With a smile, the manager ran back into the church. Bone called Walker to alert her of the development, climbed into the Saab and, with a gentle tickle of the key, gently turned the ignition, the engine spluttering to life. Good girl, he said, and tapped the dashboard, then set off for Denny Park. Chapter 38. The 2 PCs approached the front desk. Where's the suspect? Sergeant Brodie asked. We knocked on his door and checked round the back, but there was nobody in, the red-haired, heavily freckled senior officer of the pair replied. Did you ask any of the neighbours? Aye, and they said he'd probably gone to work, up at the printers on Bray Street. And? Brodie asked. We thought we'd check in on the way there to give you an update. Bloody hell, lads.
That's what your radio is for. Get your arses up there now and see if you can find him. Brodie rolled his eyes. Excuse me? A man got up from a seat in the foyer. Are you looking for Ross Stevenson? Aye, that's right, the red-haired officer replied in surprise. I'm Ross Stevenson, the man said, his left eye twitching nervously. Right, OK, the officer said. How long have you been sitting over there? 20 minutes or so. The desk sergeant told me to take a seat, as it was quite busy when I arrived. Oh, did he now? The officer said, glancing back at Brodie. Well, thank you for sparing us a trip to your work, Mr. Stevenson. It's my day off, actually. I've come in to clear up something. I believe my neighbour has said a few things, made a number of accusations. If you'd like to follow me, Mr. Stevenson, Brodie said, and opened the security door through to the interview rooms. Thank you, officers. I'll take it from here, he said, and with a sarcastic nod, the officers headed to the canteen. Brodie was going to usher Stevenson into the first interview room, but he could see the man was extremely nervous, so he carried on to the counselling suite at the end of the corridor. Take a seat, and an officer will be in shortly to talk to you, Brodie said. Stevenson shuffled in. On his way back, Brodie stopped in the incident room, where Walker and Sanjit had just gotten back from interviewing Tusk. Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Mr. Stevenson is in the counselling room. Who? Walker asked. The man allegedly spotted near the crime scene on the night of the Torley murder. Right. That was quick. Actually, he walked in of his own accord. Says he wants to clear things up. OK, thanks. Any news on Mark? No, sorry. It's just a nightmare, isn't it? Perpetual, Walker replied. The two detectives followed Brodie back out into the corridor. He's in the counselling suite, Brodie said, before turning in the opposite direction and going back to his post. I think we probably have sufficient evidence to prosecute, for possession at least, Moen said as they walked. And with Will's testimony, and if any of those packets he disposed of in the hotel lake can be retrieved, we might even nail him for dealing. That scumbag boyfriend might not have killed anyone directly, but nothing would give me more pleasure than making sure that coercive, violent animal is locked away for a long, long time, Walker said, her face tightening with rage. Right, on we go. She adjusted her suit collar to let some of the anger out. Is it this busy at the Campsie, Nick? No, Moen replied. They both chuckled. Chapter 39. When Bone reached a line of trees skirting the canal's towpath, he peered down the bank into the gloom, searching for human habitations. He carried on further, and through the undergrowth spotted a torn section of filthy tarpaulin, propped up with a branch. Crouching for a better look, he could just make out a few more makeshift tents and shelters clustered together in a clearing. He scrambled down the side and wrestled through the tangle of branches, finally emerging by a shopping trolley piled high with old clothes, cans and bottles, and an ancient leather suitcase balanced precariously on top of the teetering mountain of rubbish. "Hello?" he called out, approaching the nearest igloo-style tent, which had a tear running down its moss-covered side, a section of shredded fabric trailing on the ground. He glanced around the site. Bundles of plastic bags and empty bottles dangled from branches, and a burnt-out fire smouldered in the centre of the homeless hamlet. Kneeling by the tent, he peered inside, but there was nobody home. The snap of a branch had him turning, and a thick-set, bearded man in a trench coat and hunting hat appeared from the shadows brandishing a cricket bat. "Who the fuck are you?" The man raised the bat higher. "Hold on!" Bones stepped back. The man swiped the bat through the air in front of Bones' face. "Who the fuck are you?" he repeated. "I'm a police officer," Bone replied, unsure whether his career choice would initiate or deter a battering.
I know you're a fucking police officer, but what do you want?
Is it that obvious? Bone asked, trying to defuse the situation.
I could smell you from the other side of the woods.
Okay, listen. I'm not here to hassle you or kick you out or anything like that. I'm looking for someone.
You lot always are. Why don't you just get the fuck out of here before I get myself banged up again?
I'm looking for John Crozier. Do you know him?
No, but even if I did, do you think I'd grass him up to you?
A young woman was murdered, and I was hoping he might be able to help us fill in a few blanks and catch the bastard who did it. Someone cried out from under a tarpaulin on the far side of the clearing. The tarp rattled.
You're disturbing the residents. Get to fuck.
The man gestured towards the woods. If you know this man, you'll probably be aware of his past, Bone said. The man rushed forward, and Bone raised his arms in defence.
Don't start your fucking mind games,
the man growled at him, stopping within striking distance. Can you put that down and stop being an arsehole? Bone was losing his patience.
What do you want with him?
The man asked, and glanced over his shoulder. Bone studied the man's angry face hidden beneath the beard and grime. You're John Crozier, aren't you? The man stared back, the bat still raised, and then, dropping his weapon on the ground, he pushed past Bone and disappeared into the tent behind him. Moments later, he emerged clutching a worn-out, filthy sports bag.
This way,
he said. Bone followed him across the clearing and along a narrow pathway through the trees. Where are we going? Bone asked. Crozier ignored him and carried on deeper into the woods. I advise you not to try any funny games here, Mr. Crozier, Bone called to him. A couple of minutes later, the wood opened out into an open field, and when they reached the furthest corner, Crozier stopped next to a felled tree that lay across their path like a beached dead whale. He sat on the stump adjacent, and with a glance left and right, he reached into his bag and removed a half-bottle of whiskey.
What do you want?
I could have told you back there. Why all the melodrama? He unscrewed the cap with shaking hands and took 2 or 3 long swigs. Bone winced.
I don't talk about my past with anyone,
he said, and wiped his mouth. He offered Bone the bottle. You're all right, Bone replied. I get that. Probably not the most popular professions in your current situation.
I don't need you blabbing it out either.
He took another gulp. I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bone from Kilwinnock, Nick. I lead the rural crime unit over there. We're investigating...
I couldn't give a shit's arse who you are or what you're investigating. My life is my business, and nobody else's.
Understood, Bone said, trying to win Crozier's confidence. The death of a local singer, Dee Dee. You might have heard about it. It's all over the papers, he continued.
I don't read the papers.
The reason I wanted to speak to you was that a number of details in the case have striking similarities with the Carnival Queen murder, the investigation you led back in 2006. Crozier took another drink.
I don't go there.
I wanted to ask you about your suspects.
What suspects? We didn't have any fucking suspects.
I spoke to your wife, and...
So that bitch told you where I was?
She doesn't know where you are, and she's pretty worried about you, to be honest.
That bitch only worries about herself. She's number 1, 2, and 3.
She said you believed it was someone on the inside. A copper, maybe, as they seem to know your next moves. Is that right?
I told you. I don't talk about that shite. It's long gone.
He stood. Mr. Crozier, I'd really appreciate your cooperation here. We are beginning to think that we could be dealing with a copycat or even the same killer, and I'm hoping you have information that can help us catch this monster once and for all, and maybe give you some closure on your case. Don't you want that?
Closure? What sort of police counselling psychobabble is that?
I suffer from PTSD.
I went off the rails, Bones said. I understand a little of what you went through. Help me out here.
So you don't go the same way as me, is that it?
Well, there is that, yes, Bones smiled. Crozier sat back down and was about to take another swig when he changed his mind.
I was out on a limb. Even my so-called colleagues didn't support me.
You thought it was an insider?
I knew it, but had nothing. The bastard made sure of it.
Did they taunt you?
That was what he got off on, along with all the stories in the press.
I read some of those. Character assassination.
The bastards just slowly boiled me alive.
And you lost it.
I'd already lost it. The case was just the final nail in the coffin. I'd had it up to here with the force, so it was easy just to get hammered every day at work and thump a PC just to make sure. Quick solution, job done.
He drank the last of the bottle and threw it into the hedge behind him.
And now this case comes up, and the whole three-ring fucking circus starts again.
I thought you said you hadn't heard about it, Bones said.
I saw the headline, like a wee trip down memory lane.
Why do you think the killer only killed once?
Because I was right, and he ran.
Where?
Your town by the looks of things. And I see he's topped his previous score already.
The two murders occurred on the 18th and 21st of June. Where were you? Crozier staggered to his feet, his alcohol top-up starting to kick in.
Get to fuck!
He set off back across the field. Bone grabbed Crozier's arm, and Crozier attempted to swing a punch, but almost toppled over. Please don't make me arrest you, Mr. Crozier. Crozier shook off Bone's hand and staggered on.
Just leave me alone. I'm done.
21st of June, Bone repeated. Crozier stopped and spun round, almost toppling again.
An overnight stay at the Hotel California.
What?
Courtesy of Falkirk Boys in Blue, my old muckers.
You were in custody.
Well done, Inspector Morse,
Crozier said, approaching Bone again.
So stick that wrongful arrest pipe up your arse and smoke it.
He prodded Bone's jacket with a finger as he spoke. You were there all night.
Check the charge sheet. I can't be arsed talking any...
He about turned and carried on back to the camp. Bone rifled through his jacket for his phone and called Baxter. What's happened? Is Mark okay? Baxter answered anxiously. No news yet, I'm afraid, Bone replied. Can you check the arrest sheet at Falkirk Station for the 21st of June? I'm looking for confirmation that former Detective John Crozier spent the night in the cells. Sir? Baxter hung up. Bone carried on the path. When he finally made it back to the camp, Crozier was flat out in his tent, his boots poking out of the torn gap. Kneeling, Bone shook Crozier's limp body, but he was out of it and snoring loudly. The man in the adjacent tent had got up and slouched zombie-like on the ground by the cold remains of the fire. Bone's phone rang, and Crozier snorted. Arrested for drunk and disorderly, and released with a caution the next morning, Baxter said. What time? Arrested at 9:42, released the next day at 8:45 a.m. Shit. This bloody case. Okay, thanks. Bone hung up, and with a final glance at Crozier's pitiful form lying prostrate on the ground, he made his way back to the towpath. Chapter 40. Ross Stevenson practically jumped out of his chair when Walker and Moen entered the counselling suite. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevenson. Detective Inspector Walker and Detective Inspector Moen. I believe you wish to talk to us? Yes, Stevenson said, his voice shaking with nerves. I'm here to clear up some confusion. What is that exactly? Walker asked. The detective sat on either side of Stevenson, and he glanced nervously at them both. I just wanted to explain why I was near Tommy's lockup the night he was killed. Tommy Torley? Yes, that's right. I'm so upset, I can hardly even say his name. We received reports that a man was seen in the vicinity around the time of Mr. Torley's death. Was that you, then? Yes, but those reports are wrong. Well, not wrong, but had absolutely nothing to do with his... Murder? Walker helped complete Stevenson's sentence. I don't know who saw me down there, but it's not how it looks. How does it look? Walker asked. An eyewitness saw you loitering in the alleyway that runs alongside the warehouse. I wasn't loitering, I was... Stevenson paused and wiped the back of his hand across dry lips. I couldn't have a glass of water, could I? Moen got up and poured Stevenson a plastic cupful from the water fountain at the rear of the room. Thanks, Stevenson said, and gulped down the entire contents in one. I was there, he said, clearing his throat. Why? All I was doing was trying to get a sneaky look at Tommy's float. A bit of industrial espionage, or parade espionage, you ken? Go on, Walker said. He's been going on and on about how good his display was this year and how he was going to trash the opposition, including us, and finally take the trophy. I'm in charge of the golf and tennis club's float, and we've won for the last 3 years, and I think he was keen to beat us. Is there a lot of rivalry between the teams then? No, not like that. He glanced up with panic in his eyes. I mean, it wasn't serious. It was all friendly banter. We've all known each other for years. The competition has been part of the community forever. I would never do such a horrific thing to someone I consider a friend. You were mates then? Moen asked. Not in the everyday sense, but when Civic Week came around, we'd meet up at planning meetings run by the organisers and share a few pints and stories of former glories in the pub, that sort of thing. You seem more concerned about clearing your name than upset about Mr. Torley's death, if you don't mind me saying, Moen said. I'm in total shock. The news was devastating. I can't begin to imagine how his family are coping. And then that poor wee girl losing her life like that. It's diabolical. So what did you do in the alleyway? Walker asked. Stevenson stared at her. What? Did you see Tommy's float then? Or maybe he caught you sneaking around? I didn't do anything. That's the other reason I wanted to talk to you. When I turned into the alley from the road, a man came running out of the darkness towards me. I ducked behind a skip, and he ran past. I don't think he saw me. Did you get a look at him as he passed? I couldn't see his face. He was wearing a black or dark grey top with the hood up. Was it Tommy Torley? Definitely not. This guy was tall and lean, the exact opposite of Tommy. Did you see where he came from? No, he just ran out of the alley, but he was definitely in a hurry. Was there anything else about him you remember? Moen asked. He had a limp, and his feet made a strange sound on the wet tarmac when he ran past. Strange sound? Like a train going through a junction. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. He slapped his knees with his palms to demonstrate. Are you sure you saw this man, Mr. Stevenson? Walker interrupted. He ran right past me, aye. Seems odd that not one but 2 people were hanging about in a dark alleyway at the very time when a third man was being murdered in a lockup a few feet away. That's what I saw. And this man is not a clumsy attempt to cover your crime, Moen said. Of course not. I saw a man running down the alleyway. That's a fact. I haven't committed any crime other than my stupid attempt to win a stupid competition. If I had done this, do you think I'd be here? This whole thing is a horrible nightmare, and I just want it to end. OK, Mr. Stevenson, that's all for now. But we may wish to speak to you again, so please don't leave Kilwinnock, Walker said. Of course not, and if you need me on a line-up or anything, I'd be happy to do that. I want to help. I suggest you leave via the rear door, Unless you want your face on the front page of papers across the world. Oh, Jesus, no. I saw all the press gathered at the front when I came in. Luckily, no one stopped me. I'll show you out.
Stevenson followed Walker to the back door, and moments later she was back.
What did you make of that? She asked Moen.
Judging by the amount of sweat the man was excreting, I'd say he was extremely nervous, Moen replied.
But is that guilty nerves or fear of being wrongly accused?
At first I was thinking, this is the behaviour of a guilty man. But then his description of the guy running out the alleyway seemed too detailed and particular. Why be so specific if you're trying to lie?
It only means you have more to remember.
Oh, he's a good liar, Walker said.
There's a clear motive.
What's that?
I'm not prepared to lose a competition, so I'm going to murder the opposition.
It doesn't sound so good when you say it like that. Walker winced. And it doesn't account for the murder of Dee Dee. Why would this middle-aged local who was designed and led his team float for years suddenly decide to go on a killing spree?
Maybe he's lost it, or has a grudge against the provost.
Please forgive me if I speak out of turn, but honestly, that sounds so far-fetched it wouldn't even make it onto Midsummer Murders, Moen scoffed.
I was just testing you,
Walker replied with a smile.
He's clearly innocent, in the wrong place at the wrong time, and now shitting himself in case we charge him. His runner story is interesting, though, and his description matches the CCTV shot that captured the suspect running away from the 2006 case.
Yes, that's right.
Walker blew out her cheeks. I think we deserve a coffee after all that, don't you?
Canteen? Moen said.
Are you having an actual laugh? Have you tried the bitumen they pass off as coffee?
No, I was thinking backdoor exit and head down to Sandino's for the real deal. My treat.
And here was me thinking I'd made a mistake agreeing to help you guys out, Moen said.
Any news on your colleague?
Just checking now, Walker said, fiddling with her phone.
Nothing yet.
Shit.
No news and all that, Moen said.
The torture goes on,
Walker sighed. Chapter 41. On his way back to the station, Bone's phone rang again, and he pulled over.
Duncan?
A female voice said.
Sandra,
Bone replied.
How is he?
He asked, afraid of what might be to come.
I wanted to let you know that Mark is out of ICU and they've moved him up to the ward.
That's just the best news. Bone let out a huge sigh of relief.
Is he conscious? Oh, aye, and I think the nurses are already thinking of putting him back under. The doctor said he's doing really well.
Oh, my God. You must be so relieved.
It's probably been the worst couple days of my life. Can I see him? They're only allowing 2 at a time so that he doesn't get too tired. His sister is here with me now, then his other sisters are queuing up to see him.
Aye, that's right. I forgot he had a football team for a family.
But bugger that. I'm sure he'd like to at least see you. There's a wee window you can peek through.
On my way. Bone hung up and quickly called the incident room, and then Alice, to share the good news. And then, with a screech of tyres, he set off at speed to the hospital. The cardiac ward was significantly busier than the ICU, with nurses and doctors ferrying about, and 1 or 2 gowned patients wandering around trailing IV stands and tubes behind them. Bone approached the desk. I'm here to see Mark Mullins. I'm Duncan Bone, his colleague. The ward nurse looked up at him for a second.
Let me check.
She returned to her screen.
Mark's wife and sister are in with him at the moment. I'm afraid that's the maximum visitors we allow, as Mark is still very frail and we don't want to tire him out or risk infection.
Could I just pop my head round and say hello, so he knows I'm here?
I'm really sorry, but you could come back this evening. I could check with Mark's wife and maybe book you in.
It's been such a concern for all of us at the station. It might help him to know we're all thinking about him.
I tell you what, he's in the last room at the end of the ward. You could give him a wee wave through the window, then come back and I'll book you in. How about that?
Thank you, Bones smiled. Through here? He asked, pointing at the double doors ahead. Room 1, straight down. The nurse buzzed the doors open. Bone went through and made his way between the rows of beds full of middle-aged and elderly men, plumbed in and wired up to equipment, some with anxious or relieved-looking loved ones, nervously clutching boxes of chocolates and bunches of random fruit. Approaching another set of doors, he thought he'd gone too far, but spotted the room to his left, with a double window adjacent. Mullins was sitting up in bed, his bandaged bare chest visible, with wires attached to various parts of his abdomen and arms. His face was pale and drawn. Sandra leaned over the bed, pulling the white linen sheet straight. His sister was sitting on the other side, eating the grapes she'd presumably brought in. Bone tapped gently on the window. Mullins glanced up, and his visitors turned. Bone waved and smiled. Mullins frowned for a second, then slowly raised his arm and gave Bone the peace sign. Sandra came to the door. "Duncan," she said, her eyes filling with tears. "He's feeling better then," Bone said with a chuckle. She pushed the door wider. "Look who's here to see you, Mark." "Sorry I'm late, boss," Mullins croaked. "The nurse told you not to speak, Mark. Clearly she doesn't know who she's dealing with," Mark's sister mumbled through a mouthful of fruit. Sandra stuck her head out into the ward to check for nurses. "Come in for a second. For God's sake, there's nobody about." Bone slipped into the room and stopped short of the bottom of the bed. "I told you that curry was off," Mullins wheezed. "You had us all worried there, Mark. Thought you'd got rid of me at last. Chance would be a fine thing." Bone smiled and glanced round. "Get you with your own room. How did you swing that?" "Sex appeal," Mullins joked, but then winced. "Mark, keep it shut," Sandra ordered. "What have I missed?" Mullins continued, ignoring his wife. "I give up," Sandra huffed and shook her head in defeat. "I'd better go. I'm a bad influence," Bone said. "I'll be back later, Mark. Bring me a bridie and a pint." "That's all you bloody need. There'll be none of that from now on." "Pull the plug, boss," Mullins wheezed. A nurse appeared at the door. "What's all this? Only 2 visitors at a time, please." "It's okay, I'm going," Bone said. "Be good." Mullins shook his head. On his way back through the ward, Sandra caught up with him. "Could I have a wee word, Duncan?" she said. They sat in the waiting area. "He's been asking about his dad. You know he was due to go in for tests?" "I did, yes." "What with everything going on, I haven't had time to find out how things went. I don't want to leave Mark's side." "Would you like me to ask for you?" "Oh, please, yes. That would be great. Mark's awful worried about him, and we need to keep his stress levels down." "What if it's bad news?" "Just let me know first, then we'll work it out from there." "Okay, I'll give the care home a ring." "Thank you. It's all been so bloody exhausting." "Have you had any sleep at all?" "Not really, no." "You should go home for a rest and a change of clothes. He's out of the woods now." "I don't want to leave him." "That's an order," Bone said, and held her arm for a second. Sandra nodded. "If you find out anything, let me know, okay?" Bone said. "I will." A man in a tracksuit arrived behind them, clutching a large envelope. "This is for Mark Mullins," the man said to the nurse and handed it over. Sandra and Bone turned. "I'm Sandra Mullins, Mark's wife," she said, approaching. "Ah, I'm Patrick Sinclair." "The coach at the Raploch Youth Club," Sandra replied. "I thought I recognised you." "So sorry to hear what happened to Mark. We're all in a state of shock," Sinclair said. "How's he doing?" "He's recovering well from the surgery, thank God." "That's such a relief to hear. I've just brought in a wee card. Well, I say wee, it's actually a big card, signed by all the kids and the crew up at the club." "Oh, that's so kind." Sandra glanced over at Bone. "Sorry, Patrick. This is Mark's boss, DCI Duncan Bone." They shook hands.
Mark speaks very highly of you, Mr. Bone, Sinclair said.
Really?
Bone stepped back in surprise.
Oh, aye. Well, he takes the mick as well. But, you know, that's Mark.
Don't we just? Bone smiled.
I didn't know Mark was involved with the Raploch Youth Club. Oh, aye. He helps out quite a bit. Does all sorts. He's been incredibly generous with his time. We need more role models like him steering these kids away from trouble. They all love him.
I never knew, Bone said.
He's actually quite modest, would you believe? Sandra said.
Bone rolled his eyes.
I'll pop your card in with the others, the nurse interrupted, and opening an overfull laundry sack behind her, she dropped the card in. We need to be careful with infection at the moment, so we're keeping these here for now.
Is that full of cards?
There's been a steady stream of well-wishers, the nurse said. I'm hardly able to do my day job, too busy being Postman Pat. She smiled and tapped the bag.
Well, I'll leave you in peace, Sandra. Please let the big man know that all of us up at the club are thinking about him.
I will, Sandra said, and they hugged.
Nice to meet you too, Duncan.
Likewise, Bone replied. Sinclair left. I'd better get back before his sister turns off his life support, Sandra joked. Thanks for coming in, Duncan. She gave him a quick hug. The nurse buzzed her through. In the stairwell, Bone called the care home and prayed that the news would be good. When Bone arrived back at the incident room, the team broke into instantaneous applause. Harper approached. Such a relief. Just so glad he made it. He's got a long way to go, and he looked like an unflushed anemic turd, but he's over the critical stage for now. You've seen him? I called him briefly to see him, but it's only 2 visitors at a time, so I had to sneak past the guards. So great to hear, Walker said. He was his usual rude self, so he's definitely back in the land of the living. Bone moved to the centre of the room. Okay, folks, it's fabulous news about Mark, but we need to keep this case moving. Updates, please. Where are we up to now? How did your interview with Mr. Tusk go? Unfortunately, he provided another watertight alibi for the second killing. Bugger, Bones said. But we've charged him with possession and intent to supply a Class A narcotic, so all is not lost, Walker smiled. I managed to catch up with retired DCI Crozier, Bone told them. He's sleeping rough in a homeless camp on the outskirts of Falkirk. The man is in a seriously bad way. Total carnage. He threatened to lamp me with a cricket bat, then tanked a half bottle of whiskey when I spoke to him. So a pleasant afternoon indeed. So he was aggressive then? Walker asked. Very. Should we promote his photo on the incident board, sir? Walker asked, nodding to the network of notes and images pinned to the wall behind her. I was hopeful of that, yes, but again, his alibi checked out. I missed that. What was it? Moen asked. He spent the night in the drunk tank at Falkirk Station, Baxter replied. Walker shook her head. I asked him about this theory that the carnival murder was an inside job, and he was adamant he was right about that. On that point, sir, Baxter interrupted, you asked me to run checks on staff who worked at Peterhead Station around the time of the carnival case. Yes, Bones said. I started with police officers from the top, to all PCs who filed reports. There was nothing there. I then moved on to support teams, forensics, digital and admin, that sort of thing. And? Bone cut in impatiently. I found one member of staff, a forensic photographer called Jason Stiles, who transferred from Peterhead Forensics Department 8 years ago. Okay. I looked a little further into his work records. He's 44 years old and has been on the force as a forensics photographer for 21 years. Born and raised in Crieff. When he left school, he applied to become a police officer, but his application was rejected after a major skiing accident in Aviemore left him with life-changing injuries. What does that mean? The record just says life-changing injuries, so I would hazard a guess at mobility issues of some kind. Smashed his legs and now walks with a limp, perhaps? Walker said. Or when he runs, Moen added. What? Bone asked. I'll explain in a second. Go on, Sheila, Walker said. His first job was with the Perth Force. He was there for 3 years, from 2002 to 2005. He then was transferred, I should say, to Peterhead, where he worked for a further 5 years. Then in 2013 he transferred again to the Kilwinnock team, where he now works. Why did you make the distinction about the transfer? Bone asked. The records indicate a 10-month absence due to illness from August 2004 to May 2005. What happened to him? Most of the reports are not explicit about the illness, but I did some more digging and found an occupational health report Perth HR had logged, which stated he'd been signed off with stress due to PTSD. Good God. Where is this going? Bones said. Did it say what caused the PTSD? Recording and cataloguing horrific murders every day could push anyone over, Walker said. Aye, sorry. I forgot about that. Bones smirked. Could Crozier be right? And we've just found our killer. Baxter nodded in agreement. He certainly ticks a few boxes, sir. But we have had a few false starts here already. It could be a coincidence. Bone turned back to Walker. What were you going to say before, Rona? Sanjay and I interviewed Mr. Ross Stevenson, the person of interest and eyewitness spotted at the scene of Tommy Torley's death. He actually walked in of his own accord and was like a rabbit caught in the headlights. To cut a long story short, it was a dead end as far as Mr. Stevenson being public enemy number 1. However, while he did admit he was in the alleyway the night of Torley's murder, he claimed he saw a man or a figure running out as he approached. Okay, Bones said. And you think he's telling the truth? Sanjay and I both think so. If you'd seen Mr. Stevenson, you'd see why. But he also said the man ran with a limp. Right. Before we go rampaging here, I think it might be sensible to have a quiet word with Mr. Styles' boss. While Rona and I do that, let's pool resources here and see what else we can find out about our colleague. Can you coordinate that, Sheila? No problem, sir. Rona? Bones said. She followed him out. When the detectives got to Cash's examination room, the doors were locked. Where is he? Bones said. Here, Cash replied, marching down the corridor towards them. He was in sports gear and carrying a holdall with a racket handle sticking out between the zip. Unusual choice of outfit for an autopsy, Frank, Bones said. I'm heading out to the squash courts, trying to keep the Reaper at bay. He grinned. I'm late, so you'll have to walk with me. What can I do for you? Could we have a few words in your office? Cash checked his watch. It's a confidential matter, Bone urged. Okay, 2 minutes. They marched to the end of the corridor, and Cash unlocked his office. They all stepped inside. Jason Styles, your forensic photographer, is he around? Bone asked as Cash shut the door behind them. Kurtz? You want to speak to him? Who? As in Apocalypse Now? As in Brando? Sorry, I'm lost, Bone shrugged. He has full-body alopecia, like Brando's infamous appearance in the film, and before you call in the PC squad, that's what he calls himself, on his more jocular days, which are few and far between of late. Ironic, really, when you think of the horror he has to deal with in his day job, Walker joked. Still no clue, Bone replied. Anyway, we'd like a word, yes. Sounds ominous. Some new evidence has come to light that Mr. Styles was forensic photographer on an unsolved murder investigation in Peterhead 19 years ago, a case that has striking similarities to the D case. I didn't know he worked up there. I think he was already here when I took over the team. I always assumed he'd been here forever. They never caught the perpetrator, you say? No. When did you start working here? 2014, and most of the current team are still here, so I must be doing something right. You don't honestly think he's got something to do with these murders, do you? Nothing's off the table. Our persons of interest are no longer quite as interesting. We need to speak to him and build up a more accurate picture of who he is and then rule him out. Or in. The apparent coincidences are concerning, though. As we know, there's no such thing as coincidence in our game, Duncan, Cash said. Exactly. He's up at the Drumgoyne Industrial Waste Park, gathering evidence for an ongoing car theft case led by the organised crime unit. A few of the stolen vehicles have mysteriously turned up there. You've worked with him for a few years now. How do you find him? He's a hard-working, focused and reliable member of the team. At work, he gets on with his job without complaint or issue. His skills as a forensic photographer are second to none. I hear a but coming on. He can be a little wired and over-enthusiastic at crime scenes, and occasionally, as we did the other day, we have to remind him to step away. He's something of a perfectionist, perhaps, which can be both a help and a hindrance in our line of work. And then, on the social side of things, you're friends. No, not at all. I mean, at work socials, away days, those sorts of things. I never mix with work colleagues out in the real world unless I absolutely have to. We waste enough of our lives with each other as it is. He glanced up. No offence. None taken. On those necessary occasions, I've found him overbearing and pompous. He thinks very highly of himself. It surprised me how different he was from his quiet, diligent demeanour at work. Have you ever had to reprimand or discipline him for anything, or, aside from the alterations in his personality, have you noticed anything else about him that's caused you concern? As I say, at work, he's the perfect employee and colleague, so it would be quite a shock if he turned out to be your killer, not least because I'm supposed to be a specialist in the microscopic details of a crime, and I missed it completely. Don't worry about it. We could be completely wrong and it turns out to be a coincidence after all, Bone replied, trying to reassure Cash, who looked crestfallen. But why would he commit these crimes? Power, control, addiction. Maybe the temptation became too great. The photographs the killer sent to you in the press have suddenly taken on a whole new meaning. Yes, there are a number of questions we need to put to Mr. Styles, but I'd appreciate it if this stays between us for now. Of course. Sorry to drop that on you and keep you from your squash match. Not really in the mood now. It all seems rather trivial when it transpires one of my team could be a psychopathic killer. Just when you think humanity can't disappoint you anymore. Let's see what he has to say and take it from there. I'll keep you posted. Bone nodded to Walker, and they left Cash staring vacantly out the window. Chapter 42. As Bone turned the Saab into the derelict scar of the former industrial site at Drumgoyne, a forensic van drove past them, going the opposite way. I hope we haven't missed him, Bone said, pulling up by a squad car parked by an open gate that hung off its hinges. They climbed out and approached a PC who was tying his shoelace. Detectives Bone and Walker, Bone said. They held up their lanyards. Sir, the PC replied. He straightened himself. Is the forensic team still on site? They're packing up now. A couple of vans have already left, but there's still one or two officers on the far side of the compound. Thanks, Bone replied. They carried on through the entrance. Sir! Ma'am! The officer called back. He held up 2 sets of protective shoes. The detectives returned. A quarter of a century on the force, and I still conveniently forget, Bone said, awkwardly kneeling to grapple the overshoes onto his feet. They followed a narrow, tarmacked road that cut across rubble and tangles of rusting metal running along either side. There they are, Walker said, pointing across the compound to 3 or 4 SOC officers in scene suits shuffling around 2 burnt-out vehicles. Bone approached the first, who was kneeling by the blackened, paint-blistered door of what was once a Mercedes. We're looking for Jason Styles? He's over at the next batch. The officer pointed further along the track. There's more? Bone asked. Another 4. Must be over 2 million quid's worth of performance vehicles up in smoke here. The detectives continued on past the wreckage, and at the brow of the slope, Bone spotted more burnt-out vehicles by the perimeter fence. "Anyone here?" Bone called out as they arrived, scanning for signs of movement. A hooded head appeared from the other side of a torched BMW. "Jason Stiles?" "Yes, that's right," Stiles replied, and came round to greet them. "Good afternoon, detectives. I didn't know the RCU was involved in this investigation." "No, we're here to talk to you about the Dee and Torley cases." "Right, okay. Excuse me a sec, just let me sort this out." He fiddled with the buttons on the SLR camera he held. "Done. How can I help you?" He came closer, his protective all-in-one splattered with black soot and grime. "Excuse the look. This one's a messy business." He smiled. "How's the investigation going? Such a tragic, terrible case." "You attended both crime scenes, is that right?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Stiles shuffled from one leg to the other. "I hope there's not an issue with the photographs. This thing's been a little temperamental of late." He tapped the side of the camera. "I've put in a request for an upgrade, but it's the usual last in the queue wait." "No, nothing like that. You used to work up in Peterhead, is that right?" Bone asked. Stiles pulled at the sleeve of his scene suit and checked his watch. "Sorry, sir, but would it be okay if we talk as we walk back to my car? I need to return to the station ASAP and sort out these images for OCU." "Sure, no problem," Bone replied. "They'll be champing at the bit, as usual." Stiles removed his scene suit hood to reveal a bald head with a pronounced pink scar running the width of the cranium. He removed his camera, popped a lens cap on, and carefully packed it away in a metal camera case he'd deposited on the track, a safe distance from the burnt-out cars. He set off back to the entrance, and the detectives followed. "Your previous post was up at Peterhead, is that right?" "Yes, quite a while ago now." His protective shoes slapped loudly on the surface of the road. "That wasn't a question I was expecting," he added. "Do you remember a murder investigation that took place in 2006 that was known as the Carnival Killing?" Bone continued. "Wow, even more random. I've been involved in so many cases over the years. Could you elaborate a bit to help jog my memory?" "A young carnival queen is brutally murdered, and the killer sent images and cryptic messages to the police and the press." At the gate, Stiles nodded to the PC and went over to an Astra. He stared at Bone for a moment, his eyebrowless eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. "It's ringing a bell, yes." Opening the boot of the car, he dropped his equipment in, perched on the bumper, and pulled at his protective shoes. "What was the date again?" 2006. "I think that was just before my promotion to Kilwinnock." "Wasn't it more of a transfer than a promotion?" Walker asked. "Of sorts, but I have more autonomy here. Dr. Cash is a great boss." He stopped tugging at the overshoe, still caught on the heel of his boot. "I do remember that case, yes." He yanked the elastic free. "It hadn't crossed my mind at all, but you're right, the similarities with the current case are quite extraordinary." "You were on site collecting photographic evidence?" "Yes, I was, and they never caught the culprit, if I remember correctly. Didn't the detective in charge go off the rails? It was all very sad, quite traumatic for everyone concerned." "Were you affected?" Walker asked. "You wouldn't be human if the crimes we have to record day in and day out didn't affect you, but over the years I've learned to detach myself from the horror. It's the only way to survive." "Didn't you have a few months off while at Peterhead?" Walker pressed. "I did, yes, and that's when I found ways, with the help of some brilliant police counsellors, I might add, to separate the emotional from the intellectual and the pragmatic.
If you ever find yourself in a bit of a pickle as I was, I thoroughly recommend our counselling service. It's second to none." He smiled at Bone, unzipped his suit, and removed it one leg at a time. "You mentioned the unsolved nature of the carnival case. Do you have any theories about why that was?" "It was a puzzle. The evidence collected yielded nothing, and I remember suspects were thin on the ground." He sat back down and tied his laces. "Do you think it could be the same person?" "Nice boots," Walker interrupted. "These?" He glanced down at his 10-eyelet docks and patted them. "My old trusties," he smiled. "Are they regulation issued?" "Special request," Styles replied. "Usually reserved for armed unit officers, but eventually I wore down the kit room manager and she relented." "Love them," Walker replied. "Wouldn't mind a pair myself." "You were born and brought up in Crieff, is that right?" Bone asked. "Yes. Have you been checking up on me or something?" "No, not at all. Dr. Cash mentioned it. My uncle lives there." "What's he called? I might know him." "Alan Bone?" Styles shook his head. "Dr. Cash also said you applied to be a police officer when you left school." "You have been checking up on me." "Of course not. Just curious about your road to your current job." Styles stood, retrieved his suit jacket from the boot and put it on. "I did indeed, but sadly and foolishly, I got myself injured in a skiing accident that ruled out my chances of that career path. But to be honest, in some ways it was a blessing in disguise, as I found my true vocation and something I'm very good at, even if I do say so myself." "Oh, your skiing accident sounds painful. What did you do?" Walker asked. "Got on the wrong side of Glen Shee and broke just about every bone in my body, including this." He leaned over and tapped the scar on top of his head, which somehow triggered my alopecia. He ran his hand across his smooth pate. "Doctors said I was lucky to survive. I was such a young, foolhardy Egypt back then. But to be fair, I was a damn good skier, and it was poor maintenance of the slope that caused my fall." "Well, it's great you found your feet, so to speak," Walker said. Styles laughed. "All these questions. Anyone would think I've made it onto your person of interest list." He looked up. "Oh my God, I did." "Just trying to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, Mr. Styles, and eliminate as many people as we can from our inquiries. To that end, it would be a great help if you could tell us where you were and what you were doing on Sunday the 18th of June, from, say, 9 p.m. until Monday morning of the 19th, around 8. "This is extraordinary," Styles said, shaking his head. "Because I happened to work on a case nearly 20 years ago with a few similar characteristics. You think that's just cause to interview me? If you follow that line of logic, you'll have your work cut out. There must be hundreds, if not thousands, of cases with comparable details. As I said, it's just the usual procedural stuff." Styles blew out his cheeks. "I can't believe I'm going along with this." He thought for a moment. "I was at the cinema, the Glasgow Film House. I went to see a Spanish film called El Gato Pardo." "What time was that?" Bone asked. "The 9 p.m. screening. I left the cinema at 11:45 and went to the bar next door for a pint. The Mulberry Arms. Overpriced, pretentious rip-off, but the film was harrowing, and I needed to relax before driving home. And before you ask, I only had one." "When did you leave the pub?" "Really?" He pulled a face. "We're still doing this?" "Okay. 12:45-ish. Collected my car from a nearby street and drove home, arriving between 1:30 to 2 a.m. Anything else?" He stopped to take an angry breath. "Oh, and I paid for my cinema ticket on my phone, if you need evidence." "Did anyone accompany you?" "No, I went alone. And just to clarify, that doesn't make me a psychopathically disturbed loner with a prom queen fixation." "Sorry to upset you, Mr. Styles. but it's our job to ensure we leave no stone unturned. It's really not pleasant when you're giving your life to the force. I have to say, I'm finding it more than a little insulting. We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Styles, Walker said. If you could send us a copy of the cinema ticket, that would be very helpful. Styles shook his head and slammed the boot of his car shut with force. I really must get on with my job. Was there anything else? Am I free to go, or are you going to arrest me? Styles looked as though he was about to burst into tears. That's all for now, Bone replied. Styles climbed into his car, reversed out onto the lane, and drove off at speed. Interesting, Bone said. To be fair, I think I might respond like that if I were innocent, though I'd be more inclined to punch the interrogating officers than start sobbing. What was that about? We hurt his pride? Or Oscar-winning waterworks? Do you think I went too far? Bone asked. If he's guilty, then he knows we're on to him now. And if not, then judging by the state of him, I would expect an official complaint, or at the very least a bollocking from the super. He did seem very keen to get away the minute we mentioned Peterhead. Arguably a legitimate reason there. DCI Lawrence, who heads up the OCU, is not a man to be kept waiting. You think? Bone glanced back at the gate. Did you notice his walk? No limp. Yes, that worries me. I have a theory about that, Walker said. Bone opened the driver's door to the Saab. Oh, pray tell, he said. Let me check something first before I make an arse of myself. Okay. I think we need to keep fishing around this guy and see if there are any more herrings swimming about. Hopefully not the red variety, Walker replied. Chapter 43. I have more on Jason Styles, sir, Baxter said, when Bone returned to the incident room. Styles' officer application wasn't rejected by Police Scotland, as I first thought. He withdrew it after he completed and subsequently failed the psychometric tests that are a part of the process. The results make for an interesting read. She handed him a photocopy of the report, and Bone scanned the document. Check the conclusions at the bottom. Lacks empathy, unsympathetic, unsupportive, self-interested, cold, bullish, narcissistic worldview. Bloody hell, why did they reject him? With that profile, he'd make an excellent detective superintendent. Who would that be? Gallagher's voice boomed across the incident room. Bone spun round. Sorry, sir. We're looking at an aptitude report on a person of interest. A word, Duncan, if you don't mind, Gallagher said with a scowl. I have more, sir, Baxter added. Can you give me 5 minutes, sir? Bone asked his boss. Now, DCI Bone, Gallagher replied, and marched out. Pray for me, Bone said to the team and followed his boss out. About 30 minutes ago, I received a complaint, Gallagher said, slamming the door of his office. That didn't take him long, Bone grumbled. What in God's name are you doing, Duncan? We have cause to believe that Jason Styles, the station's forensic photographer, may be in the frame for the murders of Dee Dee and Tommy Torley. May or is? There are a couple of things we need to tie in, but we are confident. You're always bloody confident, and that's what worries me. Gallagher slumped down at his desk. If this case wasn't already bad enough, we're now pointing the finger at one of our own. Do you know how desperate that makes us sound? No more than usual, Bone replied. Please don't get smart. I'm not in the mood. Gallagher smoothed his hand across his over-lacquered hair. 15 years ago, Jason Styles worked at the Peterhead Nick, and in 2006, a young carnival queen was murdered. So what? He works in forensics. Murder is his job. That's what we're worried about. You know what I mean. The Civic Week murders are a carbon copy of the 2006 case.
Photos, same messages to the press, the works. And the crime unit never caught the killer, so they're still at large. In '95, Styles applied for Police Academy, but failed on the grounds of being, well, an emotionally cold, narcissistic twat, for want of a better expression. Gallagher looked up. It's been a long day. Apologies, sir.
Okay, I can see your logic here, Gallagher sighed. How confident are you that Styles is our man?
As I say, there are a couple of niggling details we need to pin down. But when we met with him this morning, his behaviour was distinctly strange.
Distinctly strange won't cut it with the Procurator Fiscal, Duncan. I can sit in his complaint for a few hours, but if you go any further with this, you'll need watertight reasons to do so.
We're working on it.
Until you have concrete facts, I don't want him questioned, arrested, interrogated, or harassed again. Is that clear?
Sir.
Otherwise, he will most certainly go public. And you have no other suspects?
All dead ends.
Oh, dear God. You do realise it's the parade and concert tomorrow?
Yes, I'm very much aware. Do you think Styles will blab about it?
I honestly don't know. I suspect he won't. I warned him what the press might do to him, but he was so angry he could go either way.
Bugger, Bone muttered.
And just to add to the joys, you know the Provost and Council are planning a special tribute for Dee Dee, with mystery guests coming in from all over. Logistics is tearing its hair out resourcing security.
Great. Who is it?
Oh, I don't know. The latest pop sensations who are barely old enough to wipe their own arses. But I'm sure the whole town will be out, along with half of bloody Scotland in the media, who will be waiting for us to fuck up as usual.
No pressure, then, Bones smirked. Ferguson is all over it, though, isn't he?
The search team can only do what they can with the limited resources at their disposal. They can't be everywhere at all times. That's why we need to close this down. Right bloody now.
He tapped his desk with his finger, and a pen rolled off the side.
Shit,
he mumbled, and stretched down to pick it up. Adjusting the row of writing instruments neatly lined up in front of him, he carefully placed its errant colleague on the end and fiddled with their position until he was satisfied. He looked up at Bone, who stared back, momentarily transfixed.
Are you still here? That's all, Duncan.
Sir, Bone replied, and left. Chapter 44. On Bone's way back into the incident room, Walker appeared behind him. "Where have you been?" he asked. "I've just had an interesting chat with the supplies manager about kit and regulation boots in particular." "You're obsessed with those docks, aren't you?" Bone replied. "When Styles was removing his protective gear, I noticed that one of the heroes in his boots seemed marginally larger than the other, and since he said they were standard issue, that got me wondering." "So, what did the manager say?" "Styles claims expenses for specially adapted boots with an enhanced left heel." "What does that mean?" "He sources boots with an integrated height-adjusting heel and insole, and the force covers the cost." "Why does he need them?" "That was my next question. The kit room has fulfilled his request due to a disability incurred in his early adult life." "The skiing accident." "Exactly. The supplies manager said that Styles often jokes about how the surgeons who reconstructed his left leg turned him into a wild haggis." "I don't get it." Bones shrugged. "With one leg shorter than the other?" "So, when he's not wearing the enhanced boot, he has a limp?" Harper asked. "If one leg's shorter than the other, then I would think so. Unless, of course, you're running up and down mountains, then no one's going to notice," Walker joked. "That doesn't explain the limping running man," Bones said. "Maybe he wasn't wearing the adapted boots that night, or he forgot. Or it's a completely different person. Come on, sir. I think we have enough to bring him in for more questioning." "Gallagher has warned me off. This is still circumstantial. I know we have the eyewitness who saw the hobbling runner, but it's too flimsy."
With respect, sir, we've just dragged in 3 other suspects on wafer-thin circumstantial evidence, so I'm not sure how that's logical, Walker said. There's nothing logical about head office, Rona. I understand your frustration. We're all bloody frustrated. But Gallagher is digging in, and for once I can see his point. If we push Styles and he goes to the press on the day before the Grand Parade, with the whole bloody world descending on Kilwinnock, imagine how that might play out in the papers and when McKinnon gets his claws into it. Is that a nightmare we want to instigate? Bone rubbed at the scar on his forehead. We'll just have to keep digging. Speaking of which, Baxter cut in. Yes, what was it you were going to tell me before we were so rudely interrupted? Bone asked. That PTSD thing got me thinking about Styles. There was something about that name which was ringing bells in the legal part of my brain. You have another part, Walker interrupted. That and his hometown of Crieff. And then, in the wee small hours while I was worrying about Mark, it suddenly dawned on me. You're keeping us in suspense here, Sheila, Bone said. Back in 91, when I worked for the Procurator Fiscal's office in Edinburgh, we dealt with a disturbing case involving the abduction and murder of a 9-year-old girl from the town's annual Civic Week celebration. She was called Abigail Devine. Okay, Bone said. This case was notorious as after an extensive hunt for the killer, it turned out to be the grieving stepfather who'd committed the murder. So far we have someone going missing during Civic Week, but what's this got to do with Styles? Hold on, I'm coming to that, Baxter interrupted. The stepfather tried to dispose of the victim by cannibalizing her. Bone recoiled. Jesus Christ, that's horrendous. But he was caught when forensics found what was left of the poor girl in a blocked drain. Her little finger, her pinky. This is disturbing, Walker said. You try reading through the case notes in detail, Baxter replied. Anyway, the girl had a 13-year-old brother who was with her at the time. He was called James. When Abigail and James's mother divorced, she remarried the psycho, and the family surname changed to Devine from Styles, perchance? Bone interrupted. Correct. Now, unless this is a complete coincidence, I think Styles is the brother. Click, click, Bone muttered, shaking his head. What was that? Baxter asked. Nothing. What about the forename, James? Maybe he changed that too, so no one would make the connection. Except you, Sheila. Baxter smiled. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any photographic documentation of James Styles, including in the press, so there's no concrete ID to go on. Okay. If he is the brother, then that would certainly have a potentially devastating impact on his mental stability. Excellent work, Sheila. Now, as a reward, I need you to do one more thing. There's always one more thing, sir. Styles claimed he went to the Glasgow Film House on the night of Dee Dee's murder. He took his car and parked at the top of Sauchiehall Street. He's promised to send over a copy of his e-ticket for the movie. Could you check that out? Sir? Baxter nodded and returned to her desk. Surely we've got sufficient cause to at least re-interview now, Walker said. I think so, but even if he is the victim's sibling, it doesn't prove anything. And if he's innocent, how do you think the super is going to respond if we wade into Styles with this? Let's carry on for now and see where we are again in a few hours. We're going to need more. The team worked until 11, when Bone called it, and they headed home. Making his weary way out of the station, Bone went through his messages, but there was no more news from the hospital. He checked his watch again. It was too late to ring Alice, and he wondered if disturbing her would be the wisest move. He checked his pockets for the key to his old flat, but he'd left it at the cabin. Annoying prick it is, then, he muttered. With a loud groan, he lowered his aching limbs into the driver's seat of the Saab. Before setting off, he was about to text Gallagher with an update, but he winced at the thought, and instead flicked through some recent snaps he'd taken of Michael and Alice up at the cabin.
As he slowly scrolled through the folder, his eyes began to close, and moments later, he was fast asleep, his head flopping against the window with a thud. Chapter 45. Unable to sleep, Provost Rennie went back downstairs and made herself a hot chocolate. It was a big day tomorrow, and her brain refused to play ball and go to bed. She slumped down at the kitchen table and sipped her drink slowly. Her phone, resting next to her, buzzed, and she jolted in surprise. "Provost Rennie?" the voice on the other line asked. "Yes? Who's this?" "Inspector Reeves again. Sorry to disturb you at this late hour." "Has something happened?" "No, not at all, but I thought it was wise to let you know that we've had word from the station that the culprit is still at large, and you should be vigilant." "So, no breakthrough?" "I'm afraid not. We will be deploying additional officers for tomorrow's events, but I just wanted to confirm that you wish to proceed." "I think we've gone past the point where cancellation or postponement is an option, Inspector," Provost Rennie said. "It's never too late, Provost." "We can't let monsters like this win, ever. We stand united, and the show must and will go on." "Ma'am," the inspector said, "I would therefore recommend you double-check your security and keep the alert button we gave you by your side at all times." "Don't worry about me. I might look like a frail old pensioner to you, but when my husband was alive, we attended jiu-jitsu classes together. Granted, it's been a wee while since I threw anyone over my shoulder, but I'm more than capable of looking after myself." "I never doubted it, ma'am," the inspector replied. "We might put you on front-of-house security tomorrow, then," he joked. "I'm fine, and I have complete faith that your team will protect our community. I'll see you at the morning briefing. Good night, Inspector. And make sure you check your doors and windows." "Good night, Inspector," she repeated, and hung up, poured her now cold chocolate drink down the sink, and with a quick tour of the house to check her security, she returned to the bedroom. She straightened her formal robes, hanging on the wardrobe door, and at the dressing table, she adjusted the ceremonial chain, laid flat across the top, ready to wear in the morning. Climbing under the duvet, she punched at her pillow and lay back. With a deep sigh, she closed her eyes and imagined herself strolling along her favourite beach in Devon, the sea lapping at her toes, and her mind finally slowed into a gentle slumber. A few minutes later, she was snoring loudly, her rasping airway rattling an empty glass resting on the bedside table. A door slammed. Her eyes opened. But before she could lift her head, a figure leapt out of the gloom and landed on top of her chest. Instinctively, she tried to shake free, but the weight was too heavy, and something tightened around her throat, blocking her already restricted breathing. She choked and thrashed, but the figure shifted further forward to trap her arms under boiler-suited legs. The grip squeezed further, crushing her windpipe. Oxygen starvation burned at her lungs and limbs. She stared up into the cold, angry eyes of the masked assailant hovering over her and tried to plead for mercy, but no sound could escape her constricted larynx. The attacker shifted sideways, applying more pressure to the lethal tourniquet. The provost seized her chance and yanked her arm free, and in one snap movement, she smashed the ball of her hand directly into the centre of her attacker's ski mask. The force of the blow knocked him backwards and off the bed. The figure scrambled back to the wall, yelping in pain. Provost Rennie tore at the object wrapped around her neck, and gasping for air, she lunged at the bedside cabinet. Pulling at the drawer, she fumbled frantically around inside. Back on his feet, the assailant staggered towards her, still clutching his face. In desperation, she yanked the table over. It tumbled forward, and an object rolled out of the top drawer. She caught it as it fell. The attacker lunged at her legs. She twisted round, and fumbling with the fist-sized canister, she pressed the button, and a jet of pepper spray hissed out of the end and hit the man square in the eyes. He retreated again, his arms flailing, searching blindly for the doorway. He jettisoned his body through and made for the stairs, but the Provost was up and after him. He tripped and stumbled down the stairs to the ground floor and ran screaming towards the front door. But before he reached it, he lost his balance and his body slammed against the wall. Coughing and spluttering, he scrambled back to his feet and was at the door when Provost Rennie caught up with him. She kicked him as hard as she could up the backside, and he was all but airborne for a few seconds as he careered out into her front garden. "Aye, you run, you bloody coward!" she wheezed and scowled at her attacker, who weaved erratically across the road and disappeared down a side street. Moments later, Provost Rennie's elderly next-door neighbour appeared. "What was all that noise?" she asked, then spotted Rennie prostrate in the doorway. "Oh, my God! What's happened?" the woman exclaimed, kneeling to help her. "Call the police!" Rennie gasped. "Are you all right?" the neighbour asked. "I'll be fine in a minute. Call the police and tell them he's just run off." The Provost coughed and gulped in more air. "Don't try to speak," the neighbour said. She reached into her dressing gown, retrieved her phone and dialed 999. "On their way now. 3 minutes. Let's get this thing off you." She gently lifted the ceremonial chain from around the Provost's red raw neck. "Who did this to you?" "Help me up," Rennie said. "He went down there." She attempted to move, but her limbs wouldn't obey, and she slumped back down. "You need to keep still, Karen. Something might be broken. Let's wait for emergency services. Let me get you a blanket and some water." "No, we need to catch him before he's gone." "Stay there. Police are coming now. They're faster than us," her neighbour insisted, and with a nervous smile, she took the Provost's hand. Together, they listened intently for the sound of sirens. Chapter 46. The roar of John Coltrane's saxophone jarred Bone back to wakefulness. His mobile fell off his knee and down the side of the seat, while Coltrane's Love Supreme continued to swirl and fill the car with a melodious noise. Thinking he was in bed, he reached down but thumped his head against the steering wheel. "Bloody bugger, bloody," he muttered, his mouth barely coping to form his frustrated curse. Finally reaching his phone, he plucked it out from between the seat and the door, and fumbling with the buttons, hit the call button, and Coltrane ceased. "Hello?" he coughed. "Sir, it's Rona." "What time is it?" he asked, rubbing at his eyes, his ears still resonating with the whirling sax. 20 after 3. Are you at the cabin?" Bone peered out through the windscreen, trying to make sense of the darkness beyond. Then he spotted the station's car park gate. "No, I'm still in Kilwinnock. What's going on?" "I'm on my way to Provost Rennie's house. I've just received word from first responders that she's been attacked." "Oh, Jesus. Is she okay?" "Apparently so, yes. Officers are searching the area now for the assailant." "Why didn't they call me?" "I think they couldn't get a hold of you." God, I must have slept through Coltrane's entire back catalogue. "Sorry?" "Never mind. Our man strikes again. Luckily, though, I think he met his match." "Provost Rennie?" "Never judge a book by its cover, sir." Walker smiled. "Hell's grannies," Bone replied. "Right, I'll be with you in 5. I'll text you the address," Walker said. Glancing in the wing mirror, he straightened his dishevelled hair and scratched at the 5 o'clock shadow emerging from his chin. "Not a good look," he muttered, and started the car. As the detectives negotiated past the 2 officers on the Provost's front step, her voice boomed down the hall. "No, Inspector, I will not allow an idiot like that to bully, intimidate, or derail a memorial parade and concert, honouring the very person he murdered." "He's no idiot, Lord Provost," Inspector Ferguson replied. Bone and Walker approached the pair in the kitchen. "He's a very dangerous individual who remains at large and a danger to our community." The Provost was perched at the kitchen table, looming over the police officer, as though ready to have a go at him. Bowen and Walker sat opposite.
I still managed to kick his arse out of the house, yelping like a wee Wayne with a splinter. That's more than can be said for your security team, Inspector. So I suggest you get your collective fingers out and catch this madman before I inflict even more pain on the bastard.
The Provost glanced over at the detectives, and Walker stifled a smile.
Good morning, DCI Bowen, D.I. Walker. She nodded assertively.
So sorry you've had to go through this, Lord Provost, Bowen said.
Believe me, I've sat through worse council meetings, DCI Bowen.
You believe your attacker and the killer are one and the same? Bowen asked.
Of course, the Provost confirmed.
What makes you so sure? Is it possible the culprit could be a burglar, for example?
Aye, I might have thought that until this so-called burglar tried to strangle me to death with the most expensive item in the house.
She ran her hand across the red marks on her throat.
He used the ceremonial chain as a choker, Inspector Ferguson said. The Joker thinks he's funny.
The Provost shrugged.
Forensics are on their way. He's left plenty of DNA, Ferguson added. Aye, his blood's ruined my upstairs carpet. I'll never get that out, the Provost interrupted.
The Provost may have broken the suspect's nose, Ferguson said.
So if he's in the database, we might have a name very soon. Might have. I landed a very respectable Teisho Uchi, the Provost replied.
Could we borrow a couple of your officers, Inspector? Bowen asked.
What for? We're very stretched.
We need to pay someone a wee visit, and we might need support.
You have a suspect in mind? The Provost interrupted.
Hopefully, yes, but we'll need a couple of PCs before we can confirm.
OK, the search teams are still in the neighbourhood. Go ahead.
Sorry again for this, Provost Rennie, Bowen said, and he dashed out with Walker in tow. Chapter 47. Styles Semi was located at the far end of a deserted cul-de-sac on the outskirts of Kilwinnock. Bowen parked at the top of the street, and the squad car that had been following them pulled in behind.
The suspect's house is the white pebble-dashed one there. You see it?
Walker said to Bowen as the officers ran over to join them. Bowen went into the boot of the Saab, retrieved a couple of vests, and handed one to Walker.
In case he gets frisky, Bowen said.
They put them on.
OK, D.I. Walker and I will knock on the front door. You two take either side of the Semi and keep an eye on any rear exits.
Sir, one of the PCs replied. They set off up the street.
Are you absolutely sure about this? Walker asked before they followed. What if he's innocent?
Then we'll go to hell in a handcart,
but we both know that's not going to happen.
When they reached the front door, Bowen was about to ring the bell when Walker stopped him.
Sir!
She grabbed his arm and pointed at the front step. It was splattered with liquid that gleamed under the nearby streetlight. Bowen knelt for a closer look.
Blood, he said.
He ran back up the path and whistled to one of the PCs who was creeping around the side of the garage.
There's blood here on the step,
Bowen whispered to the PC.
We believe there is a threat to life, so we're going to kick the door in.
Let me, sir, the PC replied. The detectives stood back. The officer took a couple of steps back, then ran at the door, driving his shoulder into the wooden panelling, but the lock refused to give, and the PC rebounded back onto the path, clutching his arm in silent pain.
God's sake,
Walker said, and raising her boot, she kicked as hard as she could, and the frame cracked. She kicked again, this time with greater force, and the door flew open, crashing against the inside wall.
Police officers, do not move,
Walker hollered into the dark hallway.
Upstairs,
Bowen ordered the PC. They continued on, battering open doors left and right, until they reached the kitchen. Walker hit the light, but there was no sign of Styles.
Sir,
the PC called from the landing. Bowen dashed up. Walker carried on.
What is it?
Bone panted, finding the officer in the front bedroom. "This," he said. The bedroom was empty of furniture, but photographs of various shapes and sizes covered every inch of wall space, with more strewn on the carpet and around their feet. "Oh, dear God," Bone exclaimed. "And there too," the officer said. He pointed to the ceiling. "Click, click," Bone muttered. "What?" the PC asked. Walker appeared in the doorway. No sign of him. "Check out the wallpaper," Bone said, leaning in for a closer look. "What the hell is this?" Walker said. "Pictures of victims at crime scenes," Bone replied, staring at a cluster of ashen faces, lifeless death masks with blackened eyes staring back at him. He shuddered. "This is horrific," the officer said, and blew out his cheeks. "Are all of these his victims?" Walker asked. "Let's pray it's cases he's documented for work rather than instigated." "What's that in the corner?" She approached a grey rectangular box, about the size of a filing cabinet. She knelt. "I think it's a digital printer. Professional." "See here," Bone said, examining a collection of photos piled up against the back wall. "They're all images of Dee Dee. There must be over 50 of them." He slid the pile sideways with his knuckle. "He must have actually rolled her over onto her side to get that one." Walker winced at a grotesque profile shot of the victim's fractured skull. Bone spotted another horrific collection bundled up in the printer tray. "And here, victim number 2, he said. "Sick," Walker grimaced. Bone dashed out and found the officer lingering at the top of the stairs, who was now looking a little pale. "Radio your boss. Tell him we need backup here, and to instruct Inspector Ferguson and his team to find, capture, and arrest forensics photographer Jason Stiles in connection with the Civic Week murders." The officer glanced up from his notepad. "One of our own did all this. And a statement needs to go out to all members of the public that Stiles should not be approached. Have you got that?" "Yes, sir." "Well, do it," Bone ordered. The PC ran downstairs, and Bone returned to the room of horrors. "I found these on the floor by the window," Walker said, and handed Bone 4 torn sections of lined paper, covered in handwritten scrawls. "Some practice runs at trawl posts to the victim. Today I kill you, bitch. You don't deserve to live. I am the only diva, you imposter whore." Bone looked up. "Diva 1? "Correct," Walker nodded. "Nasty, horrible prick." The printer let out a sudden loud clack. A green light on the top flashed, and with a low-pitched hum, an A4-size sheet of photo paper slowly emerged from the feeder. "What the fuck is this now?" Bones said, approaching the machine. The paper popped out, sliding over the images of Torley's bloated face and tumbling onto the floor. Bone reached down and snatched it up. One side was blank, but on the other, a message scrawled across the center in red ink. Bone handed the page to Walker. "One kill is never enough," she read. "He's got to be nearby, hasn't he?" Bone rushed back out onto the landing. "Not necessarily. He could send this remotely from anywhere," Walker replied. "He's fucking playing with us," Bone cursed. "Where's the rest of the team?" "Tucked up in bed, I presume." "Get them up. Ask Sheila to check through Stiles' records and see if he has any relatives or friends nearby who might harbour him, or if he has a holiday home, anything that will lead us to the bastard. While you do that, I'll wake up the super with the good news, and let's just pray we can stop him before the parade and concert tomorrow." Chapter 48. When Bone and Walker reached the top of the high street, the sun was already up. Harper and Moen emerged from a group of 8 uniformed officers heading towards them. "Morning," Harper said as they approached. "Thought you might need these."
He held up a cardboard tray with 2 large, steaming cups of coffee. "Well, you are an absolute star," Walker said, and plucked one out of its holder. "Didn't I tell you he'd be of some use to us in the end?" Bones said. "Thanks very much." He took the second cup. "Actually, Sanjit paid for them," Harper admitted. "I take that back. He's useless. Thanks, mate." "No worries," Moen smiled. "What time is it now?" Bone asked, popping the lid on his drink and taking a long, satisfying sniff. "Just after 6, Moen replied. "I assume your search has been fruitless as well, then?" "Yup. No sign of Styles anywhere. We've been with a team searching the bottom of the town, and nothing. PCs are stationed at the bus and train station, and all roads in and out of Kilwinnock," Harper added. "But people are starting to arrive, and there are a couple of floats already in the Scotfresh car park, getting set up for the start of the parade." "Bloody hell, that's early. I thought it didn't kick off until 11. We spoke to one of the float teams, and apparently they've been told to set up early so that the police and security can keep tabs on them," Moen said. "The situation is only going to get more complicated as more people arrive," Bones sighed. "Where the hell is he?" Bone and Walker's phones pinged simultaneously. "Hold this." Bone handed Moen his cup, turned on his phone, and clicked the message. "Tick-tock, time running out," Bone said, and looked over at Walker. "Me too." Walker held up her phone. "Bastard!" Bone cursed. "He's got us by the gonads here." "You don't think he's watching us, do you?" Harper asked. The detective scanned the nearby shops and flat windows for signs of movement. "The area's awash with search teams," Bone replied. "Would he be that stupid?" "Or arrogant," Walker added. "He's even put me off this now." Bone dropped his unfinished coffee in the nearby bin. "Right, let's resume the search. Rona, call Inspector Ferguson and tell him to start doing door-to-door along the high street before the floats and hordes arrive, and you two rejoin the search teams that are making their way up from the Scotfresh car park." 2 vans sped past, and Bones spun around. "Were those ARU vans?" "Think so, yes," Harper replied. "Jesus Christ. I ordered that copper to request armed standby, not a full-scale military assault." He rang Gallagher, but there was no response. "Okay, I'll need to sort this with the super before we have a bloodbath on our hands. I'll catch you up, Rona." The team headed down the hill, and Bones set off for the station. Approaching the entrance, the mob of journalists and press crew had now all but surrounded the steps. A couple of hacks spotted Bone and rushed towards him, taking the rest of the rabble with them. As the human tsunami of clicking cameras, zoom lenses, and clipboard-clutching reporters engulfed him, he bowed his head and rammed his way towards the gate, ignoring all questions and shrugging off hands tugging at his suit sleeves. At the bottom of the steps, a figure stepped out in front of him, blocking his path. Bone looked up. "McKinnon," Bone snarled. "Morning, Duncan. Has Jason Styles been caught yet?" "Out of my way," Bones said, shoving his arm into his side. But McKinnon refused to move, and more journalists crowded round, making Bones' escape even harder. Bone pushed again. "When did you find out you had a serial killer working for you?" "Shift!" Bone roared, and he put his shoulder to McKinnon's chest, knocking him sideways into the throng. A space opened. Bone dived through the gap and leapt up the steps into the foyer. "It's horrific out there," Bone said to Sergeant Brodie, who appeared from the back room. "Aye, sir. The news about Styles has caused mayhem. I can't quite believe it myself. The whole station is in a state of shock." "Is the super here?" "In his office, I think. But be warned, he's not in the best of spirits." "None of us are," Bones sighed, and went through the security doors. When he reached Gallagher's door, he knocked, but there was no response. Where the hell is he? He muttered, and carried on to the incident room.
Baxter sat at her desk, leaning over her keyboard, as though about to fall asleep. "Have you seen the super, Sheila?" Bone asked as he entered. Baxter looked up in surprise.
"Good God, what's happened to you?"
she said, staring at his dishevelled appearance.
"Sleep deprivation, serial killers, and press harassment. The super?" "Sorry, sir, no. I've been at the screen the whole time." "Anything?" "Nothing new. Styles' family are all dead. I've spoken to all his colleagues, here and Peterhead Station, but I couldn't find a single person who said they socialised with him outside work, or even considered him a friend."
"Could he have legged it back up north?"
"I also checked trains and buses, but no sightings by staff or drivers, and his car is still in the garage, I believe," Baxter said. "I take it you have no leads either?" "Still at large, and continuing to taunt us with cute little threatening messages," Bone sighed. "The super has released his photo, and it's on every news channel, so it's going to be very difficult for him to remain hidden for much longer."
"So I discovered when I tried to get past the welcoming committee outside. But it would be folly to underestimate him." Baxter stood from her desk and stretched.
"How long have you been in?" "Most of the night. I couldn't sleep for worrying about Mark."
She opened her handbag and fished out her cigarettes.
"And before you say anything, this is my first for hours."
"It's okay. Go ahead." She stopped at the door.
"Something occurred to me, though."
"What's that?"
"You mentioned the persistent texts threatening to do something at the parade or the concert."
"Aye?"
"He's not flown the coop then, has he?"
"Unless it's a double bluff, and he's in South America by now."
"If I was trying to evade capture, I know where I'd hide."
"Where's that?"
"In the most obvious and unlikely of places."
"You mean his house?"
"The search teams have been all over that."
"What about his workplace?"
"Here. Right under our noses. That's what I'd call playing your top trump for arrogance. His face is smashed in, and he's top of the nation's most wanted list. You would hope that even our fellow officers would spot him. In theory, he might have slipped in through the back gate unnoticed, before the super's public announcement, when he was still Mr. Nobody."
"All right. It's out there, but probably worth a quick check. I'll go find Cash and see if any of his team have clocked him. And just to be on the safe side, can you ask Sergeant Brodie to check ID entry records and CCTV footage, and keep an eye on all the exits, and let me know if he's lurking?"
"Should I come with you?"
"If he is hiding out, then we don't want to spook him. Let's do this first."
"Sir?"
Baxter said, and she followed Bone out. "And if you see Gallagher before me, tell him he needs to order the ARU to wind their neck in." Chapter 49. The forensic building was all in darkness. Bone tapped the entry reader with his card and went in. He continued down the corridor and took the stairs to Dr. Cash's office, but his door was locked. Spotting a light on at the end of the gloomy corridor, he carried on and went into an open-plan office area. An officer sat at a desk in the far corner, hunched over a screen. Bone approached. "Excuse me." The officer looked up in surprise.
"Jesus!"
he exclaimed, then realised who it was.
"Sorry, sir. I didn't see you there."
"Is your boss around?" Bone asked.
"They're all over at Jason's house,"
the officer replied.
"I still can't believe it. I've worked with the guy for 4 years now, and I would have never guessed for a minute he was capable of that. I mean, he was an arrogant pain in the arse, but if that makes you a killer, then we'd be in a bad way, eh?"
He smiled nervously. "Why are you not out with them?"
"A late report."
He nodded at the monitor and winced.
"The boss wants me to finish by the time he gets back."
"Is anyone else in, then?"
"Nope. It's the full Monty on this one. The boss was furious about the whole thing and ordered everyone out."
"Except you?"
"Yeah, lucky me."
"And you haven't seen Styles, have you?"
"What? You mean here?"
Since...
Yes, since the Provost's assault.
No, of course not. He's on the run, isn't he?
OK, thanks. You carry on.
Sir...
The officer sighed and returned to his keyboard. On his way out, Bone took the back stairs, and as he passed the changing room, a loud thud came from the other side. He gently pushed the door open. A uniformed officer in a field cap was at the end, kneeling by an open locker, pushing clothes into a rucksack. "Excuse me," Bone said. The officer swung round. It was Styles. His face was swollen, and two twisted, bloodied tissues poked out the end of each of his nostrils. He jumped up, and before Bone could react, Styles rammed him head-on, straight in the gut, pile-driving him back against the doorframe and onto the floor. Styles clambered past and ran up the corridor. Bone, winded, scrambled to his feet and gave chase, but his legs refused to comply. Fumbling for his phone, he stabbed at the buttons, but it was out of battery. He searched the corridor and spotted the fire alarm. He staggered over and put his elbow through the glass panel, and the forensics building erupted with a deafening siren sound. His strength returning, he dashed out into the car park, but Styles was nowhere to be seen. The side gate clicked shut. Police officers and admin staff streamed out through the rear door of the station. "The suspect is here!" Bone shouted, and pushing past the oncoming rush, he buzzed through the gate and sprinted out into the street. Half a dozen officers who'd heard his cries for help followed behind. "Seal the area!" Bone shouted back, and carried on to the junction, blocked by a mass of journalists and film crew equipment, now milling around, animated by the deafening wail of the alarm. Bone scoured the sea of heads and spotted a policeman's cap in the thick of the crowd. He gave chase, but when journalists saw him, they closed in, blocking his way past. Pushing past microphones and cameras, he tried to keep his eye on the cap bobbing up and down in the crowd, but moments later it disappeared. He fought through to the other side and ran onto the main road, but Styles was nowhere to be seen. A group of officers emerged from the front entrance, marched down the steps and cleared a pathway between the over-agitated press corps. A fire engine appeared at the end of the road, its siren blaring in a disharmonious cacophony, adding to the chaos. "He's gone that way!" Bone roared over the din, but the officers couldn't hear him. "That way!" he tried again. "He's in a uniform and field cap!" And the PCs took off past the fire crew. Gallagher emerged from the throng. "What the hell is going on?" he hollered at Bone. "Styles was hiding out in the station," Bone replied. "We need to lock down the area before he gets away." "So no fire?" "That was me," Bone said. Gallagher snatched his phone from his pocket and called Inspector Ferguson. A couple of journalists approached the detectives, but a PC stepped forward and forced them back as more officers streamed out of the station. "Styles has donned a PC uniform and cap." Finally, the station alarm stopped. "The devious bastard!" Gallagher shouted, his voice booming out across the sudden quiet of the street. "I bloody had him as well!" Bone cursed. "I've ordered Inspector Ferguson to dispatch officers to search the area along with the ARU." "No ARU, for Christ's sake! There are hundreds of people gathering in the town. If they start firing, we'll have a massacre on our hands." "OK, safe distance for now. I'll give the order." A helicopter appeared above the rooftops. "But we've cornered the bastard now." Gallagher pointed upwards. "I wouldn't hold my breath," Bone wheezed, and clutched his bruised ribs. "That's ITN News." "Bollocks!" Gallagher growled, and set off back to the station. "Where are you going?" "To order that thing shot down," he shouted back. Bone joined a second wave of officers leaving the station. Chapter 50. When he reached the Scott Fresh car park, Harper and Moen stood by the supermarket entrance, Harper on his phone. What the hell happened? Harper asked, hanging up. We could hear sirens. Styles was hiding out at the station. What? Moen said. Clever, Harper added. So clever, in fact, half of the Scottish police force managed to lose him from right under their noses. Or I should say, I lost him. He's a slippery slug, Moen said. Bone looked over Harper's shoulder. The car park was now rammed with colourful floats of various shapes, sizes and themes, with crews buzzing about, setting up and climbing aboard in readiness for the start of the parade, and doing their best to ignore the heavy police presence. Torley's float was at the front of the line, his giant rearing horse sculpture looming over the car park, as though threatening to escape the madness going on around it. The crew was busy attaching lettering to the side of the trailer, spelling out Torley's name as float participants dressed in cowboy outfits took position. "What time is it?" Bone asked. 10:40. It's just about to kick off, Harper said. Jesus, Bone exclaimed. Inspector Ferguson approached, flanked by two flush-faced and out-of-breath officers. "Any joy?" Bone said. Ferguson shook his head. "I've had to redirect more men to the parade to ensure sufficient protection." As he spoke, almost an entire battalion arrived behind him and lined up alongside the floats. "Surely he won't try anything with all this lot here," Moen said. "Bearing in mind he's wearing a PC's uniform, he could easily slip through virtually unnoticed," Bones said. "Hold on," Ferguson said, blowing a whistle. Two PCs jumped out of a police van, carrying 3 bulging sacks. The officers gathered around, and each plucked out a yellow protective vest and put them on over their uniforms. "That should help," Ferguson said. "You should wear them as well, with field radios in case you get a sighting." He tapped the walkie-talkie strapped to his jacket. A man approached. "Good morning, Inspector Ferguson. I take it from the heavy police presence the suspect is still at large?" "Detective Chief Inspector Bone, this is Derek Peters, the chair of the parade committee. Yes, we are sincerely sorry." "That is very disappointing." Peters shook his head. "The parade looks magnificent, especially Tommy Torley's float," Bones said. "The police very kindly released his float early, and with Tommy's family's blessing, we made the decision to include it. It's so terribly tragic, but we hope our show of unity and support might bring a little comfort to Tommy's wife and children." Bone nodded. "I need to talk to the parade participants before it starts," Ferguson interrupted. "Let them know what measures we have in place to keep everyone safe." "Of course, but if this madman is still on the run, what about the public? There are already hundreds lined up along the route, and we are expecting thousands to congregate for the finale in Burn Green Park. And then there's the gala concert tonight," Peters puffed. "We are confident," Ferguson began, but was interrupted as a black estate car pulled into the car park. A man in a grey suit got out, followed by the Lord Provost, who was dressed in the full ceremonial gown and chain. She marched past and went over to Torley's float, speaking for a moment with the participants and crew. Moments later, with a wave to the other float crews, she returned. "Good morning, Mr. Peters. Officers," she started. "I must commend you on your hard work. This year's parade is looking magnificent, considering the extremely challenging circumstances." "Thank you, ma'am. They've done us proud, haven't they?" "Speaking of challenging, what the hell is this?" she asked, glaring at the numbers of officers crowding into the car park. "We have increased our police presence in light of the current situation, Lord Provost. It's not an old firm game. It's supposed to be a celebration, a happy time for the town, not an exercise in riot control." "The suspect is still at large, Lord Provost. It is a safety precaution and a deterrent. We are confident." "Aye, it's a deterrent, all right." The Provost cut him off again. "Never mind your suspect. You're scaring the living daylights out of everyone else." She turned to Bone. "So you still haven't got him, even though he turns out to be one of your own?" She shook her head. "We're working on it," Bones said. "And this lot are going to walk heel to toe alongside the parade. Is that your plan?" "Yes," Inspector Ferguson said. "Can you please find a way to turn down the volume on this? I understand we need security, but this is ridiculous." "I'll try to ensure a little more discretion, but I will not take any chances and gamble with the safety of our citizens, Lord Provost," Ferguson asserted. "Just less of the high-vis hysteria, okay?" she replied. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed in Burn Green Park. See you on the other side, Mr. Peters." She returned to her car. The front tractor's engine roared to life, followed by a second and third, with plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The parade began to move. "Right, let's go," Ferguson said. Collecting some vests, they rejoined Bones' colleagues by the gate. "You two take the front and the far side," Bones said, handing out the vests. "Rona and I will hold back at the rear. Use your radios." "See you on the other side," Ferguson said, and marched off. The floats passed through the gate, with police officers walking slowly alongside. Crowds had gathered on the road and cheered as the vehicle turned slowly onto the high street. The town centre was now rammed full of onlookers, waving flags and cheering when they recognised friends and relatives on the floats, and Torley's inventive creation at the front raising the loudest cheers. Bone and Walker walked alongside, scanning the sea of smiling faces squeezed onto pavements and spilling into the road behind the final float. "Look for the field cap!" Bone shouted over the noise of the Boys' Brigade drum and whistle band bringing up the rear. Walker weaved between a group of mums with prams gathered on the edge of the High Street roundabout. Moments later, she disappeared. Bone's radio clacked. "No sign up here, sir," Harper's voice hissed through the tiny speaker. Bone carried on. Halfway up the high street, the parade stopped for a moment to allow the pipe band, sandwiched between two trailers, to catch up. Standing on his toes to try and see over the hordes of people and yellow-vested officers pressing into him, he spotted a group of teenagers lined up on a grassy bank above the pavement. They were holding up hand-painted signs that read, "We love Dee Dee," and "We are not afraid." The parade started moving again, and Bones searched for Walker, but she was still lost in the crowd. He clicked the button on his radio. "D.I. Walker, where are you?" he roared into the mic, but the line hissed in silence. He glanced back as the parade swung round the top of the high street. He spotted a black and white police field cap. "Styles!" he hollered over the drums and horns. The figure turned for a second, and Bone caught a fleeting glimpse of Styles' bulging eyes staring back at him. Bone pushed through the crowd. "Police, move back!" he shouted. Unhooking the radio from his vest, he bellowed, "Suspect sighted at rear of parade. Repeat, suspect at rear of parade." He pressed on towards a narrow gap, but he was yanked back into the chaos. "Duncan! Crazy, isn't it?" Mr. Sandino's flushed face pressed up against him. "Too bloody busy for me." Bones shrugged him off, and ramming his way through legs and arms, he stumbled into the clearing on the road. A scream above the roar of samba drums forced him to turn. The group of teenagers on the mound scrambled and scattered, with placards flying and falling in all directions. Styles stood in the centre, clutching a 12-inch butcher's knife that glinted in the morning sunlight. Bone dashed towards the panic, clambering over a wall and up the bank. But by the time he reached the top, Styles was dragging a terrified, screaming girl backwards towards an alleyway that cut between two shop buildings, the knife dangerously close to her neck. The girl's screams attracted the attention of onlookers nearby, and a young builder type started up the slope. Styles yanked his hysterical prey further into the darkness. "Police, keep back!" Bone hollered at the man. The Havago hero reversed down onto the road. More than a dozen officers appeared from all sides. Bone held up his arms. "Stay there!" he shouted. They pulled back at the bottom. Bone pointed at the alleyway. "Wait for my word," he said, and clambering up the bank, he peered into the gloom. He could just make out two silhouettes moving back towards the light on the other side of the alley. He edged forward slowly into the gloom until he could see more clearly. Styles had the girl by the throat and pressed the knife hard against her cheek. The girl panted manically, close to hyperventilation. "Come on, Jason! Is this how you want to be known? The child kidnapper!" Bone called out. "No!" Styles roared. "It's not much of a finale, is it? After all your achievements?" Bone inched further. "I am the puppet master!" Styles cried out, his voice shaking. "Yes, you are. We've all been dancing to your tune. You're smart, but this isn't smart, is it, Jason?" "I am invincible!" he shouted. "I don't think you believe that, do you, Jason? I know you're vulnerable. I can help you out of this mess. I thought it was over, but it came back. I just can't stop." "You can stop now. That's brave, far more courageous than this. Let me help you." Bone moved again. "I know about your sister, Abigail, Jason." "Shut up! Don't speak about her!" Styles hissed. "She wouldn't want this. She'd want you to let the girl go." "You don't know what she wants. She's dead. That monster killed her." "She wouldn't want you to be thought of like that, though, would she? You're not a monster like him." "Let go," Styles mumbled. "That's right. Let her go." Styles started, and his hand lowered. "I let her go." "That's it. Talk to me," Bone pleaded. He glanced back, and an armed officer appeared in the entrance behind him. Bone raised his hand, and the PC retreated. "I was looking after her. At the fair. I had her hand, but I let it go." "It's not your fault, Jason." "I didn't want any of this." "None of us do, Jason." "I tried to stop it. I even let her use my phone to call 999, but you didn't want to stop me either." "Now is your chance to put an end to this and make amends. Come on, Jason." "No!" Styles winced and pushed the tip of the blade into the girl's cheek. A trickle of blood ran down her face and dropped onto her white blouse. "See what you made me do!" "It's okay. Just do what your sister would want." "It's eating me alive!" "Let me take the girl's hand so she can walk out safely." Bone reached out. "It's like a worm in here." Styles tapped the side of his head with the butt of the knife. A silhouette appeared at the opposite end of the alley. Bone stretched his hand further. The girl slowly raised her shaking arm. "I can't take any more of it." Styles looked straight at Bone. "Help me! Please!" He released the girl, and she ran past Bone, out of the alleyway, and into Walker's arms. Before Bone could grab him, Moen raced from the far end of the alleyway and tackled Styles to the ground, yanking at his arms to try and cuff him. But Styles moaned, and a pool of blood appeared from under him. "The knife!" Bone cried out, and ran over. Together they turned Styles over onto his side. The blade was embedded in Styles' stomach, blood spurting out of the wound. Styles' tightened fist still gripped the handle. "Shit!" Bone said, pressing both his hands against Jason's gut. "Leave it!" Styles sobbed. "Let me go!" "Medical assistance!" Bone shouted. 2 PCs appeared in the alleyway entrance. "Get paramedics, now!" Bone ordered. One ran off. Bone removed his jacket and used it to try and stem the flow. A couple of minutes later, 2 paramedics arrived on the scene and rushed to help Styles, but he was already slipping into unconsciousness. Bone and Moen stepped back.
Another bloody suit ruined, Bones said, wiping his hands on his shirt. The onlookers behind the police line gasped in horror when they caught sight of the detective's blood-spattered attire. "I didn't mean to do that," Moen said, his voice shaking. Bone turned. "He did that to himself. You saw his hand on the blade. You did good, Detective." "Do you think he'll live?" Moen asked. "Do I think, or do I want?" Bone replied. Harper stepped out of the crowd, and Bone waved him past a PC who was about to stop him. "Jesus Christ, are you injured?" he exclaimed. "This isn't ours, Will. We got him." "Is the girl okay?" Bone asked Walker. "Paramedics are attending to her. Physically she's unharmed, but she's in shock and severely traumatized." "What a bloody monster," Bone cursed. Just then, the Provost's voice boomed out from the gala stage in Burn Green Park, accompanied by a loud, defiant roar from the gathering townspeople. "Looks like the show's about to start," Bones said. "Kilwinnock wins," Walker added. The detective slumped down onto the bank and waited for the paramedics to emerge from the alley with news, one way or the other. Chapter 51. When Bone arrived, the team was already gathered round Mullen's bed. His wife, Sandra, sat by his side, and as Bone walked in, the room erupted in laughter. "Sorry I'm late. I had an errand to run." "What have I missed?" "Mark just said he only did it to get some snog action off his toy boy," Walker replied. "And to think if it hadn't been for the defib, you'd both be married by now," Baxter added. "You're welcome to him, son," Sandra said. "That tongue's rougher than a joiner's sanding iron." The team recoiled with a collective groan. "I see your multitude of fan clubs have sent their well wishes, Mark," Bones said, nodding at the array of get-well cards on display around the room. "If you've got it, flaunt it," Mark rasped. "You're a bloody dark horse, aren't you? Raploch Youth Club." "Horse's arse, more like," Sandra cut in and glared at her husband. Bone glanced round at the team. This one is a local hero and didn't bother to mention it. "How much did Mark pay you to say that, boss?" Harper cut in. "Oh, God, Will. What about your engagement?" Bone asked. "We've postponed the party until Refrigerator Face here is better." "You could have saved yourself a fortune on your food bill there, Will," Walker said. "How is Refrigerator Face doing?" Bone shifted in closer to the bed. "The nurses keep threatening to put me back into an induced coma," Mullins croaked. "I'm paying them," Sandra said. "I thought the Gestapo would have been in by now to break up this party. They've lifted the ban as he's out of the danger zone, and the nurses need a break from him, so any help they can get," Sandra replied. "I hear you caught the knob-rot then," Mullins rasped. "Mark!" Sandra exclaimed. "No, Sandra, that's exactly what he is," Bones said. "We did. And unfortunately the paramedics did a miraculous job and he's recovering in a heavily guarded ICU near you. And the Procurator Fiscal is confident that there's sufficient evidence to send Dee Dee's low-life boyfriend down for at least 10 years for intent to supply," Walker beamed. "Karma," Mullins coughed. "Not really, but it's something," Walker said. "Now we're just waiting on confirmation from the ECU whether they'll be investigating Fitz's financial affairs." "Who called the ECU?" Bone asked. "I couldn't possibly comment," Walker smiled. "And what about the break-in at the mum's flat?" Mullins rasped again. "God, you're on the ball, Mark. That's more upsetting than the heart attack," Bone joked. Tuss confessed that it was him. He claims that in a drunken fit of madness he went looking for what he called libelous recordings he thought Dee had made cataloguing his abuse. "Factual accounts more like," Walker interrupted. "But at least we can add breaking and entering to his list of charges." "That's such a relief, though, that you got the bastard before Dee Dee's memorial concert," Sandra said.
And amazing who showed up in the end, Harper added. What a show, Sandra continued. My neighbour told me he was going to play, but I didn't believe her until he walked on stage. Who? Bone asked. You missed it? Sandra shook her head in disbelief. I was a bit busy. Bone rolled his eyes. Rod! And he sang one of Dee's songs as well. What a man! Rod Stewart? Bone asked. Incredible! I was bubbling like a Wayne when he broke into I Am Sailing and the whole town joined in. Bone laughed. What? Sandra asked. Yes, that is quite incredible. What a man. He glanced up and smiled. There was a knock at the door. Oh, I think you have a visitor, Bone said. A care worker poked her head around. Mornin'. Bone got up and helped her navigate a bulky hospital wheelchair into the room. Da! Mullins said when he saw his father propped up in the chair, rattling into the room. The carer pushed him over to the bed. What the hell are you doing in there, son? George grumbled. Have they been up your arse as well? Great to see you, Mr. Mullins, Bone said. Who's this clown? George grumbled. Da, that's my boss, Mullins said. You got the all clear, didn't you, George? Sandra said. Aye, the speed camera wasn't working, and they had to let me off. That's great news, Da. It turned out to be a bad case of wind after all, didn't it, Mr. Mullins? The nurse said with a wide grin. Christ, you two should get hooked up to the national grid, Sandra cringed. George scrutinised his son. You still in bed at this hour? He's always been a lazy bastard. Up half the night watching them horror films. Horror film. Right enough, Da. Mullins took his dad's hand. What's with all this soppy bubble? George said. Thanks for coming to see me, Mullins said with a teary smile. I'm going to keep him on the drugs they're feeding him, Sandra said, holding back her own tears. If it's money you're after, then you'll have to tap your mother. I'm skint. We'll leave you to it, Mark, Bones said, and glanced to the rest of the team. Just as well as my bag needs emptying, Mullins replied. The team rushed for the door. See you tomorrow, Mark. Sandra, Bones smiled. One condition, you bring some Guinness, Mullins wheezed. Now you're talking. It's your round, Coco. George pointed at Bone. Father and son nodded in unison. Epilogue. Bone staggered to the end of the jetty, grappling with an overfull shopping bag of food and drinks for the trip. You've enough in here to feed the west of Scotland, he moaned to Alice, who followed behind with more supplies. Better to be safe than sorry, she said. It's not bloody Castaway. Bone dropped his bundle by the canoe mooring. Careful, there are bottles in there, Alice said, glancing back along the jetty. Michael, come on! Dressed in a full pirate outfit, Michael stood on the path trying and failing to put his life jacket on over his hat. She ran to help him, and together they returned, sorted and hand in hand. Ahar, me hearties, Bone said. Here be our vessel, Captain. Alice rolled her eyes. That's the worst West Country accent I've ever heard. Shall we make her walk the plank, Captain? Bone replied. Okay, stop it now, you're scaring me, she smiled. Bone knelt by his son and checked the straps on his life jacket. Map? He asked. Check, Michael said, and held up a roll of brown paper. Patch? Check! Michael tapped the plastic eyepiece strapped round his head. Weapon of choice? Check! He thrust a plastic sword into his dad's chest. Rule number 1. Don't kill any crew with your sword. Bone grabbed Michael and tickled him until he giggled so much that he let out a loud fart. Rule 2. No pooping on the poop deck. Michael bellowed with laughter. Are we off? Alice interrupted. Okay, all aboard. First mate first.
Bone helped Alice climb down the jetty and clamber into the canoe. It bobbed around precariously, and she took a seat. "Captain next?" Bone picked up his son and lowered him into Alice's arms. When Michael was settled, he passed the shopping bags to Alice one by one. "And finally, Seaman Bone." Alice stifled a grin. "Do we have everything?" Bone asked. "Food? Water? Kitchen sink?" "Go, go, go!" Michael yelled. "Okay." Bone untied the canoe and with his paddle nudged the side away from the jetty. The boat pitched back and forth as they tried to turn it in the water. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Alice asked, and adjusted her grip on the paddle. "We'll be fine. We'll keep close to the shore, and I've told the hotel where we're going." "Where is that exactly?" "The Isle of the Dead," Bone exclaimed. "Where?" Alice asked, with a look of fear in her eyes. "Where there be ghost pirates and treasure," Bone replied. Michael squealed with delight. Alice gave up. They set off across the loch, the water and weather still remarkably calm. The first few strokes were chaotic and out of sync, and the canoe faltered and changed direction, threatening to return to the jetty of its own accord. 1, 2, 3, Bone counted. Alice followed the rhythm. "You say it, Michael," Bone said, and his son carried on. "I'm liking your two-house family idea," Alice said. "I told you this place would seduce you," Bone said. "You fancy living here, Michael?" "Yeah!" Michael exclaimed, and resumed his mantra. "I do too," Alice said. She glanced round at Bone and smiled. The boat wobbled. "Steady," Bone said. She recovered her rhythm. A few minutes later, Bone pointed ahead. "There be Treasure Island!" "We're going there? That's too far, isn't it?" "Nah, it's not as far as it looks. We'll be there in no time. And nothing feels as far once you've made the journey." "If you say so, Dalai Lama," Alice joked. "And we do have enough supplies to keep us alive for at least a year, so I wouldn't worry too much." "Why did I agree to this?" Alice said with a sigh. They continued on, now in harmony with each other's paddle strokes, the canoe sliding effortlessly across the loch towards the distant island, leaving in its wake a pencil-thin taper that rippled over the surface, all the way back to the shore and the cabin. You've been listening to The Killing Parade by T.G. Reid, narrated by Steve Worsley. Produced by Alistair George of Canongate Studios, Edinburgh. Published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. Howes Limited.